Several hours later, Han Li finally emerged from the ice rift, but he immediately withdrew the azure light around him and hovered in midair amid the bone-chilling winds. Within the inner valley, his spiritual sense was still quite significantly restricted, so it would be very difficult for him to search through the air with his spiritual sense alone. After contemplating the situation for a short while, Han Li patted the spirit beast pouch hanging from his waist. The sound of loud buzzing immediately rang out as countless gold-devouring beetles swarmed out of the pouch, forming a cloud of golden beetles that revolved in the air above his head. He rapidly made a series of hand seals and cast several incantation seals into the swarm of beetles in the quick succession. He then sat onto the ground with his legs folded and slowly closed his eyes. The cloud of golden beetles split up of their own accord, transforming into countless golden flowers that shot forth in all directions, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Han Li had divided his spiritual sense into countless strands to search for the three women. Given that the three women were only at the core formation stage and none of them were rash individuals, Han Li's thought process was that even if they had ventured into the inner valley, they wouldn't have gone very far into its depths. As such, he was only searching through a relatively small area initially. After failing to discover any leads within that area, Han Li flew several tens of kilometers further into the inner valley before releasing his gold-devouring beetles again. As such, Han Li was naturally able to easily discover some traces left behind by the three women on the mountain where the three women had been searching for illusionary spirit herbs. Upon making this discovery through the use of the gold-devouring beetles, Han Li was ecstatic and he immediately headed over to that place in person for a closer inspection. As a result, he discovered some signs to verify that the three women had indeed entered the inner valley, and that they had stayed on this mountain for a substantial period of time. However, when he expanded the scope of his search again, there were no further leads to be discovered. In the end, Han Li returned to the summit of the mountain and fell into deep thought. After a period of contemplation, he suddenly let loose a long cry and all of the gold-devouring beetles in a radius of several tens of kilometers came flying back toward him before they were stored away into his spirit beast pouch again. However, Han Li then immediately pulled out another pouch, from within which 12 snowy white centipedes flew out. They were none other than his 6-winged frost centipedes. Han Li made a hand seal and the 12 centipedes dispersed at his behest, transforming into 12 gusts of glacial wind that disappeared in different directions in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Han Li remained rooted to the spot. After an indeterminate period of time, Han Li stirred as he transformed into a streak of azure light and flew back in the direction that he had come from. A short while later, he discovered a snowy white centipede circling over a certain spot in the air, uttering a low screeching sound as it did so. Han Li's eyes narrowed slightly as he immediately flew over to the snowy white centipede. He looked down toward the ground, only to discover a long and thin black object down below. This object was lying in a patch of grass, making it appear as if it were a completely nondescript black branch, so it was no wonder that his gold-devouring beetles hadn't discovered it earlier. Han Li's brows furrowed as he raised a hand, and the branch-like object was sucked into his hand. He inspected the object carefully, upon which his expression changed minutely. This wasn't some branch, it was clearly a small section of a feeler. Furthermore, from the glacial chi that this object was exuding, it was none other than the feeler of a 6-winged frost centipede. However, 6-winged frost centipedes had pristine white feelers, yet this one was as black as ink, and the dark aura emanating from it was also something that Han Li was very familiar with. This was none other than profound devilish chi. Furthermore, this devilish chi seemed to be even purer than that used by Zenith Yin. Han Li stroked the small section of the feeler and waves of shock surged through his heart. One had to realize that profound devilish chi could only be cultivated using the profound arts, and aside from Zenith Yin and Wu Chou, both of whom had fallen by his hands, most of Zenith Yin's other disciples hadn't been given the entirety of this cultivation art. As such, there was no way that they would be able to cultivate such pure devilish chi and travel to the heavenly south region. Han Li's expression was quite befuddled as he fell into deep thought. Wait, there's something else that knows all of the mantras in the profound arts and has cultivated the profound devilish chi. It seems like it would also be able to cultivate this devilish chi to such a high degree of purity. A thought abruptly occurred to Han Li as a peculiar look appeared on his face. Could it be that the wood spirit nascent has also returned to the heavenly south region? Han Li murmured to himself as he looked up into the sky. He had always hung up on this missing second nascent soul. After returning to the heavenly south region, he should have set off immediately to search for this nascent soul, yet Nangong Wan was still yet to break out of the ice wall, and his concern for her dissuaded him from embarking on such a long journey. Furthermore, so many years had already passed, and if this second nascent soul was able to attain sentient will, then it would have done so long ago. As such, it didn't really matter when he set off to search for it. As such, he had set this matter aside completely and decided to take a trip to the Mulan Plains several years down the track. However, it appeared that this second nascent soul had returned to the heavenly south region of its own accord, and was hiding within the Devilfall Valley. In that case, it most likely had something to do with the disappearance of Mu Peeling's trio, which ironically meant that they were most likely still safe. After all, the nascent soul had completely replicated his memories and emotions. Even if its personality had been altered after all these years, it was still very unlikely that it would kill those 3 women in cold blood. Han Li wore a grave expression as he considered all of the possibilities involved. After so many years had passed, the second nascent soul would have most likely possessed a body of its own already. Furthermore, from the moment that he had entered the inner valley, he hadn't sensed any trace of the sovereign devil corpse, which he had planted a wisp of his spiritual sense into. With that in mind, it appeared that the devil corpse hadn't been subdued by the second nascent soul, it had to have been possessed instead. Countless thoughts flashed through Han Li's mind as he placed himself in the second nascent soul's shoes, and the truth was soon made apparent to him. He stroked his chin and heaved a long sigh. Right at this moment, the remaining centipedes all flew toward him from different directions, and it didn't appear as if they had discovered anything. Han Li wasn't very surprised to see this. The reason why he withdrew the gold-devouring beetles and released the 12 six-winged frost centipedes instead was naturally because Luyu was carrying 6-winged frost centipede with her as well. Even though her spirit insects were of a far inferior grade compared to his own, it was possible to find the 3 women through a connection between the spirit insects. However, seeing as the perpetrator here was most likely his second nascent soul, it would definitely have taken measures to prevent this method from working. Han Li stowed away the centipedes and contemplated the situation in silence with a dark expression on his face. It appears I'll have to use that method to track them. I attained this secret technique after it went missing, so there's no way for it to take measures against this technique. It's just that I'm going to have to expend some blood essence now, Han Li murmured to himself reluctantly, seemingly rather unwilling to resort to this method. However, he still patted the storage pouch hanging from his waist in the end, upon which a white jade plate and a small crimson flag appeared in his hands at the same time. He tossed the 2 items into the air and they flew upward as 2 streaks of light, one white and one red, before hovering in front of him. Han Li then opened his mouth and a ball of azure light enshrouded the formation plate. He then slid a finger over the wrist of his other arm, inflicting a thin gash following a flash of azure light. A few drops of blood essence then flowed out of the gash on his wrist. Han Li blew on the drops of blood essence, and they immediately disappeared into the white jade plate. Han Li then pointed a finger toward the small crimson flag, and it flew directly above the formation plate at his behest. The flag then tremored slightly before transforming into a ball of crimson mist that enshrouded the jade plate within. Han Li began to chant something, and the jade plate also began to glow with a crimson light, following which bursts of crimson mist materialized from his blood essence began to emerge. The crimson mist then merged to form a single cloud of blood mist in the air. At this point, Han Li suddenly let loose a low cry and azure light flashed from his eyes as he pointed a finger toward the jade plate. Brilliant crimson light immediately radiated from the jade plate, giving it the appearance of a crimson full moon, and in just a few flashes, it had absorbed all of the blood mist wafting around it. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Han Li let loose a low cry as he stabbed his finger toward the jade plate again. A pillar of green light then shot forth from his fingertip before disappearing into the center of the jade plate in a flash. A loud ringing sound rang out from the blood moon and it began to tremor violently, as if it were going to rise into the air and flying away. The light in Han Li's eyes dimmed slightly as a wry smile appeared on his face. This is the first time I'm using the Blood Moon Spirit Seeking Secret technique from the Great Development Treasure Scriptures. I wonder if it's actually going to be as effective as the scriptures proclaim it to be. Only one way to find out, I guess. If it weren't for the fact that I kept a few drops of Mu Peeling's blood essence when I was setting up the spirit restriction in her, I wouldn't even be able to unleash this secret technique, Han Li murmured to himself as he swallowed a pill before sitting down on the spot with his legs crossed. When Han Li opened his eyes again an hour later, he was back to his prime condition. He immediately cast an incantation seal toward the jade plate, upon which the blood moon transformed into a piercing streak of crimson light as it flew into the distance. Han Li's body swayed and his body also transformed into an azure streak of light, flying behind the crimson light in hot pursuit. Within the blink of an eye, the two streaks of light had completely disappeared from view. The crimson ball of light flew along at an even pace, and Hanli also followed closely behind it. After flying for close to half a day, Hanli was led by the crimson ball of light into an extremely barren and secluded basin. A burst of scorching heat immediately came rushing toward him. Hanli's expression changed slightly, and he discovered that everything within the basin was either black or red. On the outskirts of the basin were spherical black rocks, while a crimson lake of lava was situated at its center. The scorching temperatures emanating from the lava lake was making even the air above the basin shimmer and warp, creating a rather twisted and ethereal scene to behold. The ball of crimson light was revolving in the air above the lava lake, emitting a sharp screeching sound at the same time, looking as if it wanted to descend, but it didn't dare to do so. Hanli stroked his chin and looked at the lava down below as a cold smile suddenly appeared on his face. It really does know how to find good hiding places. If it weren't for the guidance of the secret technique, I really wouldn't have been able to find this place. However, now that I know this is where they are, some lava isn't going to be able to stop me. Hanli raised a hand, and the crimson ball of light immediately whizzed through the air toward him before landing obediently in the center of his palm. Hanli raised his other then, and a spluttering sound erupted as purple flames instantly surfaced along his entire arm, quickly encompassing his whole body. Thus, a massive purple fireball came tumbling down directly from above. The fireball that Hanli had transformed into was able to completely disregard the scorching crimson lava down below, landing with a loud thump before disappearing into the lava lake. A massive splash erupted over the surface of the lake, but it soon reverted back to its peaceful and tranquil state, as if nothing had ever happened. At this point, Hanli had already reached a depth of over 100 feet down into the lava, and he continued to descend even further. Even though he had been completely submerged in lava, his purple apex flames, which were a glacial flame, were able to easily keep the scorching temperatures at bay. After diving down for over 2,000 feet, Hanli finally reached the lake bed, and his feet landed on the ground, which was lined with solid black rocks. He looked around and was unable to see anything aside from vast expanses of crimson in all directions. Hanli's brows furrowed as he injected his spiritual power into his eyes, upon which a blue light flashed within the depths of his pupils. He had unleashed his bright-side spirit eyes. After surveying his surroundings once again, Hanli raised the crimson jade plate in his hand. The jade plate swayed before rattling incessantly toward a certain direction, as if it were attempting to break free from his grasp. Hanli immediately flew toward that direction, and after flying for a certain distance, the jade plate suddenly stopped rattling, abruptly plummeting downward instead. Hanli was able to react in time and caught the jade plate again. Only then was he able to prevent it from escaping the protective cocoon formed by the purple flames. At the same time, he also cast his gaze directly below himself. His expression changed slightly as he raised a hand, upon which a piercing burst of golden light shot forth, heading directly toward the lake bed. Following a resounding boom, a massive rift around 70 to 80 feet in length was sliced into the seemingly normal lake bed. Blue light immediately radiated from within the rift, warding off all of the scorching lava. There was a light barrier restriction beneath this lake bed. Hanli was ecstatic upon seeing this, and he immediately dove toward the light barrier without any hesitation. The blue light barrier clearly wasn't an extremely sophisticated restriction, as his purple apex flames were able to easily burn a large hole of around 10 feet in diameter into its surface. Hanli immediately flashed through that hole and appeared on the other side of the light barrier. The blue light barrier immediately sealed over, keeping the lava at bay again. Hanli paid this no heed as he began to survey his surroundings again. At this moment he found himself in a secret underground tunnel. The ground and all of the walls were extremely bumpy and uneven, making it appear as if it were a naturally forming tunnel rather than one that had been artificially created. Hanli immediately tossed out his jade plate again. The jade plate revolved in the air before transforming into a crimson moon again and hurtling deeper into the tunnel. Hanli rose up into the air expressionlessly and followed closely behind the blood moon. After flying for around 2 to 3 kilometers, the tunnel began to gradually slope upward. After advancing for a further 1,000 feet or so, Hanli finally saw light up ahead, indicating that he had arrived at the exit. The blood moon immediately flew toward the light without any hesitation. However, Hanli wore a rather wary expression as he flapped his sleeve soundlessly to summon a ball of 3-colored flames. This was none other than his tri-flame fan. Hanli grasped the fan in his hand and his body swayed, taking him to the exit of the tunnel in the next instant, where he stood, examining his surroundings cautiously. His surroundings were very dark and dim, yet everything was extremely clear to his bright-side spirit eyes. This was a natural underground cave, and it appeared to be completely devoid of human presence. Hanli raised an eyebrow as his gaze fell upon an exit at the end of the cave, which seemed to be leading to another cave. At this moment, the blood moon was flying directly toward that exit. However, its momentum was arrested as soon as it reached the opening, and it began to emit a sharp buzzing sound. A crisp crack then rang out and a dozen or so thin black cracks appeared over the surface of the blood moon. Following one final flash, the crimson moon disintegrated into specks of light. As opposed to being alarmed upon seeing this, Hanli was instead ecstatic. It only took him a few steps to reach the other cave connected to this one, and he found himself situated within an even larger cave than the previous one. However, when he focused his gaze and looked around him, he faltered slightly at the sight that he beheld. The entire cave was filled with tumbling pitch-black mist that encompassed almost every single inch of space within the area. However, as soon as some of this mist reached the exit of the cave, they were completely unable to progress any further, seemingly having been halted by an invisible barrier. With his bright-side spirit eyes to enhance his vision, the pitch-black cave that would render normal cultivators completely blind was as clear as air to Hanli. Thus, he was able to immediately catch sight of the three women lying completely stationary at the center of the cave. They were none other than Mu Peeling's trio. Beneath the three of them, there was a strange formation spell that was shimmering with faint spiritual light, and the black mist was being expelled incessantly from that formation. Hanli didn't immediately rush in to save the three women. Instead, he examined every single inch of the cave with his spiritual sense, and after verifying that his second nascent soul wasn't lurking in the shadows somewhere, he decisively feigned a grabbing motion toward the air at the opening of the cave. Golden light flashed and the sound of something being ruptured rang out. The dense black mist immediately came surging out from within the other cave and tumbling straight toward Hanli. However, Hanli merely made a hand seal, and a loud thunderclap erupted as a layer of golden lightning arcs surfaced over his body. All of the black mist that came into contact with the arcs of lightning were immediately reduced to nothingness. Hanli strode forward and waded directly into the black mist. The golden arcs of lightning danced around him amid bursts of erratic crackling, keeping all of the black mist firmly at bay. However, the black mist seemingly possessed intelligence as it converged to form a dozen or so black snakes of different sizes in the blink of an eye. The snakes circled around Hanli in a menacing manner, wanting to throw themselves at him, but not daring to do so. Hanli's expression darkened upon seeing this, and the tri-flame fan in his hand disappeared in a flash. At the same time, the arcs of lightning that had surfaced over his body became even more dazzling. He swept his sleeves through the air and two golden lightning W shot forth, tearing through the black snakes with ease and reducing them to nothingness in the blink of an eye. The two lightning W arms then continued their assault, sweeping through the surrounding black mist with reckless abandon. Amid a series of rumbling booms, the black mist was completely eradicated, and Hanli was able to access the formation without any further impediment. After taking just cursory glance at this formation, Hanli could already tell that this was merely an extremely simple illusionary formation. It appeared that the three women's magic power must have been restricted. Otherwise, a formation of this caliber was nowhere near sufficient to trap three core formation cultivators. With that in mind, Hanli immediately flicked his 10 fingers toward the formation in quick succession. A dozen or so bursts of golden sword chi struck the formation almost with complete synchronicity. The formation was immediately destroyed as a result. Almost at the exact same moment, within the myriad depth devilish abyss on the Seven Spirit Islands, a tall and broad shadowy humanoid figure abruptly opened its eyes. The humanoid figure was seated on the platform that Hanli had used many years ago, and its entire body was enshrouded under devilish chi as an extremely surprised look surfaced on its face. It suddenly thrust its hand into its sleeve, and a blue bead immediately appeared over his palm. However, there was a clear crack running right down the center of the bead's smooth surface. Impossible. The restriction was broken. How did that man manage to find that palace so quickly? If I were in his shoes, I would be completely powerless to do anything, the humanoid figure murmured in a coarse voice that was tinged with incredulity and a hint of dejection. So be it. I wasn't counting on those three to do much for me anyway. However, I can't stay in this place for much longer. I have to complete this process of injecting devilish chi into my body, then find another obscure location to cultivate in, the humanoid figure murmured to itself before closing its eyes again, seemingly having managed to quickly compose itself. At this moment Han Li had already pulled out a green jade vial from his storage pouch and poured 3 fragrant pills out onto his palm. He fed the 3 women a pill each before standing silently off to the side with his hands clasped behind his back. Only roughly 10 minutes had passed before Song Yu awakened first. "Looks like your cultivation base has improved quite significantly, Marshal Ni Song. You managed to wake up sooner than I expected." Before she had completely regained her consciousness, a familiar male voice suddenly sounded in her ears. Song Yu shuddered as she immediately came to her senses. She opened her eyes, and the first thing that she saw was Han Li appraising her with a hint of a smile on his face. "Marshal Uncle Han." "Wait, no, are you really Marshal Uncle Han?" Song Yu exclaimed. "Hee hee, you're pretty alert, aren't you, Marshal Ni Song? I had to go through quite a bit of trouble to find this place. As for whether I'm the real Han Li or not, do you think I'm an imposter?" Han Li chuckled calmly. "So you really are Marshal Uncle Han?" Song Yu was still slightly conflicted. She was around 70% sure that this was indeed the real Han Li, but she still didn't dare to completely trust her judgment. Han Li smiled and didn't say anything. Instead, he merely waved a hand towards Song Yu. A dozen of silver needles suddenly shot forth from various locations all over Song Yu's body, and the needles all flew into Han Li's grasp. Almost at the exact same moment, Song Yu could feel the magic power in her body resume free circulation. An ecstatic expression immediately appeared on her face. Right at this moment, Mu Peeling and Lu Yu also woke up one after the other. They were also startled by the sight of Han Li. However, Mu Peeling was able to immediately verify Han Li's identity through the use of the restriction in her spiritual sense, and she hurriedly rose to her feet before extending an elated curtsy toward Han Li. Upon seeing this, Lu Yu and Song Yu were convinced that this was the real Han Li, and they also rose to their feet to extend respectful curtsies. "Was it my missing second nascent soul who captured the 3 of you?" Han Li asked. "Master, have you already encountered the nascent soul?" Lu Yu blurted out upon hearing this. "If I'd encountered it already, would I still be asking you this question?" Han Li said in a calm voice as he also extracted the silver needles from Lu Yu and Mu Peeling's bodies. Han Li's were rather perplexing to Mu Peeling's trio. If he hadn't encountered the black-robed figure from before, then how was he able to immediately identify the second nascent soul as the culprit? In the end, Lu Yu repressed her confusion and replied, "The one who captured us was indeed your missing second nascent soul, Master. Also, the nascent soul has possessed a body and possesses a mid-nascent soul stage cultivation base." A reminiscent look appeared on her face as she spoke. "It possessed a body? Tell me what that body looks like." Han Li seemed to have been intrigued upon hearing this. At this point, the 2 golden lightning WRMs had already cleared out the surrounding black mist, and they shot forth through the air before disappearing into Han Li's body. The 3 women were stunned by Han Li's proficient mastery in manipulating lightning. At their core formation stage cultivation bases, they were already able to manifest their techniques into different forms. However, they were far from being able to manipulate those techniques as if it were second nature, as was clearly the case with Han Li. After calming her emotions, Lu Yu began to describe the physical appearance of the black-robed figure. Han Li only had to listen for a brief while to determine that the second nascent soul really had possessed that sovereign devil corpse. His expression remained calm, but he was feeling grave internally. If it weren't for the blood moon spirit-seeking technique that he had mastered from the Great Development Treasure Scriptures, it really would have been very difficult for him to find Mu Peeling's trio. This second nascent soul knew him extremely well, so he definitely couldn't allow it to remain on the loose. Otherwise, it would surely come back to bite him someday. With that in mind, after hearing Lu Yu's description, he immediately instructed, "The 3 of you, leave this place right away and return to the sect. Seeing as this second nascent soul has already returned to the Heavenly South region, I'm definitely going to have to capture it. I have to search carefully through this inner valley, and it's best if I did that alone. Marshal Uncle Han, that nascent soul's cultivation base is not inferior to yours. You should recruit some more assistants before you attempt to capture it. Otherwise, Marshal Uncle Han, your cultivation base." Song Yu had unconsciously swept her spiritual sense toward Han Li, and her expression immediately changed drastically upon hearing Song Yu's startled voice. Mu Peeling and Lu Yu also assessed Han Li's cultivation base with their spiritual sense, upon which they were also naturally given a massive surprise. Only after a long while did Mu Peeling manage to somewhat recover from her shock, and she asked with an incredulous expression, "My lord, you're already a great cultivator now? I forgot that the 3 of you aren't yet aware of this." My great cultivator celebratory ceremony was held half a year ago, and I'm already the grand elder of the sect now, so taking care of a mid-nascent soul, second nascent soul won't be an issue for me, Hanli explained with a faint smile. The three women were naturally ecstatic upon hearing this, and they immediately offered their congratulatory words. Hanli accepted their congratulations with a smile before urging them to leave again. On this occasion, neither of the three female cultivators had any objections. After extending a final curtsy to Hanli, all three of them were on their way. A short while later, 3 streaks of light shot forth from within the lava lake and departed from the inner valley. Meanwhile, Hanli remained within the cave and decided to wait here for a few days. This was such an obscure location, so if the second nascent soul was only temporarily away to do something, it would definitely return soon. Otherwise, it had to be residing elsewhere within the valley or had left the Devilfall Valley altogether. In the end, Hanli waited in the cave for 7 days, but the wood spirit nascent didn't return. Thus, he decided to conclude this waiting game and left the cave. He then released all of the tens of thousands of gold-devouring beetles in his spirit beast pouch to scour through the entirety of the inner valley. He was unable to find the second nascent soul through his efforts, yet he was able to discover many ancient treasures left behind by cultivators of the distant past. Even though these treasures were completely useless to him and couldn't even compare to a spirit treasure replica like his Tri-Flame fan, they would still be considered to be very rare in a place like the Heavenly South region. However, Hanli couldn't bring himself to feel any joy over these discoveries. He had discovered traces of the second nascent soul's activity during this process, and many of the cave abodes left behind by ancient cultivators were already completely empty, having clearly been looted recently. Hanli could now confirm that the second nascent soul had most likely departed from the inner valley with those treasures. This was quite a troublesome prospect for him. However, upon careful contemplation, he discovered that the second nascent soul wasn't actually completely untraceable. The second nascent soul's ultimate objective was to devour his soul and take over his body, so it would clearly be fixated on improving its cultivation base until it became more powerful than Hanli. According to the descriptions provided by the three women, after possessing the sovereign devil corpse, the second nascent soul had been specializing in cultivating the profound Een arts. If it wanted to cultivate the profound Een devilish chi to its maximal extent, it could use a shortcut like performing a blood sacrifice to drastically improve its cultivation base. However, this method was not without its side effects. In most cases, anyone who dabbled in such sinister secret techniques would experience the progression in their cultivation base tapering off following this initial spurt, then find them unable to progress altogether. As such, the method described in the profound Een arts, during which one injected devilish chi into their body to enhance cultivation progress, was the best option for the second nascent soul. Using such a method to forcibly inject devilish chi into one's body could allow a devil cultivator to break through bottlenecks in an extremely short time, thereby significantly enhancing their cultivation base. However, this method also had accompanying repercussions. At best, the cultivator's body and appearance would be altered by the devilish chi through a process known as devilification, and at worst, one could completely lose their sanity and be reduced to a half-human, half-devil abomination of a creature. As such, this was an extremely perilous method to employ for normal cultivators. However, this risk didn't apply to the second nascent soul. It had possessed a devil corpse and it knew the cultivation method stipulated in the Great Development Technique, thereby allowing it to be able to much more effectively resist the repercussions that employing the method may have on its sanity. Thus, the risk involved was significantly minimized. Back when the second nascent soul had left him, it was still only at the early nascent soul stage, yet it had already progressed to the mid-nascent soul stage in such a short time. Unless it had stumbled upon some other miraculous opportunity, it may have already employed this method. This Devilfall Valley was the place where the ancient devil had emerged from countless years ago, so it wouldn't be a surprise at all if some places had residual devilish chi. Hanli sat and meditated on the summit of a certain mountain for a day and a night, constantly considering the second nascent soul's situation and attempting to predict its next step. In the end, he really was able to strike the nail on the head. The myriad depth devilish abyss. Hanli abruptly opened his eyes as he murmured to himself in a cold voice. Azure light then erupted over his body as he shot forth into the distance. 2 days later, Hanli had already departed from the Devilfall Valley and was heading toward the 7 Spirit Islands at an incredible speed. According to the profound Een arts, it would take around a year to complete the elementary stage of the process, during which one injected devilish chi into their body. He didn't want to get there too late and have the second nascent soul escape in advance. Almost at the exact same time, the black-robed figure within the myriad-depth devilish abyss realized that Hanli may have predicted its whereabouts. However, it was at a crucial juncture in its cultivation and was unable to leave the myriad-depth devilish abyss. Furthermore, due to the fact that the nascent soul was afraid of its location being leaked, it had concealed itself throughout the entire journey from the Devilfall Valley to the myriad-depth devilish abyss, interacting with no cultivators along the way. As such, it had missed out on hearing an extremely important piece of information, and was still unaware of the fact that Hanli had reached the late nascent soul stage. It was no surprise that the nascent soul had neglected to consider this possibility. After all, even Hanli himself had thought that it would take him at least 200 to 300 years to progress to the late nascent soul stage when he had traveled to the Great Gene. The second nascent soul had clearly failed to predict that Hanli would suddenly miraculously advance to the late nascent soul stage. As such, it was still calculating Hanli's speed based on what it would expect from a mid-nascent soul cultivator. According to its estimations, even if Hanli managed to immediately identify that it was in the myriad-depth devilish abyss, it would still take him 2 months to get to this place. Meanwhile, it was already at the final stage of injecting devilish chi into its body, and it would only take just over a month for it to complete the process. As such, the nascent soul was feeling very uneasy, but it still decided to take a risk and remain in the myriad-depth devilish abyss. After all, if it were to fail on this occasion, it would be extremely difficult for it to return to the myriad-depth devilish abyss now that Hanli was aware of its plan. Thus, the nascent soul had arrived at its final decision. It was going to remain in the myriad-depth devilish abyss for 1.5 months. By that point, regardless of whether it had succeeded or not, it was going to immediately depart from the abyss. With half a month as a buffer, it would ensure that it would escape before Hanli's arrival. With that in mind, the nascent soul managed to calm itself down and continue to absorb devilish chi into its body. However, after reaching the late nascent soul stage, Hanli was capable of traveling more than twice as fast as he did back at the mid-nascent soul stage, thereby completing a journey that should have taken more than 2 months in just a month. He had arrived at the 7 Spirit Islands. In the past, Wei Wuya and the others had gifted him with one of these 7 islands, Spirit Turtle Island, for his efforts in suppressing the devilish chi, and he had passed the island directly onto the sect. As such, there should be drifting cloud sect disciples based on that island. With that in mind, Hanli was no longer in a hurry to reach the myriad-depth devilish abyss. Instead, he headed straight for Spirit Turtle Island. A streak of azure light flashed through the air, and he descended on a small mountain on the island. He sat down with his legs crossed on a massive rock before releasing his immensely powerful spiritual sense. The island, which was several hundred kilometers in size, was instantly entirely scanned through by his spiritual sense, and at the same time, he had discovered 2 cultivator settlements. Hanli's lips twitched and he said something in an extremely quiet voice before remaining expressionlessly on the spot. Meanwhile, there were 2 locations on Spirit Turtle Island that had been cast into a complete frenzy. A short while later, 2 groups of cultivators shot forth from 2 different directions directly toward the mountain that Hanli was resting on. Hanli showed no intention of getting up, and merely looked up indifferently at these cultivators. All of a sudden, a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. At this moment, the 2 groups of cultivators had already reached the air above the mountain, and after identifying Hanli, all of them hurriedly descended from above. "We pay our respects to Grand Elder Han." All of the cultivators stepped forward and extended respectful bows. The 2 people leading the respective groups were both core formation cultivators, one of which was a yellow-robed man with small eyes and thick eyebrows, while the other was a woman who appeared to be just over 30 years of age. The dozen or so cultivators accompanying them were all also at the foundation establishment stage. "So it really is you. Long time no see, it seems like you're also reached the core formation stage." Hanli suddenly turned to the yellow-robed cultivator with a smile. The yellow-robed man's face immediately paled after Hanli identified him, and he stuttered unsteadily, "I wasn't aware of your true identity during our previous encounter, so please forgive me if I offended you in any way, Grand Elder Han." The core formation stage woman was quite surprised to see this. This senior martial brother Kue of hers was normally a very smooth talker, so why was it that he had been reduced to such a stuttering mess? Furthermore, it sounded as if he had been acquainted with the Grand Elder since a long time ago. The woman's heart was filled with confusion, but she didn't dare to ask any questions. A hint of a smile appeared on Hanli's face. "It's not your fault. I concealed my cultivation base back then for my own purposes, so I certainly don't plan to blame you for anything. However, I really am rather surprised that you were able to progress to the core formation stage. How are your other martial brothers doing? This yellow-robed cultivator was none other than Kuei Huan, the drifting cloud sect cultivator who had invited Han Li to hunt for snow-cloud foxes with him many years ago. The aptitude of his spiritual roots was very average, yet he had managed to progress all the way from the chi condensation stage to the core formation stage. As such, Han Li was naturally quite surprised to see this. Han Li clearly recalled everything that had happened all those years ago, and a wry smile appeared on Kuei Huan's face upon seeing this as he replied, "Senior Martial Brother Wang and the others weren't as lucky as I am. They were unable to even progress to the foundation establishment stage, and passed away many years ago." I see. Their aptitude was quite mediocre, so it's no surprise that they were unable to progress to the foundation establishment stage. Looks like you encountered some brilliant opportunities, Martial Nephew Kuei, Han Li sighed. Over 100 years ago, I unintentionally consumed an unknown spirit herb, and my cultivation base progressed at a phenomenal rate thereafter, Kuei Huan explained with a slightly sheepish smile. Hehe, you're quite a lucky man, Martial Nephew Kuei. However, I'm not here to catch up and reminisce about old times today. I have some questions to ask you all. Han Li suddenly adopted a serious expression. We'll be sure to tell you everything we know, Grand Elder Han, the woman replied obediently. Even if Han Li wasn't the Grand Elder of the Drifting Cloud sect, he was still the #1 cultivator in the Heavenly South region, so he had to be treated with the utmost respect. I just wanted as if any of you have noticed any abnormalities with the Devilish Abyss seal on the 7 Spirit Islands, Han Li inquired. The woman faltered momentarily before replying, the seal? Seems to be fine. Our patrol teams from the 7 islands guard the seal in shifts, and no abnormalities have been reported to us. What do you mean by this, Martial Uncle Han? Han Li's brows furrowed upon hearing this. The seal is guarded in shifts? Doesn't that mean you won't know if something's amiss when patrol teams from other islands are on duty? Han asked with a dark expression. Kuei Huan and the woman glanced at each other, and the former could only muster up his courage as he admitted, "Unless the other islands go to the trouble of reporting these matters to us, I'm afraid that this is indeed the case." However, to their surprise, Han Li wasn't enraged upon hearing this. Instead, a hint of light flashed through his eyes as he suddenly patted the storage pouch hanging from his waist, producing a set of formation plates and formation flags of different colors. Take 36 disciples with you and head to the entrance of the abyss straight away, then set up this malevolent heavenly formation. I'm going to be making a trip to the abyss. If anything tries to come out, make sure to trap it with this formation. I don't expect you to kill it, just make sure it doesn't get away, Han Li instructed calmly. Kuei Huan and the woman were very surprised to hear this, but they still immediately agreed. There's no time to waste. Pick your disciples quickly, then set up the formation as soon as you can. I'm going ahead to the abyss first. Hopefully this is just a false alarm. Han Li delivered a final set of instructions before tossing the formation tools toward the 2 core formation cultivators and rising into the air. Before the 2 of them had a chance to reply, azure light appeared over his body as he shot forth into the distance, heading directly for the seal on the devilish abyss. The woman and Kuei Huan hurriedly bowed in his direction before immediately pulling out their voice transmission talismans, instructing all of the disciples on the island to immediately assemble. A short while later, 36 cultivators were picked out and the 2 core formation cultivators led them toward the abyss while carrying the formation tools. As this was an instruction from Han Li, they didn't dare to delay in the slightest. At this moment, Han Li had already reached the entrance of the abyss. The massive vortex of the past had now been reduced to only around 500 to 600 feet wide. Furthermore, there were a dozen or so massive stone pillars distributed around the vortex. The pillars were constructed from an unknown material that was like metal, but also like wood, and were able to float in a completely stationary manner in the surrounding seawater. Beams of white spiritual light were radiating from the stone pillars, creating a white light barrier that completely sealed the vortex within. Han Li hovered above the light barrier and examined it with narrowed eyes. There were 7 or 8 cultivators standing behind Han Li, one of which was a red-robed core formation cultivator, who asked tentatively, "Senior Han, as you can see, the seal is completely unscathed. Could it be that the information you received was perhaps incorrect? The cultivators from our 7 islands have been constantly keeping an eye on this place, and we've never let our guards drop." The remaining Foundation establishment cultivators were standing even further away, not even daring to breathe too loudly. "Humph, I know at least half a dozen methods to infiltrate this seal without damaging it. It's not a difficult task to get past you guys. Hanli replied coldly without even turning his head. The red-robed cultivator could only give a wry smile in response. Disciples from my drifting cloud sect are going to arrive to set a formation soon in order to fortify the entrance. All you have to do is cooperate with them. There won't be any issues, will there? Hanli asked coldly. Not at all. Senior, are you really going to enter through the seal? The red-robed cultivator asked in a hesitant manner. Hanli looked up into the sky and replied without any hesitation. Of course I'm going to be making a trip into the abyss. Otherwise, why would I come here in person? Now's the time when the devilish chi is at its most feeble state, so it's the best time for me to enter the abyss. The time was at exactly noon, and the scorching sun had reached its highest point in the sky. The red-robed cultivator also looked up at the dazzling sun, and an enlightened expression appeared on his face. All right, all of you can go back to what you were doing. I'm going to enter the abyss now. Hanli didn't wish to delay any longer. His sleeve rustled and a ball of three-colored flames appeared in his hand, transforming into the tri-flame fan. Hanli then waved the fan gently through the air and runes began to appear on the fan as three-colored flames appeared over its surface. Hanli's body swayed and he shot forth directly toward the light barrier as a streak of azure light. At the same time, he waved his tri-flame fan toward the light barrier, and the fan had seemingly transformed into a peerlessly sharp blade of fire amid a resounding boom. The blade of fire was able to easily tear a rift that was around 10 feet wide into the light barrier, and inky black devilish chi erupted from within before attempting to permeate through the air. The red-robed cultivator's expression changed slightly upon hearing this, while all of the Foundation establishment cultivators let loose involuntary cries of surprise. However, Hanli was prepared well in advance as he viciously swatted his other sleeve downward. A burst of azure light was immediately sent sweeping downward, instantly repressing the leaking devilish chi with his immense spiritual pressure. Immediately thereafter, a burst of azure light flashed as Hanli flew into the abyss. The white light barrier quickly sealed over again, and not even so much as a single wisp of devilish chi managed to escape. The red-robed cultivator heaved an internal sigh of relief and at the same time, a self-deprecating smile appeared on his face. With the number one great cultivator of the Heavenly South region present, there was no need for him to be so nervous. Right at this moment, one of the Foundation establishment cultivators standing behind him suddenly yelled, "Marshal Uncle, look!" The red-robed cultivator faltered upon hearing this before turning toward the direction that the disciple was pointing toward. There in the distance, several tens of streaks of light were hurtling toward them. They're drifting cloud sect cultivators. Looks like Senior Han is quite serious about this. Could it be that there really has been some powerful devil that has snuck into the abyss? The red-robed cultivator murmured with a complex expression on his face. Amid the vast expanse of pitch-black devilish chi within the abyss, Hanli had already summoned his divine devil-bane lightning to shield himself. At this moment, he was advancing toward the deepest point in the abyss amid a series of rumbling thunderclaps. The golden arcs of lightning around his body intertwined incessantly with the devilish chi in the air, and the latter was constantly being eradicated in Hanli's wake. Hanli paid this no heed as he made a series of hand seals over and over again, unleashing a secret technique from the profound nascent formation arts. 10,000 feet, 20,000 feet, 30,000 feet. Hanli maintained the output of the secret technique without pause, but he detected nothing within his spiritual sense. As he delved deeper and deeper into the abyss, his expression gradually darkened. After reaching depths of around 70,000 to 80,000 feet, even he was beginning to doubt his own judgment. Could it be that his prediction had been incorrect? Could it be that the second nascent soul had never come here, and had instead gone elsewhere to cultivate? Just as these thoughts were flashing through Hanli's mind, his expression suddenly changed as he came to an abrupt halt. A grave expression appeared on his face as he made an alternate hand seal. At the same time, he began to chant something in a low voice, and he stared directly up ahead with an unblinking gaze and a blue light shimmering in his eyes. All of a sudden, a peculiar look appeared on his face, and he appeared to be rather uncertain. After a brief hesitation, he sprang into action again. However, on this occasion Hanli seemed to be very clear on where his target was, and his movements were a lot more decisive and purposeful. He descended a further 3,000 to 4,000 feet, upon he heard a low feral snarl. He pursed his lips and slowed down significantly in his descent. At the same time he tightened his grip around his tri-flame fan. The blue light shimmering within Hanli's eyes became even more dazzling as he stared intently into the devilish chi down below with an unblinking gaze. At Han Li's current cultivation base, if he were to unleash his bright-sight spirit eyes with all his might, he would already be able to see up to 1,000 feet away in the myriad depth devilish abyss. However, things became rather blurry at a distance of more than 500 feet away. Around 1,000 feet below Han Li, there was a tall and broad black figure that was unleashing an almighty roar. Han Li looked down with his spirit eyes, and stared directly into the black figure's vicious crimson eyes. A chill ran down Han Li's spine. The crimson eyes down below were filled with violence and brutality, and they were not the eyes of a normal human being. Instead, those eyes belonged to a crazed and bloodthirsty wild beast. Han Li was still wondering whether the crazed being down below was the target for his trip when the thunderous roar came to an abrupt halt, and the black figure down below swayed before disappearing into the surround devilish chi. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, but he merely drew a silver shield from within his sleeve in a calm and unhurried manner. The shield then transformed into a silver light barrier that enshrouded his entire body within. Just as he had set up those defensive measures, the devilish chi behind him suddenly began to surge as a hirsute black devilish arm shot forth like lightning, crashing straight into the light barrier. A thunderous boom erupted, and the devilish claws embedded themselves over a half a foot into the silver light barrier. Han Li felt the barrier of light around him tremor violently as a burst of immense force came sweeping toward him. His expression changed slightly, and only after striding forward 2 small steps was he able to absorb the force of this fearsome impact. At the same time, he waved a hand through the air and a golden sword that was several feet in length appeared. He wrapped his fingers firmly around the hilt of the sword before lashing out rapidly behind him without even turning his head. Golden light flashed, and half of a hirsute arm was severed by the golden sword. The black figure roared as it stumbled backward a few steps before righting itself. However, it continued to glower at Han Li with crazed ferocity in its crimson eyes. Han Li turned around and examined the black figure before heaving a faint sigh. So it really is you. It appears you failed in your attempt to inject devilish chi into your body, and have lost your sanity from devilification. The black figure was only around 100 feet away from him, so he was naturally able to catch a clear glimpse of it. The devilish creature bore a strong resemblance to Han Li's sovereign devil corpse, but most of its black robes had been torn away, revealing large swaths for long corpse fur. There were also inky black fist-sized scales that had grown over some of his vital regions, and those scales were shimmering with a sinister light amid the darkness. The skull-like face of the sovereign devil corpse had been enshrouded under a thin layer of black chi, and he could indistinctly make out a set of extremely twisted features beyond the veil of devilish chi. Not a single drop of blood was dripping from the devil corpse's severed arm, and it appeared that it had no blood within its body at all. It was emitting a low snarl from its mouth and staring intently at the golden sword in Han Li's hand, but it didn't charge toward Han Li again. Han Li's powerful sword strike had planted the seed of wariness in its heart. Hence, even though it wanted nothing better than to tear Han Li into shreds with its bare hands, its self-preservation instincts were preventing it from attacking. There was a storage pouch hanging from its waist, but it appeared to have completely lost its intelligence due to its devilification, to the extent that it didn't even have the mental capacity to summon weapons to use in battle. It turned out that even though the devilish chi in the myriad depth devilish abyss wasn't as potent as that which was sealed within the Kunwu mountain, its degree of devilification was still far beyond the second nascent soul's anticipation. Furthermore, the second nascent soul had predicted that Han Li would be arriving at the abyss soon, and in its urgency, it increased the influx of devilish chi into its body during the final stage of its cultivation. The second nascent soul did indeed possess the great development technique, yet it was too busy cultivating the profound Yin arts, and had only reached the second layer of the great development technique. As such, even though its spiritual sense was more powerful than other cultivators of the same cultivation base, it was still quite a stretch to expect it to be able to withstand the prolonged influx of devilish chi. As a result, the devil corpse was able to withstand the devilification process, yet the nascent soul was unable to do so and succumbed in the end, thereby losing its sanity and intelligence. At this point, the devil corpse was nothing but a half-devil creature that was ruled over solely by its instincts and propensity for slaughter. It was not that much superior compared to a demon beast that yet to attain intelligence. Han Li carefully examined his opponent, and was finally able to verify that it had indeed lost all of its intelligence. He heaved a long sigh of relief upon making his observation, but at the same time, he found this development to be rather amusing. He had regarded the second nascent soul to be an extremely powerful enemy, and had flown for a consecutive month without rest to get here, only to be faced with such a farcical scenario, one that left him rather speechless. However, it would undoubtedly be a lot easier to subdue such a buffoon of an opponent, and capturing it should be a piece of cake. With that in mind, Han Li immediately lifted his hand without any hesitation, raising the tri-flame fan high in the air. Seeing as his opponent had lost all of its intelligence, there was no need for him to hold back. All he had to do was forcibly incinerate its body with his tri-flame fan. Without a body, his second nascent soul would naturally be forced to surrender. Just as three colored flames were appearing over the surface of the tri-flame fan, the devil corpse suddenly let loose an almighty roar. Gusts of devilish wind were swept up around it, following which extremely pure devilish chi abruptly converged toward its severed arm before rapidly taking shape. An incredible scene then unfolded. The devil corpse's severed arm was completely healed in the blink of an eye, and it was as if Han Li had never even struck it. Instantaneous regeneration. Han Li faltered upon seeing this, but a cold smile then appeared on his face as he injected even more spiritual power into his tri-flame fan. Instantaneous regeneration was a rare ability, but he had killed more than one or two demon beasts with that inherent ability. As long as he could completely destroy its body with overwhelming power, there would be nothing left for it to regenerate. A sharp cry rang out as a fire raven that was several feet in size flew out from the fan. There were three colored runes revolving around its body as it hurtled directly toward the devil corpse. In the face of these devastating three-colored flames, all of the surrounding devilish chi was instantly reduced to nothingness. The devil corpse also seemed to have sensed that something was amiss. If the second nascent soul had retained its intelligence, it would definitely be unwilling to face such an immensely powerful attack head-on. However, the devil corpse's killing intent only seemed to have been intensified by the sight of these fearsome flames, and it let loose an almighty roar as the surrounding devilish chi surged toward it in a frenzy. The devil corpse immediately grew several feet in height. It then opened its mouth and blasted forth a pillar of inky black light, heading directly toward the three-colored fire raven. An earth-shattering boom erupted. Within the depths of the devilish abyss, a three-colored ball of light and a ball of black light exploded in unison, and both sides seemed to be evenly matched in power, thereby resulting in an intense impasse. A hint of surprise appeared on Han Li's face upon seeing this. The tri-flame fan was so powerful that even nascent soul cultivators wouldn't dare to take its attack head-on. Even though he was only unleashing a portion of the tri-flame fan's power, it still came as quite a surprise to him that the mid-nascent soul stage devil corpse was able to stand up against it. He looked on at the clash taking place nearby and his eyes narrowed slightly. The three-colored runes revolved around the flames flashed violently before the flames were finally able to overpower the black ball of light, slowly engulfing it before surging toward the devil corpse. A vicious light appeared in the devil corpse's eyes upon seeing this, and it sucked the nearby devilish chi into its mouth in preparation to blast forth another black pillar of light. Han Li's expression darkened upon seeing this, and a pair of azure and white wings appeared on his back following a loud thunderclap. These were his recently refined thunderstorm wings. The wings on his back flapped gently, and his entire body disappeared amid a light breeze. In the next instant, an azure arc of lightning flashed behind the devil corpse. Han Li emerged soundlessly from within the arc of lightning before aiming a devastating punch toward the devil corpse's back. A massive shimmering azure fist appeared in the air before hurtling toward the devil corpse from behind. The devil corpse was completely caught off guard and sent flying amid a loud thump, flying headfirst into the vast expanse of three-colored flames up ahead. The devil immediately let loose a roar of fury and the utmost horror as bursts of inky black devilish chi surfaced over its body in an attempt to keep the flames at bay. However, the three-colored flames enshrouded the devil corpse's body right before Han Li's expressionless eyes, rapidly brushing aside the black chi before forcing the devil corpse to disintegrate while it was completely powerless to resist. The three-colored runes flashed and the devil corpse was completely engulfed. A cold light flashed through Han Li's eyes as he prepared himself to snuff out the three-colored flames and capture the second nascent soul within. However, right at this moment, the three-colored flames suddenly shuddered violently. A ball of crimson light suddenly exploded within, forcibly blasting a hole into the flames. A streak of black light then shot forth from within, reaching a height of over 300 feet above Han Li after just a few flashes. Han Li's heart jolted with surprise as he focused his gaze upward. He discovered that there was a green nascent soul enshrouded within the black light, holding an inky black flag within its little hand. It was none other than Han Li's second nascent soul. The nascent soul looked back at Han Li with a cold expression. and the clarity in its eyes suggested that it had completely recovered its intelligence. Han Li harumphed coldly as he immediately flapped his thunderstorm wings, upon which he abruptly disappeared from the spot. The second nascent soul's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and it tossed the small black flag down below. As it did so, it made a hand seal before stabbing a finger toward the flag. The ghost-sifting banner that Han Li had repaired many years ago revolved through the air as black light flashed violently over its surface. It then self-detonated amid a resounding boom. Countless strands of black light shot forth to create a dense net, encompassing an area with a radius of several kilometers below the nascent soul. The second nascent soul then let loose a long cry as it turned and flew upward with all its might. Beneath the black net, an arc of azure lightning suddenly appeared out of thin air, following which Han Li's figure was revealed. He looked at the descending black net, then up at the second nascent soul, which had almost disappeared from his line of sight, and a cold expression flashed through his eyes. He abruptly flapped a sleeve through the air, sending a streak of dazzling golden light slashing into the black net. However, the black net merely wobbled slightly, yet showed no sign of unraveling. Han Li's brows furrowed as he pointed a finger toward the golden light. The golden light swayed, and a layer of golden lightning arcs appeared slashing toward the black net again. Following a thunderous boom, a large hole was finally blasted into the net. Han Li immediately hurtled through the hole, transforming into a streak of azure light as he rushed directly toward the second nascent soul. Meanwhile, at the entrance to the myriad-depth devilish abyss, there were several tens of cultivators standing around the seal with formation flags and formation plates in their hands. All of them wore expressions of rapt focus as spiritual light of different colors shimmered from their respective formation tools, indicating that the formation had already been activated. All of a sudden, a resounding boom erupted from within the white seal, followed by a violent tremor. A massive inky black sword that was several tens of feet in length punctured through the seal before inflicting a gash upon it that was over 100 feet in length. A ball of black light then shot forth from within. Activate the formation. Kuei Huan and the women were focusing intently on the seal, and they were able to react immediately as soon as the second nascent soul threatened to escape. The 36 drifting cloud sect disciples tossed their formation plates and formation flags into the air in unison. Brilliant spiritual light immediately radiated from those formation tools as layers of five-colored light emerged before sweeping downward. The ball of black light was completely caught off guard, and before it knew it, it had been ensnared within the light. It was naturally none other than the second nascent soul that was situated within the black light. When it had been engulfed by the flames of the tri-flame fan, it had unconsciously expelled all of the devilish it had absorbed into its body as a defensive measure to save itself. As such, the devilish chi was reduced to nothingness by the flames, and even more of the devil corpse had been incinerated. As a result, however, the nascent soul was able to unintentionally reverse its devilification and return to its senses. With Han Li's memories to guide it, it immediately detonated the devilish tool, the crimson blood sword, to break through the three-colored flames. At the sight of Han Li unleashing his thunderstorm wings, the second nascent soul could only grit its teeth and detonate the ghost-sifting banner as well. As expected, the detonation of these two treasures worked extremely well, and due to the fact that Han Li was taken by surprise, the second nascent soul really was able to sneak away. However, it knew that these tactics wouldn't be able to impede Han Li for very long, so it had already made up its mind. As soon as it escaped from the devilish abyss, it was going to unleash its nascent soul teleportation technique and escape to one of the 7 spirit islands. In preparation for this exact situation, it had set up an obscure hiding spot on that island well in advance. It had even used several special treasures to set up an extremely advanced formation that would conceal its aura, and it was confident that the formation would be undetectable to Han Li's spiritual sense. However, never would the second nascent soul have thought that the lone wolf, Han Li, would recruit the assistance of others on this occasion. Even though the formation outside had only been set up by low-grade cultivators, the formation itself was extremely powerful, and it had run right into the trap. The second nascent soul was ensnared within the light, and was naturally extremely shocked and enraged. It swung its little arms wildly at the light around it, unleashing streaks of black sword chi that fanned out around it. However, this five-colored light was very troublesome in that it would be torn apart easily by the sword chi, but those gashes would seal over extremely quickly, affording the second nascent soul no opportunity for escape. The second nascent soul's expression changed drastically upon making this discovery, and it abruptly rubbed its hands together before flinging them outward at the same time. Two pillars of black light immediately erupted forth before transforming into two massive swords that were each over 10 feet in length, both of which came crashing downward with devastating might. The cultivators that were desperately holding the formation together were finally unable to withstand the assault any longer. Following two rumbling booms, a hole that was several feet in diameter was blasted into the five-colored light. Spiritual light flashed around the hole as it attempted to seal itself over again, but the hole was simply too large and there was insufficient magic power flowing into the formation from all of the cultivators, so it wasn't able to immediately close. The second nascent soul was ecstatic upon seeing this, and its body swayed as it immediately disappeared after unleashing its teleportation technique. In the next instant, black light flashed and the green nascent soul had appeared outside the five-colored light. It aimed a vicious glare at the cultivators around it before making a hand seal to teleport away from this place. However, right at this moment, a gentle breeze suddenly blew past it, following which a humanoid figure appeared. Crap. The second nascent soul immediately teleported away without any hesitation. The humanoid figure that had appeared was naturally none other than Han Li, who had just emerged from the devilish abyss with his thunderstorm wings spread wide open. His expression darkened as the second nascent soul attempted to flee, and a cold harumph escaped from his mouth. A thin gash suddenly appeared on his glabella, following which a cloud of black chi rapidly billowed out from within. The black chi then materialized into an unsettling pitch-black eyeball that was staring into the distance. A streak of black light shot forth, striking a certain spot in the air over 200 feet away in a flash. The black light then exploded, and the stumbling figure of the second nascent soul appeared out of thin air. It raised its head to look up at Han Li, and there was incredulity and horror etched all over its little face. Han Li chuckled coldly as he opened his mouth to expel a small azure cauldron. The cauldron was clasped in his hand, following which the white and azure wings on his back flapped gently, and his entire body disappeared like a mild breeze. The second nascent soul knew that it was in a heap of trouble upon seeing this, and it immediately attempted to flee the scene as a streak of black light. However, right at this moment, a clump of azure threads suddenly shot from thin air, as if they had been waiting for the second nascent soul this entire time, and the second nascent soul was immediately bound in a tight azure cocoon. The second nascent soul was greatly startled by this development, and it unleashed countless streaks of black sword chi from all over its body to try and escape its cocoon. However, following a string of explosions and flashing black light, those azure threads remained completely unscathed. The second nascent soul was truly horrified now. Just as it was about to unleash another secret technique to try and escape, an azure arc of lightning flashed, and Han Li appeared out of thin air with the small cauldron hovering over his palm. The sight of the second nascent soul's desperate attempts to escape brought a cold expression onto his face, and he gently flicked a finger toward the small cauldron. A faint sound rang out as the cauldron's lid flew off on its own, and a burst of azure light erupted into the sky. The azure light resonated with the azure threads that had bound the second nascent soul, and those threads also began to emanate intense light. As they did so, the second nascent soul felt the cocoon tighten around its body, following which it was rendered completely unable to use its spiritual power. Following another flash of azure light, the azure cocoon shot forth and swept the powerless nascent soul into the small cauldron in the blink of an eye. Han Li then pointed at the cauldron and the lid came flying down as a streak of azure light, sealing up the cauldron's opening again. Han Li heaved an internal sigh of relief upon seeing this, and a smile finally appeared on his face. Even a late nascent soul great cultivator wouldn't be able to escape from within the heaven void cauldron. Congratulations on completing your objective, Martial Uncle Han. Kuei Huan and the women immediately approached Han Li to offer congratulatory words with fawning expressions on their faces. Han Li smiled and patted the storage pouch hanging from his waist to produce two white jade vials. He tossed the vials to Kuei Huan and cautioned, "Hee, you guys also contributed quite significantly during this process. There are some pills in this vial that'll be very helpful to your cultivation. Take them and split them up among yourself. Also, the security around the entrance of this devilish abyss must be tightened up. Otherwise, other devils could also sneak into it in the future." Kuei Huan was ecstatic after catching the jade vials and he offered, "Yes, I'll be sure to discuss this matter with the other sects and dedicate more effort into guarding this place. Martial Uncle, would you like to rest on Spirit Turtle Island for a couple of days before returning to the sect?" "There's no need for that. This place isn't very far away from the sect and I have other matters to attend to, so I won't remain here any longer." Han Li shook his head before stowing his small cauldron away, then flying into the distance as a streak of azure light. Kuei Huan and the woman bowed toward the direction that Han Li had departed in, and only after a long while did they stand up straight again. What kind of pills did Senior Han leave for you two? Any pills left behind by Senior Han must be quite potent, right? The red-robed cultivator approached them with his accompanying sect disciples, and he was looking at the jade vials in Kuei Huan's hands with an envious expression on his face. I'm not sure of that myself, but I'm sure these pills are indeed quite extraordinary. I think we should focus on fortifying the seal here. Kuei Huan gave a dry chuckle as white light flashed from his hand, and the 2 vials were stowed away. He was clearly unwilling to speak much about this matter. Even though the massive gash inflicted on the seal had been repaired, the spiritual light shimmering over its surface had clearly dimmed slightly. As such, the drifting cloud sect cultivators immediately flew toward the nearby stone pillars to fortify the seal again. The red-robed cultivator really wanted to know what pills were in those vials, yet he knew that it wouldn't be smart to press the issue. As such, he merely chuckled and also instructed the disciples behind him to assist in fortifying the seal as well. A ringing sound rang out from the dozen or so stone pillars in unison, and a layer of white spiritual light appeared over the surface of the seal as part of a gradual fortification process. Around half a month later, Han Li returned to the Dream Cloud Mountains. However, he didn't immediately return to the Drifting Cloud sect. Instead, he returned directly to the interconnected peaks. However, when he opened the restriction and landed in front of the cave abode on the main peak, there was already a woman standing outside, waiting for him. Han Li faltered slightly upon seeing this white-robed woman. Lu Yu pays her respects to her master. The beautiful woman extended a respectful bow toward him with a serious look on her face. This woman was none other than his in-name disciple, Lu Yu. Han Li's brows furrowed as he asked, "You've been here this entire time?" Lu Yu cast a surreptitious glance at Han Li as she replied, "I'm not the only one here. Senior Martial Sister Song and Senior Martial Sister Mu are also here. We were slightly concerned about you, so we decided to take shifts waiting here for your return. My senior martial sisters are currently with my junior martial sister in her cave abode. He is just capturing my second nascent soul. With my current cultivation base, there's nothing to be concerned about. Does that mean all of you have met Chiner already?" Han Li asked in a seemingly casual manner. "Yes, we've all met junior martial sister Tian. She's a very clever girl. It's no wonder that you would decide to take her under your wing, master," Lu Yu replied with a dainty smile. Han Li raised an eyebrow and said in a nonchalant manner, "Chiner isn't the same as you three. She possesses the dragon cry physique, so she doesn't have much of a future in cultivation. I made her my disciple for another reason, and there's no need for you to try and probe me for answers." "I wouldn't dare to do that, master." Lu Yu was elated to hear this, but an awkward expression appeared on her face from having her ploy exposed. Han Li stroked his chin and suddenly instructed in a serious voice, "Seeing as you're all here, gather the other 3 and come to my cave abode. I have something to say to all of you." "Yes, master." Lu Yu's heart stirred slightly in response. Han Li nodded before waving a sleeve through the air, sending a burst of azure light sweeping toward the closed gate of his cave abode. A loud rumbling erupted as the stone gate slowly rose up, and Han Li's body swayed before he entered the cave abode. Meanwhile, Lu Yu transformed into a streak of white light and headed straight for Tian Chiner's cave abode. A short while later, Han Li sat on the main seat within the hall of his cave abode, and he was surrounded by 4 beauties, all of whom wore extremely respectful expressions and didn't dare to many a single sound. Only after Mu Peeling's trio returned to the cave abode did they learn that not only had Han Li progressed to the late nascent soul stage, he was also the undisputed number 1 cultivator of the Heavenly South region. The 3 women were quite shocked to hear these, and their awe and veneration toward Han Li were only compounded as a result. Han Li wore a cold expression on his face, and was scolding Mu Peeling's trio. "There's no need to worry about the second nascent soul. It's already been captured and I'm going to erase its sentient will soon, then refine it into my second nascent soul again. However, the 3 of you sure are quite brave. Don't you know that the Inner Valley is an extremely dangerous place even for nascent soul cultivators?" "Martial Uncle Han, we only took the risk to venture into the Inner Valley as the illusionary spirit herb was of the utmost importance to us. We won't do something so reckless ever again," Song Yu explained with her hands clasped behind her back. Han Li had been acquainted with Song Yu even prior to reaching the nascent soul stage, so he couldn't bring himself to scold her any further. Instead, his brows furrowed as he asked, "Illusionary spirit herb? Are you trying to refine the illusionary destruction pill to assist in a breakthrough? Indeed, master, that was our objective, Luyu replied in a truthful manner. If that's the case, you don't need to go searching for the illusionary spirit herb anymore. I just so happen to have a vial of illusionary destruction pills with me. Excessive consumption of pills during breakthroughs isn't advisable, so 2 pills for each of you will be enough. Han Li patted the storage pouch hanging from his waist, and a small green vial appeared in his hand, which he casually tossed toward Luyu. This vial of pills was something that he had obtained from a certain nascent soul cultivator he had slain in the past. They served no use for him, so he decided to sell the 3 women a favor by giving it to them. Only after Luyu had reflexively caught the vial did Han Li's words register in her mind, and she immediately extended a gesture of gratitude toward Han Li in a shocked and elated manner. Song Yu and Mu Peeling were also ecstatic as they extended grateful salutes. There's no need for formalities, it's just a vial of pills. I called all of you here because I have a few things to tell you, Han Li said with a dismissive wave of his hand. We'll be sure to listen carefully, Marshal Uncle Han, Song Yu replied in a respectful voice. The other 2 women also adopted serious expressions in preparation to hear what Han Li had to say. The 3 of you should know that I've never liked to meddle in the sect's affairs. However, as the Grand Elder of the sect now, it wouldn't be appropriate for me to continue in this manner. I've left all of the troublesome matters for our Marshal Uncle Lu to take care of, but I'll need a disciple to correspond with and assist him in overseeing the matters within the sect during my periods of seclusion. Luyu, would you be willing to take care of some matters within the sect in my place? Of course, I won't ask you to do this for me free of charge. I'll teach you some secret technique mantras and also reward you with a few treasures, all of which will make you one of the most powerful cultivators at your cultivation base. Even though you were forced to become an in-name disciple of mine in the beginning, if you agree to undertake this duty, I can officially make you my disciple, Han Li offered with a meaningful look in his eyes. Is that true, master? Luyu blurted out as her eyes lit up. Han Li smiled and answered her question with one of his own. Would I lie to you at my current status? If that's the case, then I would be honored to accept this task. Luyu replied without any hesitation. Perhaps it was the prospect of attaining more power and influence within the Drifting Cloud sect that was alluring to her, or perhaps it was the idea of officially becoming Han Li's disciple that appealed to her. Maybe it was a combination of those 2 factors that prompted her to so readily agree to this arrangement. In any case, Han Li had achieved his first objective, and he nodded with a content expression. He waved his sleeve through the air, and a white jade slip appeared in his hand. He then pulled out a pair of green bracelets, a fiery ruler and a shiny golden flying sword from his storage pouch, and bestowed all of those items upon her. Luyu accepted the jade slip and the treasures with both hands, and she bowed over and over again to express her gratitude with an overjoyed expression on her face. She didn't know that techniques were recorded within the jade slip, but just these ancient treasures alone were unimaginable treasures to her, and were more than enough to satisfy her. Go and pay a visit to Senior Marshal Brother Lu. I'll inform him of this arrangement right away through a voice transmission, Han Li instructed. Luyu immediately nodded before departing following a final respectful salute. After she had left, Han Li flipped over his palm, and a voice transmission talisman appeared in his hand. He spoke a few words into the talisman before sending it on its way, and it disappeared into the distance in a flash as a streak of light. Everyone else looked on in silence, and no one dared to disrupt Han Li during this process. Marshal Ni Song, I also have something for you to do, Han Li said as he slowly turned to Song Yu. Please enlighten me, Marshal Uncle Han, Song Yu immediately replied. Han Li paused for a moment before continuing. It's not actually an extremely important matter. I was only hoping that you'd be able to keep an eye out for cultivators with inherently powerful spiritual sense from birth among the disciples recruited by the sect during the next few years. I want to take one as my disciple and instruct them in person. An inherently powerful spiritual sense from birth? Disciples of that nature are extremely rare, so I can't make any guarantees, but I'll do my best. Song Yu was a little hesitant after hearing this request. It's alright, this is not an urgent matter. It's just something for you to keep in the back of your mind. I can see that you've already reached the peak of the mid-core formation stage. In that case, your chances of making a breakthrough by taking the illusionary destruction pill alone won't be very high. I also have a vial of Ean essence pills here which aren't as renowned, but they're extremely potent for female cultivators. You can try taking a few when attempting your breakthrough, Marshal Ni Song. Han Li raised a hand as he spoke, and a small black vial appeared in his hand amid a flash of azure light, then flew soundlessly toward Songyu. As expected, Songyu had never heard of this obscure essence pill, but she certainly wasn't going to ignore a recommendation from a great cultivator like Han Li. Thus, an elated look appeared on her face, and she accepted the jade vial with words of gratitude. Han Li spoke with Songyu for a bit longer before sending her on her way. He then turned his gaze toward Mu Peeling. Mu Peeling's body stiffened slightly in response, and she reflexively lowered her head as a faint blush appeared on porcelain-like skin. A complex expression appeared in Han Li's eyes as he asked in a gentle voice, "You've been my concubine for over a century now, right?" Mu Peeling raised her head in the end and quietly replied, "That's right, my lord. Back when you first accepted me as your concubine, you had only just reached the nascent soul stage, but you're already a late nascent soul great cultivator now. Back when I had accepted you as my concubine, I had planned to use your virgin body to cultivate the copulation essence arts in order to assist me in my breakthroughs. However, I've since progressed at a rate that has been extraordinary even to me, reaching the mid-nascent soul stage, then the late nascent soul stage through alternative avenues, yet the copulation essence arts are only effective during nascent soul stage breakthroughs. My lord, are you banishing me from the interconnected peaks?" Mu Peeling's features immediately paled. "Banish you? Of course not. However, you chose to become my concubine in the beginning mostly because you were forced to do so by your family. You're already a core formation cultivator now, so no one will be able to force you to do anything against your will. I also don't want to keep you by my side in such an ambiguous manner any longer. On one hand, it would be a waste of the best years of your life. On the other hand, Wanner is about to break free from the ice wall in the next few years, and I have to be able to give her a proper explanation of what's going on between us." Han Li's words faltered here. "So what do you plan on doing with me, my lord?" Mu Peeling asked as she bit down on her lower lip. "It's quite simple. I'll give you two options just like I did back then and you can choose one of them. The first option is that I'll give you a materialistic reward for your efforts in cultivating the copulation essence arts for these past years. I'll then release you from the interconnected peaks, and you'll be completely free to marry anyone you like. In that case we would be cutting all ties with one another. My lord, with your current reputation, even if you were to release me and vouch for my purity in person, which cultivator in the heavenly south region would dare to marry me?" Mu Peeling murmured with a wry smile on her face. Han Li's brows also furrowed upon hearing this, but he continued, "The second option is quite simple as well. If you're truly serious about cultivation and would be willing to dedicate your life to it, I can allow you to continue to stay on the interconnected peaks. Officially you'll still be known as my concubine, but I can treat you as a disciple and provide you some guidance in your cultivation path. Of course, your cultivation aptitude is actually quite good, so I can also get Wanner to make you an official disciple of hers. After all, Wanner's cultivation art is more suitable for female cultivators anyway, so perhaps you'll benefit more from her guidance." Han Li looked at Mu Peeling with a calm expression and concluded, "Of course there may still be some negative rumors spread about you, but this course of action will keep that to a minimum." Mu Peeling fell silent after hearing the options presented by Han Li. Han Li didn't try to hurry her either, and merely waited patiently for her decision. After a prolonged silence, she suddenly asked, "Can I choose neither of those options?" "What do you mean by that?" Han Li's brows furrowed slightly. Following another brief silence, a decisive look appeared on Mu Peeling's face as she said, "I want to become a true concubine of yours, my lord. I want to stay with you for the rest of my life." "You want to become my concubine? That won't work." Han Li's expression changed slightly as he shook his head. "What? Do you despise me for my lowly cultivation base or find me unsightly to look at, my lord?" Mu Peeling's face paled even further. "That's not the case. You already possess a mid-core formation stage cultivation base, which isn't lowly by any means. Your beauty also ranks in the top 10 among all female cultivators that I've ever seen," Han Li sighed. "Then why are you rejecting me? Are you afraid that Elder Nangong won't agree to this arrangement?" Mu Peeling asked. After a brief silence, Han Li heaved a resigned sigh and said, "That's only one factor of consideration. The most concerning thing to me is that I'm completely dedicated to my pursuit of the Great Tao, and going into seclusion for several decades at a time will be a regular occurrence for me in the future. It would be fine if you could reach the nascent soul stage and attain a lifespan of over 1,000 years, but if you can't, then you'll most likely only be able to see me a few times in between my bouts of seclusion before you pass away. That would be a waste of your life and I don't want to see that." Even with a vast quantity of pills at one's disposal, it was still not a simple matter to reach the nascent soul stage. There really wasn't a good chance for Mu Peeling to reach the nascent soul stage. Upon hearing Han Li's words, Mu Peeling faltered slightly before she opened her mouth to say something again. However, Han Li raised her hand to cut her off as he said, "That's enough. I'm not asking you to make a decision immediately, you can mull this over for a few years. I also have to go into seclusion now, and during this time, I'll give you some pills for you to attempt to break through to the late core formation stage. Also, I'll have to trouble you to guide Qiner in her cultivation in my stead." "Yes, my lord." Mu Peeling was unwilling to settle for this result, but she could only accept this arrangement in a resigned manner at the sight of Han Li's stern expression. Han Li nodded and gave her a few pills, then spoke with Tian Qiner for a while before also sending the two of them on their way. Thus, Han Li was the only one left within the cave abode, and he slowly closed his eyes as he heaved a long sigh. It seemed that there was more turmoil in his heart than he had let on. He sat in silence for a full 15 minutes, and when he opened his eyes again, an expression of tranquility had reappeared on his face. It appeared that he had been able to settle his internal conflict. He suddenly patted the storage pouch hanging from his waist, and a flash of silver light immediately appeared before him. The humanoid puppet emerged and stood in front of him in a completely stationary manner. Han Li examined the humanoid puppet for a while, and a layer of silver light suddenly surfaced over the humanoid puppet's face at his behest. Its middle-aged features blurred, and when they regained clarity again, those facial features had become completely identical to Han Li's, making it appear as if the puppet were none other than Han Li himself. Almost at the exact same moment, the humanoid puppet's body tremored, and it suddenly grew a few inches, making it identical to Han Li in height as well. Han Li examined the puppet again before nodding with a content expression, and waving a hand toward it. The humanoid puppet's expressionless figure swayed, and it immediately disappeared amid a flash of silver light. Han Li lowered his head in contemplation for a while before exiting the hall of the cave abode, heading directly for the secret chamber. Along the way, he suddenly said without any premonition, "My second nascent soul hasn't been causing any trouble for you in the cauldron, has it, fellow Taoist?" The voice of a small child replied from within the heaven void cauldron in Han Li's sleeve. "Hee, it's just a mid-nascent soul without a body, how will it pose any trouble to me? It's just that with this guy in here, the cauldron is feeling a little cramped. Please bear with it for a while longer, fellow Taoist Endless Sky. I'll assimilate this second nascent soul right away, then withdraw it from the cauldron so you won't be troubled by its presence any longer. After that, I'll assist you during your metamorphosis stage lightning tribulation so you can manifest a human form. Do you have any objections to this arrangement, fellow Taoist?" "Of course not. I'm glad that you still remember this, fellow Taoist Han." The Endless Sky Beast was elated upon hearing Han Li's words. Han Li smiled and didn't converse with the Endless Sky Beast any further as he made his way into the secret chamber in a flash. The stone door behind him closed soundlessly. Han Li slowly made his way over to the center of the secret chamber before waving his sleeve through the air. A bust of azure light shot forth before spinning in the air, then transforming into a small azure cauldron that hovered before him. Azure light flashed over the surface of the cauldron as the indistinct figure of a small child appeared. The small child was sitting on the lid of the cauldron with his legs crossed, wearing an expectant smile on his face, as if he were preparing to watch an enthralling show. Han Li's expression remained unchanged, and he completely disregarded the small child as he patted his storage pouch to summon a stack of formation flags. He raised a hand and a dozen or so formation flags flew toward all directions within the secret chamber in a flash. A faint yellow light barrier then appeared, enshrouding the entire secret chamber within. Han Li made a hand seal expressionlessly before pointing a finger gently at the heaven void cauldron. The cauldron lid immediately flew into the air at his behest. However, the small child had reacted in advance, flying off to the side while continuing to appraise the small cauldron with a smile on his face. A burst of rumbling erupted from within the cauldron, but nothing else happened aside from that. Han Li's expression darkened as he chanted something and cast an incantation seal onto the cauldron. The heaven void cauldron immediately tremored slightly as something emerged from within. It was an azure cocoon around half a foot in length, constructed from countless azure threads. "Break!" Han Li let loose a low cry. A peculiar scene unfolded. All of the azure threads that the cocoon was comprised of snapped before dissipating into the specks of light in the blink of an eye. The second nascent soul was immediately revealed. It current had its eyes tightly shut and was hovering in the air in a completely still manner, seemingly yet to regain consciousness. Han Li's eyes narrowed upon seeing this, and he immediately feigned a grabbing motion without any hesitation. Several shiny silver needles abruptly appeared between his fingertips, and he aimed a cold glance at the nascent soul in the air before sweeping his hand through the air. Black light suddenly flashed around the seemingly unconscious nascent soul, upon which it disappeared into thin air. The silver needles naturally struck empty space as a result. Han Li was not startled by this turn of events. Instead, a cold smile appeared on his face as he pointed toward the heaven void cauldron, upon which a clump of azure threads suddenly shot forth from a corner of the secret chamber. Brilliant azure light erupted, enshrouding a certain patch of space. A muffled groan rang out as the second nascent soul appeared once again within the flashing azure threads. At this point, its neck and limbs had already been tightly bound by the azure threads, rendering it completely immobile. At this moment, the dozen or so silver needles that had missed their target earlier flashed through the air again. The silver needles shot forth at a rapid speed, embedding themselves into various parts of the nascent soul's body in the blink of an eye. The nascent soul's body tremored, and it immediately lost its ability to summon any magic power. A look of despair appeared on its little face. "You won't be getting away. All of your thought processes are replicas of mine, so how are you going to fool me with your tricks? I don't plan to destroy you, I merely intend to assimilate you again, so why do you continue to resist?" Han Li asked in a gentle voice as if he were conversing with a close friend. The second nascent soul knew that there was no way for it to escape, so it relinquished any efforts to resist as it roared in a resentful manner. "You won't destroy me? After losing my sentient will I still be me? What's the difference?" "That's true. However, you're supposed to be my second nascent soul, so you shouldn't have sentient will of your own to begin with. You have nothing to complain about as I'm merely taking away a privilege from you, not a right. You can only blame yourself for manifesting something that shouldn't exist." Han Li gave a cold reply, and he didn't want to waste any more time with words. As such, he made a hand seal, and brilliant azure light erupted from the threads that were binding the second nascent soul. The second nascent soul felt its vision go dark before it fell truly unconscious. Only then did Han Li's expression ease slightly. However, a thought then suddenly occurred to him as he turned his gaze toward the small child beside him. In response to Han Li's cold glare, the small child obediently dissipated into nothingness without a word. Han Li nodded to himself upon seeing this before pointing a finger at the cauldron hovering in the air. Azure light flashed over the surface of the cauldron before the lid was replaced. Almost at the exact same moment, Han Li opened his mouth to blast forth a burst of azure light, which swept the small cauldron up within. The cauldron then rapidly shrank within the azure light, flashing a few times before being swallowed by Han Li. Han Li heaved a faint sigh before sitting down with his legs crossed. At the same time, he feigned a grabbing motion toward the second nascent soul in what seemed to a casual manner. The nascent soul was immediately drawn to him by an immense suction force, and it was forced to hover around 10 feet in front of Han Li. Han Li used his spiritual sense to carefully examine the nascent soul's condition, and after verifying that its spiritual sense was indeed far inferior to his, he closed his eyes in a content manner before patting the top of his own head. Azure light immediately flashed over the top of his head as an azure nascent soul that was only a few inches in size silently emerged. The nascent soul was standing on a small azure cauldron and carrying a green wooden ruler in both hands. There was a white bead circling above its head, and a ball of indistinct black chi on its glabella, as well as several tens of miniature golden swords flying around its body. This was none other than the main nascent soul that Han Li had been arduously cultivating for over a century. The nascent soul wore a completely neutral expression as it glanced toward the second nascent soul in a calm manner. Azure light flashed from the small cauldron beneath its feet, carrying it directly over to the second nascent soul. When it was only about a foot away from the second nascent soul, Han Li's nascent soul suddenly halted in its flight. It glanced at the azure threads around its counterpart's body, and suddenly stamped its little foot gently onto the small cauldron. The small cauldron emitted a ringing sound, and the azure threads around the second nascent soul's body disappeared in a flash, leaving only the nascent soul itself hovering in midair. The heaven void cauldron beneath Han Li's nascent soul suddenly began to slowly expand. The nascent soul sat atop the cauldron with its little legs crossed in a calm and collected manner. It then tossed its green ruler into the air, then made a hand seal and chanted something in an unintelligibly quiet voice. Brilliant azure light erupted from the body of Han Li's nascent soul, and it slowly closed its eyes. However, the ball of black chi on its glabella suddenly materialized to form a third inky black eye. The eye was shimmering with an unsettling light, and it stared intently at the second nascent soul with an unblinking gaze. Right at this moment, Han Li's nascent soul suddenly stopped its chanting as a burst of black light suddenly shot forth from its third eye, directly striking the second nascent soul's body. The second nascent soul shuddered as it opened its eyes, but its pupils were completely blank as if it were delirious. Right at this moment, Han Li's nascent soul also opened its eyes. Two pillars of azure light erupted from its pupils, shooting directly into the eyes of the second nascent soul, as if it were forcibly injecting something into the second nascent soul's body. The second nascent soul's limbs hung limply by his sides, yet its body was trembling uncontrollably. At the same time, an expression of excruciating pain suddenly appeared on its blank face, as if it wanted to cry out, but was unable to do so. Han Li's nascent soul remained completely expressionless throughout this entire process. It merely continued to blast the azure pillars of light out of its eyes, and completely ignored the second nascent soul's suffering. Half a month later, the stone door of the secret chamber opened by itself, and Han Li emerged from within with a tranquil expression. Silver light flashed outside the door, and the humanoid puppet, which was now completely identical to Han Li, appeared before him. Han Li glanced at the puppet, and a smile appeared on his face. He stroked his own forehead, upon which the second nascent soul immediately appeared. The nascent soul wore a completely blank expression as its body swayed before flying through the air as a streak of black light, disappearing into the humanoid puppet's body. Moments later, the puppet suddenly blinked its dead eyes, and it was suddenly filled with vitality, as if it were an actual living person. Han Li rubbed his hands together with a smile upon seeing this. Not bad. This is exactly how I envision this go. Using the secret technique on the Great Development Treasure Scriptures to inject the second nascent soul into the humanoid puppet's body allows it to control the puppet. From now on, I won't have to worry about being unable to control the puppet due to distance constraints. As long as I don't go on excessively lengthy journeys in the future, the humanoid puppet can remain in this cave abode along with the second nascent soul. This is indeed a very creative masterstroke, fellow Taoist Han. But aren't you worried that mishaps could occur if the second nascent soul develops sentient will again? In that case, it would possess a late nascent soul stage vessel in the form of this humanoid puppet. It'll be extremely difficult for you to recover the second nascent soul again after that. The unimpressed voice of a small child suddenly sounded from within Han Li's sleeve. I'm well aware of that potential risk, fellow Taoist, which is why on this occasion, I'll be using a few restriction secret techniques that I recently mastered as a late nascent soul cultivator on the second nascent soul, and I'll also be tinkering with the humanoid puppet a bit as well. Unless the second nascent soul's spiritual sense really becomes more powerful than that of my main nascent soul, I'll be able to completely immobilize at any time I want, Han Li replied confidently. Looks like you've planned things out well in advance, fellow Taoist Han. It appears that my concerns were unwarranted, the small child chuckled. Regardless, I must still thank you for your kind intentions. Now then, would you like to transcend your lightning tribulation here on the interconnected peaks or go somewhere else during this process? Han Li asked. The small child hesitated momentarily before suggesting in a euphemistic manner, these interconnected peaks most likely won't be a good place for tribulation transcendence. After all, even the restriction here won't be able to conceal the metamorphosis stage lightning tribulation. I have full trust in your abilities, but I think it's best to find a more secluded place. Alright, I'll go and see Wanner first, then take you somewhere else. Han Li had no intention of arguing with the endless sky beast on this manner. He then exited the cave abode and traveled to the drifting cloud sect to visit Nangong Wan in order to check on her cultivation progress. A day later, Han Li left the drifting cloud sect again, and flew toward the west as a streak of azure light. 5 days later, Han Li appeared above an extremely barren and desolate set of plains. There was not a single blade of grass growing on this land, and there were only yellow soil as well as grayish-white rocks of different sizes stretching as far as the eye could see in all directions. Han Li unleashed his spiritual sense to survey the area in a radius of tens of thousands of kilometers, upon which he discovered that there wasn't so much as a single cultivator or mortal around. Han Li swept a sleeve through the air, and a small cauldron enshrouded in a ball of azure light shot forth from within. He then said, "How about this place? This is a vast expanse of dead land on the border between our state of Shi and the state of Huayu. There's no one around for hundreds of thousands of kilometers, so it'll be a lot safer for you to transcend your metamorphosis stage lightning tribulation here. The small child inside the cauldron gave an elated reply. This is indeed a good place for tribulation transcendence. Please release my true body from the cauldron and let me meditate for 3 days. After that, I'll be ready for the tribulation transcendence. No problem. Han Li nodded before flicking a finger toward the small cauldron in the air. A light thud rang out as the cauldron lid flew into the air of its own accord. The small cauldron then tipped itself over, and a burst of azure light swept forth, revealing a demon beast that was about half a foot in size with the head of a cow and the body of a worm. Upon emerging from the azure light, the demon beast's body instantly swelled drastically to several tens of feet in size, and its entire body was shimmering with azure light. I'll have to trouble you to protect me for a while here, fellow Taoist, the demon beast said in the voice of a small child. Its body then coiled up, and it descended onto a large white rock down below, where it sat in a completely stationary manner. Han Li didn't say anything as he looked on from above. However, his body then swayed, and he also descended onto a nearby rock, where he sat with his eyes closed and his legs crossed. Thus the two of them sat for 3 days and 3 nights. Just as the sun began to rise on the 4th day, both of them opened their eyes in unison. The magic power within my body is now in its most optimal state, so I have at least a 60% to 70% chance of being able to successfully transcend this lightning tribulation. You don't have to help me in the initial phase. If I encounter any difficulty, it should be in the later phases. If you can defend me from the final 3 waves of lightning strikes, I'd be extremely grateful to you, the endless sky beast said with a serious expression. I see. I'll do as you say. I suggest you take a drop of this before you transcend your tribulation. Han Li suddenly flipped his hand over to summon a small profound ice vial that was emanating bursts of glacial chi, and he tossed the vial to the demon beast before him. What's this? The demon beast caught the vial with a slightly bewildered expression, then opened the lid on the vial and assessed its contents with its spiritual sense. Glacial quintessence? I didn't think you would have something like this, fellow Taoist, the endless sky beast exclaimed with shock and elation. I happened to obtain some during my time in the Great Gene. Seeing as you taught me the beveled silver text, I can offer a drop of this glacial quintessence to you. I hope that's enough for you, Han Li said as he stroked his chin. Haha, it's definitely enough. Glacial quintessence is something that's extremely rare, even in the spirit realm. Some would occasionally be discovered, but they would quickly be taken by my demon race brethren. The endless sky beast was very excited as he turned to Han Li and said, just a single drop of this is enough for me. I'll remember this and be sure to repay you handsomely for this in the future. The demon beast's final sentence was very earnest. Han Li smiled upon hearing this but didn't reply. Instead, he patted the storage pouch hanging from his waist, and a stack of formation flags and formation plates abruptly appeared in his hand. He then began setting up a relatively complex restriction formation in the surrounding area. Around 10 minutes, Han Li's body swayed, and he returned to his original spot. Layers of white mist had appeared nearby, concealing the entire area. Han Li turned to the demon beast and said, this formation should be able to prevent any unforeseen mishaps from taking place. I'll be assisting you from outside the formation, and I'll leave the initial waves of lightning tribulation to you, fellow Taoist. Of course. Metamorphosis stage tribulation lightning is true heavenly lightning, so there's no way that a normal restriction in the human world would be able to keep it at bay. By the way, my lightning tribulation can perhaps benefit you as well. A thought seemed to have suddenly occurred to the demon beast, and a peculiar light flashed through its eyes. Your lightning tribulation can benefit me? Han Li was quite surprised to hear this. Indeed. This is a little-known fact in the human world, but something that is common knowledge in the spirit realm. The endless sky beast chuckled before its lips tremored, and it began to transmit its voice to Han Li. Han Li listened within a hint of bewilderment on his face, which was gradually replaced by excitement. If that really is true, then this is indeed a rare opportunity. I just so happen to be carrying a treasure that fits this description, so I can give it a try, Han Li said with a nod. Haha, I wouldn't lie to you about something like this, fellow Taoist. However, make sure you strike only when the moment is right. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, it could harm you rather than benefit you, the demon beast cautioned. Rest assured, fellow Taoist, I won't act recklessly, Han Li replied with a smile. I can see that you're not a rash individual, fellow Taoist Han. Now then, I'm going to draw the heavenly lightning to me and prepare to transcend my tribulation. If it weren't for the fact that I'm proficient in some concealment secret techniques, the lightning tribulation would have descended from the moment that I emerged from the cauldron. The endless sky beast heaved a faint sigh before slowly hovering up into the air. Han Li's heart stirred upon hearing this, and he immediately flew out of the formation he had just set up as a streak of azure light. Blue light then flashed within his eyes as he stared intently at the demon beast through the layers of dense white mist. After rising to an altitude of over 300 feet, the demon beast stopped and looked up into the sky. All of a sudden, a dull sound rang out from its nostrils, and azure light began to flash violently all over its body. At the same time, gusts of gray demonic winds were swept up around it, concealing its body within. Han Li's expression changed slightly upon seeing this. An earth-shattering roar then erupted from within the gusts of demonic wings, and a burst of powerful demonic chi erupted into the heavens. The endless sky beast seemed to have unleashed some type of secret technique that had made its body swell drastically to several times its original size. It was putting its demonic chi as an 8th-grade demon beast on full display. Within the span of a breath, a clap of thunder suddenly exploded in the cloudless sky. Immediately thereafter, gale-force winds were swept up in a radius of thousands of kilometers as dark clouds appeared from thin air, giving the sky an extremely dark and sinister appearance. At the same time, rain began to pelt down amid the rumbling thunderclaps. Han Li couldn't help but click his tongue in wonder upon seeing this. As far as he was aware, this barren land was known as the Dead Land as it had always been an extremely dry place. It was often the case that this land would experience no rainfall for stretches of several decades. However, as soon as the endless sky beast had unleashed its demonic chi, the climate here had been completely transformed. It appeared that its metamorphosis stage lightning tribulation really wasn't something to be scoffed at. The dark clouds in the air before tumbled and surged drastically as arcs of lightning as thick as human arms surfaced within the dark clouds. Each and every flash of lightning was followed by an astonishing clap of thunder. A series of massive lightning nets gradually took shape. Han Li pursed his lips and narrowed his eyes as he looked on from below. Right at this moment, the demon beast within the formation let loose an almighty roar. As a result, the gray demonic winds became several times more powerful, transforming into a grayish-white hurricane that rose straight up into the sky, as if it were threatening to plunge into the dark clouds and eradicate the lightning within. A thunderous boom erupted as an arc of lightning descended from the dark cloud like a gargantuan sword, directly striking the apex of the demonic hurricane. Silver light flashed, and the grayish-white hurricane tremored violently before it was sliced apart down the middle. The lightning and the hurricane disappeared in unison, and the demon beast's figure was revealed again. At this moment, it had coiled its body up into a ball, and its appearance was also slightly different from before as it had grown a pair of purple fleshy wings and muscular green arms on the sides of the body. Han Li stared at it for a long while, but was still unable to draw any connection with this beast and any of the legendary heavenly spirit beasts. The endless sky beast looked up at the thick bolts of lightning in the sky as it gently flapped its new purple wings. With each and every flap of its wings, a ball of demonic chi would appear around it, and its body was completely enshrouded within gray chi in the blink of an eye. The bolts of lightning in the sky seemed to have finally reached a point where there was no going back, and arcs of lightning that were each over a foot in size descended from above amid deafening thunderclaps. The lightning fell in dense waves, enshrouding the entire area in a radius of over 5 kilometers. Even the spectating Han Li wasn't exempt from the scope of the lightning strikes. Han Li exhaled lightly as he made a hand seal. A dull thunderclap erupted as a golden net of lightning appeared. The net then expanded drastically, transforming into a massive golden net that shielded Han Li's entire body beneath it. An arc of lightning struck the golden next from above, upon which golden and silver light flashed before instantly vanishing. In the aftermath of that lightning strike, the golden net tremored gently, but remained completely unscathed. Han Li paid no heed to this as he continued to look up at the ball of grayish-white demonic chi through narrowed eyes. Even though he had been swept up in the scope of the lightning strike, the majority of the lightning arcs were still crashing down toward the Han Li. The demon beast was at the very center of the blast area, and the bolts of lightning striking down upon it was many times that of the lightning that Han Li had to deal with. With Han Li's spirit eyes, he was able to see that the cloud of grayish-white chi had been completely inundated by silver light. The arcs of lightning were falling like rain, and there was simply no way to evade them. Han Li's face remained expressionless, but he was quite surprised internally. He had witnessed a metamorphosis stage lightning tribulation once before in the scattered star seas, which was when that demonic tortoise that he had slain was transcending its tribulation. However, the commotion from that tribulation couldn't even compare to this one, and at the time, the demonic tortoise had already reached the final stages of its tribulation transcendence, whereas the endless sky beast was only just getting started. It was difficult to imagine just how insane this tribulation would become in its final stages. Could it be that different demon beasts were afflicted by completely different levels of lightning tribulations? When Hanli thought about the subject, he realized that there really weren't many books or tomes in the human world that describe demon beast tribulations. On the rare instances that this topic was mentioned, the descriptions were always very brief and revealed very little information. Metamorphosis stage lightning tribulations were exclusive to demon beasts and had nothing to do with human cultivators, so it was no surprise that there were barely any records on the subject. Even if there were human cultivators who were curious about this topic, it was an extremely rare opportunity to be able to witness the tribulation transcendence of a high-grade demon beast. After all, demon beasts were in their most feeble state right after their tribulation transcendence, so there was no way that they would allow a human cultivator to spectate from nearby. Even though Hanli was rather perplexed, but he didn't think much of this matter. After all, at his current power level, this lightning tribulation wasn't a big deal to him. Following a sustained assault from the arcs of lightning for a short period of time, the thunderclaps in the sky temporarily subsided. Hanli looked on from below to find that the grayish-white demonic chi within the formation was already in tatters, and only an extremely thin layer of it remained. The endless sky beast took advantage of this temporary respite to make a series of hand seals as its fleshy wings flapped rapidly. At the same time, it opened its massive mouth and also blasted forth bursts of gray demonic chi. Thus, a ball of demonic chi that was several times denser than the one before took shape in the blink of an eye, encapsulating the demon beast within again. The endless sky beast's expression remained quite calm and it wasn't flustered in the slightest, appearing as if it had already anticipated the ferocity of this lightning tribulation. A faint smile appeared on Hanli's face upon seeing this. It appeared that the demon beast would be able to withstand the earlier stages of the lightning tribulation, so he wouldn't have to step in any time soon. However, the opportunity that it had disclosed to him earlier was quite important, so he had to focus and make sure he didn't miss out on it. With that in mind, Hanli patted the storage pouch hanging from his waist, and several treasures of different colors immediately shot forth, landing on the ground before Hanli in a single horizontal line. The treasures consisted of a yellow gourd, a pristine white bow, and an azure jade vial, all of which were container treasures. At this moment, loud thunderclaps erupted in the air again as the second wave of lightning came crashing down from above. On this occasion, the wave of lightning was clearly far denser than the last wave, and the individual arcs of lightning were also a lot larger, thereby creating an even more formidable sight to behold. After summoning those container treasures from his storage pouch, Hanli no longer paid any heed to the endless sky beast. Instead, he sat down with his legs folded and his eyes closed, seemingly priming himself for an important upcoming task. 2 hours passed, and the endless sky beast endured 6 successive waves of lightning strikes, each of which was more fearsome than the previous wave. When the third wave arrived, the arcs of lightning had grown to 5 feet in size, and were cascading down like a silver river of light. Even the restriction that Hanli had set up earlier had been damaged in many places by that wave of lightning. In contrast, the net materialized from Hanli's divine Devilbane lightning remained completely unscathed, and shielded him securely within. Meanwhile, the endless sky beast was unable to withstand the assault commencing from the fourth wave of lightning strikes, and it was forced to unleash another technique to further expand its body, taking it to over 100 feet in size. The demonic chi erupting from its mouth had also changed from its original grayish-white color into a silvery white hue that was similar to the color of the lightning. What was peculiar about this demonic chi was that as it came into contact with the lightning crashing down from above, the sound of clashing metal rang out. Most of the arcs of lightning were repelled as a result of the clashes, so the demonic chi only had to withstand less than half of the lightning being directed toward it. Hanli was originally sitting down on the ground below with his eyes closed, yet even he couldn't help but open his eyes and look on in surprise. Only then did he discover that this silvery white demonic chi was shimmering with a piercing light and was giving off an extremely frosty appearance. That seems to have something to do with the glacial quintessence I gave it. Could it be that it's already refined the glacial quintessence in such a short time? Hanli thought to himself. After expelling this peculiar demonic chi, The pressure on the endless sky beast was eased significantly, and it was able to withstand another wave of lightning strikes. However, as soon as the seventh wave of lightning strikes commenced, the demon beast's expression became extremely grave and tense. The dark clouds in the sky also began to surge and roared violently, and all of the massive nets of lightning in the sky began to plummet in unison. All of a sudden, the entire sky was illuminated by silver light, and the deafening thunderclaps drowned out all sounds in the surrounding area. It was as if there was nothing else in this world aside from the dazzling arcs of silver lightning. Right at this moment, the endless sky beast transmitted his voice to Han Li. "Fellow Taoist Han, the lightning tribulation in the human world seems to be more powerful than I expected. I'm only going to be able to withstand 2 more waves of lightning strikes on my own, so I'll need your help to transcend the final 3 waves. Don't worry, fellow Taoist Endless Sky, I'll lend you my assistance when the time comes." "Thank you, fellow Taoist Han, I won't forget what you've done for me." The Endless Sky Beast was very relieved to hear Han Li's promise. After all, with a great cultivator assisting it, it should be able to transcend this lightning tribulation no matter how powerful it was. The silver nets of lightning enshrouded the demon beast down below one after the other, and countless arcs of lightning erupted from the nets in unison, striking at the silver demonic chi with all their might. Even though most of the lightning had been repelled by the demonic chi, the remaining arcs that snuck through were still an astonishing number of lightning arcs that managed to sneak through. The silver demonic chi was being whittled down by the arcs of lighting at a rate that was perceptible to the naked eye, and following the 7th wave of lightning strikes, half of it had been eradicated. However, there seemed to be no end to this demonic chi as the endless sky beast merely blasted more silvery white demonic chi out of its mouth following the conclusion of the 7th wave. At this moment, the 8th wave of lightning strikes arrived. Nets of lightning that were twice the size of the ones in the 7th wave began to descend with devastating force. Earth-shattering booms erupted, and the surface of the demonic chi was immediately tinged golden as the surrounding earth began to tremor. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly at the sight of such fearsome lightning, but his expression quickly reverted back normal. However, he slowly stood up and began to survey the sky as if he were looking for something. All of a sudden, Han Li's expression changed as he abruptly lowered his head. He cast his gaze toward a certain spot in the distance, and a peculiar look appeared in his eyes. "That's interesting. I didn't think such a creature existed in the heavenly south region," Han Li murmured to himself before abruptly flicking his 10 fingers toward the ground in quick succession. 10 thin red threads shot forth before disappearing into the ground in a flash. Han Li looked down at the ground below him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. All of a sudden, the earth tremored violently, and a blood-curdling howl erupted as large clumps of soil exploded into the sky. Within the yellow soil and sand, a gargantuan creature emerged from the ground. The upper half of its massive body had been bound by a thin thread that was emanating crimson flames. The thread had wound itself around its body 7 or 8 times, charring its skin and making it howl with agony. Han Li was able to take this opportunity to catch a clear glimpse of this creature's appearance. It was a huge yellow creature that appeared to be a gargantuan worm, yet there were countless fleshy feelers of different sizes growing all over the upper half of its body, all of which were thrashing about violently. However, its most eye-catching feature was the massive golden horn on its head, which was shimmering with a dazzling light. What was even more astonishing was that when the nets of lightning in the sky descended and landed near this creature, the horn on its head would flash erratically, and all of the lightning would be sucked toward the horn before disappearing into it. "It's a narwhal worm. Why, how could it be so big? And if I recall correctly, the horns of these demon beasts should be white in color." A perplexed look appeared in Han Li's eyes as he looked at the enraged colossus before him. The massive narwhal worm let loose a howl of agony, and a gruesome cavernous mouth suddenly split open on its smooth head. The mouth was filled with sharp vicious fangs, and silver light flashed, upon which a remarkably thick arc of lightning shot forth from within. The heavenly lightning that had been absorbed by the golden horn like a lightning rod was now being expelled by the demon beast as an attack, and the attack was aimed at none other than Han Li. It's even attained intelligence? TSK looks like this is some kind of mutant spirit beast. As opposed to being alarmed, Han Li was overjoyed to see this. He rubbed his hands together before raising them at once, and 2 arcs of lightning as thick as his arm shot forth, crashing into the thick arcs of silver lightning in the blink of an eye. Following a thunderous boom, the golden and silver lightning intertwined with one another like giant pythons. Thin arcs of electricity flew in all directions and balls of lightning exploded between Han Li and the massive worm, following which all of the lightning completely nullified each other and ceased to exist. The massive worm seemed to have become even more enraged upon seeing this. Scintillating light radiated from the golden horn on its head, drawing a vast expanse of the heavenly lightning nearby toward it. The lightning was then absorbed into its horn in a frenzy, as if it were accumulating power in preparation for its next attack. However, Han Li suddenly chuckled coldly before opening his mouth. A small golden sword flew out from within before elongating into a streak of light roughly 10 feet in length, following which it continued to hurtle directly toward the massive worm's head. The worm seemed to be able to identify this as an extremely powerful attack, and brilliant yellow light emanated from its body as it attempted to squirm back underground. However, the fire spirit thread that had bound its body suddenly flashed with red light and abruptly thickened to form a length of crimson rope. The rope was as thick as a small tree trunk, and waves of fire surged from the rope, engulfing most of the upper half of the worm's body in the blink of an eye. The massive worm was plunged into a state of shock and horror as its golden horn suddenly stopped absorbing lightning, blasting out a vast expanse of golden light toward the waves of fire engulfing its body instead. As the golden light flashed past, large swathes of flames were swept up and also absorbed into the golden horn. Not only could this giant narwhal worm absorb heavenly lightning, it could even do the same to flames. However, when most of the flames had been absorbed by the giant worm, the golden streak of light that Han Li had unleashed earlier was already upon it. The golden light transformed into a massive sword before crashing down with ferocious might. The huge worm whipped its head, and its golden horn expanded to more than twice its original size as it met the giant sword. A loud clang rang out as the sword and the horn came into the contact with one another. Piercing golden light radiated forth, and the giant sword was repelled by the golden horn, while the latter remained completely unscathed. However, right at this moment, an azure arc of lightning flashed above the massive worm's head, and Han Li emerged out of thin air with the thunderstorm wings on his back. He swept a hand through the air, and another burst of golden sword chi shot forth at an incredible speed, puncturing a large hole with the diameter of a bowl into the beast's body before it could even react. Green blood began to gush out of the wound, but the worm was simply too massive. A wound that would have proven to be lethal had it been inflicted on a normal cultivator was completely inconsequential to this demon beast, and the pain only made it even more enraged. The worm let loose an almighty roar as the feelers on the upper half of its body squirmed before transforming into countless long whips, which swept directly toward Han Li up above. Han Li's expression darkened as he immediately made a hand seal. A dozen or so small golden swords immediately surfaced over various parts of his body before circling through the air, creating a sword barrier that shielded Han Li securely within. As soon as the feelers came into contact with this sword barrier, they were shredded into mangled flesh intermingled with green blood, and none of them were able to even get close to Han Li. At this moment, Han Li began to chant something and pointed a finger downward. The dozen or so small golden swords down below shuddered, and each and every one of them manifested 6 identical streaks of golden light. The several tens of resulting streaks of light then swept downward in unison at Han Li's behest. The worm was stunned upon seeing this, and it immediately opened its cavernous mouth to blast out silver arcs of lightning and balls of crimson flames in a frenzy, desperately trying to keep the golden streaks of light at bay. Loud thumps rang out in quick succession, and a small proportion of the golden streaks of light were eradicated by the lightning arcs and fireballs. However, the rest managed to puncture through the obstructions and reach the worm in a flash. Before the massive worm could do anything, a loud ringing sound erupted as the streaks of golden light converged, and a golden sword that was over 100 feet in length took shape in the blink of an eye. Golden light then flashed, and the giant sword flew like lightning in a circle around the worm's waist. An earth-shattering howl of anguish erupted from the worm's mouth as an immense quantity of green blood came crashing down like a waterfall. The worm's massive body had been sliced cleanly in half. Just as Han Li was about to withdraw his attacks, an incredible turn of events unfolded. Right after the massive worm was sliced in half, the upper half of its body suddenly flung itself into the air, opening its cavernous mouth as it flew toward Han Li. At the same time, yellow light flashed from the lower half of the worm's body, and countless feelers grew from the surface of its skin, instantly making it completely identical in appearance to the upper half of its body. A loud boom then rang out as the lower half of the worm's body plunged headfirst into the soil and disappeared. Han Li faltered initially upon seeing this, but he quickly raised his eyebrows as he made a hand seal. At the same time he quickly uttered the word, "Explode." Red light immediately flashed from the thick fiery rope binding the worm's body before it self-detonated. Following a burst of rumbling, a gigantic mushroom cloud appeared, completely engulfing the upper half of the worm's body, and a burst of blood-curdling screeching escaped its massive mouth. The golden horn on its head simply wasn't able to absorb such ferocious flames in a short period of time. At the same time, the massive sword down below circled through the air, slashing past the mushroom cloud like lightning. The screeching within the mushroom cloud immediately came to a halt as green blood fell from the sky like rain. Two massive charred chunks of flesh emanating a foul acrid odor also came plummeting from the sky before crashing heavily onto the ground. Only then did Han Li sweep his spiritual sense toward the ground in an unhurried manner. Upon doing so, he discovered that the other half of the worm wasn't traveling very quickly, having only burrowed itself several kilometers into the ground. As for whether this was the worm's normal speed or if its speed had been drastically hampered due to its injuries, Han Li didn't know. However, there wasn't really any point in pondering this matter. Seeing as it hadn't managed to get very far away, it would be quite convenient for Han Li to hunt it down. Thus, he patted the spirit beast pouch hanging from his waist, and countless bursts of golden light shot forth from within. Amid a loud and insistent buzzing sound, a cloud of golden beetles appeared above his head. Han Li pointed toward the ground expressionlessly. The cloud of beetles immediately flew downward, and just when they were about to make contact with the ground, they split up into countless spots of golden light amid a dull thump, and those spots of golden light all disappeared into the soil down below. Han Li turned his attention away from the ground, and pointed to the mushroom cloud nearby. The massive mushroom cloud abruptly began to shrink at a rapid rate, reverting back into a thick fiery rope in the end. However, it was apparent that the fire shimmering along the rope had dimmed compared to its former brightness. Han Li waved a hand toward the length of rope, and fiery light flashed as it split up into 10 thin fiery threads, each of which was around 20 feet in length, and they gently hovered in the air. Han Li opened his mouth to expel a burst of azure light, which swept the 10 fire spirit threads within. He then gently inhaled, and the fire spirit threads were drawn into his mouth along with the azure light. Only then did Han Li look down at the charred body on the ground below with furrowed brows, and he waved a hand through the air. A streak of golden light flew out from the charred carcass down below, whizzing directly toward Han Li. However, the streak of golden light suddenly came to an abrupt halt when it was only about 10 feet away from Han Li. This was none other than the strange golden horn on the worm's head. The horn didn't appear to be very large when compared to the size of the massive worm's body, but it was actually around 5 to 6 feet in length. The horn was shimmering with golden light, and there were some mysterious runes that were indistinctly visible on its surface. Han Li examined the horn through narrowed eyes. Even though he was very curious about this object, he knew that this wasn't the time to be conducting a close and thorough examination. As such, he thought about it briefly before casting a few incantation seals onto the object. Spiritual light flashed over the surface of the golden horn, and it shrank down to roughly half a foot in length in the blink of an eye. Han Li then plastered a restriction talisman to the golden horn and placed it into a wooden box, which he stowed away into his storage pouch. After doing all that, Han Li clapped his hands together with a pleased look on his face. Just as he was about to turn his attention toward the gold-devouring beetles, a certain patch of earth over 5 kilometers away suddenly began to tremor violently. The half of the massive worm that had escaped shot forth from the ground, but there were countless spots of golden light all over its body. There were thousands of gold-devouring beetles crawling all over its skin, and they were rapidly devouring the worm's body. The half of the worm cried out in agony as its massive body crashed heavily onto the ground, where it rolled and writhed violently, desperately trying to remove the beetles from its body. However, the golden beetles seemed to have taken root on the surface of its body and were proving to be irremovable. They began to tear open the hard skin on the surface of the worm before quickly squirming into its body. As a result, the massive worm was struck by inexplicably excruciating pain, aching to have thousands of tiny blades slicing through its body. It was driven insane by its agony, squirming into the ground before flying into the air over and over again. However, no matter how much it struggled, it was unable to shake off the golden beetles. A short while later, just as it had flown into the air and was convulsing spasmodically, its body suddenly completely stiffened before crashing onto the ground, where it lay completely stationary. Han Li heaved a faint sigh upon seeing this before directing his gaze toward the endless sky beast. Arcs of heavenly lightning were still falling incessantly for the sky above, and Han Li's thunderstorm wings were also flashing relentlessly with arcs of azure lightning. Any lightning nets that drew close would be swatted aside by the thunderstorm wings, so none of them could come into contact with Han Li's body. Compared to the beginning of the 8th wave of lightning strikes, there were significantly fewer lightning nets in the sky. The endless sky beast had finally withstood the 8th wave on its own, and it seemed to be time for Han Li to step in. However, prior to doing so, Han Li hurriedly raised his head as blue light flashed within his eyes. He was staring up into the sky with an intense, unblinking gaze, as if he were searching for something. When the lightning strikes completely ceased, a peculiar fragrant scent came wafting from within the dark clouds. Immediately thereafter, the dark clouds tumbled and surged, and a massive full moon with the appearance of a jade plate suddenly appeared. The full moon was extremely pristine and was emanating a faint white light. That fragrant scent also seemed to be emitting from none other than that moon. Han Li took a deep breath upon seeing this, and the thunderstorm wings on his back flapped gently as he abruptly disappeared on the spot. In the next instant, he appeared on the border of where the formation once was, then immediately waved a hand toward the 3 container treasures on the ground below. The gourd, jade vial, and round bowl immediately flew into the air before circling in the air above Han Li's head. Right at this moment, the full moon in the sky tilted slightly, and a burst of peculiar silver light shone down directly upon the endless sky beast from the moon. The fragrant scent in the air became even more pronounced as a layer of rippling watery light suddenly appeared on the surface of the moon. It was as if something were about to drip down from the moon. Han Li's body immediately swayed without hesitation as he rose up into the sky as a streak of azure light with his 3 container treasures in accompaniment. At this moment, a fist-sized ball of white liquid finally came dripping down from the moon. However, as soon as it detached itself from the moon's surface, it transformed into specks of white light, which slowly flowed toward the endless sky beast along the ray of silver light. What was peculiar was that those specks of light could only exist within the ray of silver light. As soon as they left that area and drifted into the outside world, they would instantly cease to exist. The white spots of light immediately disappeared one by one after coming into contact with the demon beast's body. The endless sky beast was in a rather feeble state from withstanding the lightning tribulation, but as soon as it absorbed a few spots of white light, it was immediately completely reinvigorated. A burst of demonic chi was expelled from its mouth, catching all of the specks of white light falling from above before sucking them into its mouth. This process seemed to be providing some form of stimulus for the demon beast as its body was expanding drastically once again. The light over the surface of the moon rippled, and another ball of liquid slowly dripped down before also transforming into countless specks of white light. At this moment, a streak of azure light hurtled toward the full moon within the dark clouds. However, when it was still over 1,000 feet away, the silver light in the surrounding air suddenly flashed, and countless arcs of silver lightning abruptly appeared within the clouds amid a burst of loud rumbling. The silver lightning arcs flashed wildly as they came crashing down toward Han Li in unison. All of a sudden, it was as if countless silver snakes were throwing themselves at Han Li at once, creating quite a formidable sight to behold. Despite all of the tumultuous storms that Han Li had weathered in the past, he was still given a fright by the scenes unfolding before his eyes. Thankfully, the endless sky beast had mentioned such a phenomenon during its voice transmission, so even though he was rather surprised by the ferocity of the attacks being directed at him, he was prepared well in advance. He flipped a hand over and a shimmering green object appeared over his palm. It was none other than his spirit treasure, the 8th spirit ruler. Just as the countless arcs of silver lightning were about to strike him, Han Li waved his wooden ruler through the air. Silver lotus flowers began to appear all around him, each of which was roughly the size of a palm, creating a watertight barrier around him. The silver arcs of lightning struck the lotus flowers amid booming thunderclaps as countless thin arcs of electricity flashed over the surface of the barrier. The lotus flowers were vanquished in quick succession by the vast number of lightning arcs, but another barrier of silver lotus flowers immediately surged forth in its place. It was as if there was no end to these lotus flowers, and they really were able to keep the fearsome lightning strikes at bay. The azure streak of light flashed through the air, and was only over 100 feet away from the full moon. As the second ball of white liquid dripped down from the moon, Han Li suddenly faltered for an instant, as if he had abruptly found himself in a restricted area, and countless lightning arcs came surging toward him from all directions. This wave of lightning strikes seemed to be even more concentrated than the previous one. However, Han Li's entire body was enshrouded by countless silver lotus flowers, and he paid the lightning arcs no heed as he pointed toward the three container treasures before him. The gourd, the jade vial, and the bowl immediately flew toward the silver moon as three balls of spiritual light. As soon as they shot forth through the air, countless arcs of lightning surrounded Han Li. On this occasion the lightning strikes were even more ferocious, and as they exploded around him, Han Li was like a small raft caught within a turbulent sea. Despite the seemingly limitless supply of lotus flowers being churned out by the eight-spirit ruler, the barrier surrounding Han Li's body was struggling to keep the fierce barrage at bay. The area that the lotus flowers encapsulated was quickly shrinking while countless arcs of silver lightning were rapidly converging toward Han Li. However, he paid his perilous situation no heed as he focused his attention entirely on his three container treasures and flew slowly toward the full moon. That's right, he was flying slowly toward the moon. For some reason, as soon as the three container treasures reached a distance within 30 feet away from the moon, all of them became impossibly heavy, as if they had triggered some kind of restriction. As such, they could approach the moon at an agonizing snail's pace. At this point, the full moon had already secreted its second drop of liquid, yet it was slowly becoming blurry and indistinct, as if it were about to disappear at any moment. At the same time, the dark clouds in the sky began to tumble and surge again as a burst of spiritual pressure that was quite astonishing, even to Han Li, was slowly taking shape. This was clearly a precursor for the ninth wave of lightning strikes. The container treasures were still several feet away from the full moon, yet they were still moving as if they were trudging through a swamp, and Han Li knew that he had to do something. He suddenly let loose a loud cry as he gathered his spiritual sense, and abruptly unleashed a spirit-stunned thorn toward the full moon. A burst of enormous power swept toward the full moon, carving a rift into the watery light shimmering over its surface. The three container treasures just so happened to pass through the rift, and immediately sped up appreciably. Han Li opened his mouth without any hesitation upon seeing this, expelling a mouthful of blood essence, then flicking his 10 fingers toward the blood essence in quick succession. The blood essence instantly transformed into a cloud of blood mist before disappearing in a flash. A peculiar scene then ensued. The three container treasures were originally of different colors, yet as soon as the blood mist disappeared, all three began to emit a crimson glow. They tremored and broke through the restriction in unison, disappearing into the full moon in a flash. Almost at the exact same moment, the indistinct moon completely vanished, leaving only the three container treasures hovering in midair. Even Han Li wasn't sure whether the treasures had managed to store something from the moon or were still empty. A booming thunderclap erupted, and all of the lightning arcs that were attacking Han Li in a maddened frenzy disappeared into the dark clouds in a flash. As opposed to becoming more relaxed and relieved upon seeing this, Han Li adopted a grim expression instead. He waved a hand through the air and the three container treasures immediately flew back toward him. Azure light radiated from Han Li's body, and the treasures appeared before him the blink of an eye. His hand shot forth like lightning as he grabbed onto the yellow gourd hovering in the air. He took a glance inside the gourd before flipping his hand over, upon which the gourd abruptly disappeared. As for the other two treasures, he didn't even inspect them before stowing them away into his storage pouch. Throughout this entire process, Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged. However, the faint fragrance emanating from within the container treasures indicated that his efforts had not been in vain. The endless sky beast paid no heed to what Han Li was doing. At this moment, its attention was entirely focused on the lightning tribulation in the air above. The erratic arcs of lightning in the sky had completely disappeared, but the demon beast could sense immensely powerful fluctuations proliferating from the spot in the dark clouds directly above it, and it didn't dare to let its focus waver in the slightest. The silver demonic chi around its body had completely disappeared, leaving it standing at the center of the formation in a completely vulnerable manner. It wasn't even emitting any more of its original grayish-white demonic chi, as it seemed to be certain that none of this would help it in the slightest in the face of the upcoming lightning tribulation. A smile appeared on Han Li's face, and he was just about to say something to the demon beast when an extremely dull thunderclap rang out from above. A gigantic arc of silver lightning as thick as a water tank surfaced beneath the dark clouds. The arc of lightning was over 200 feet in length, and following several flashes of silver light in quick succession, it came crashing down violently toward the endless sky beast like a massive silver WRM. The incandescent silver light radiating from the giant WRM's body had virtually illuminated the entire sky, and it was descending with truly astonishing might. The endless sky beast's expression changed drastically upon seeing this, and it opened its mouth without any hesitation. A gray bead shot forth from within before rotating incessantly above the demon beast's head. That bead was none other than its demon core. However, before the silver WRM managed to strike the demon beast, Hanli finally sprang into action. He raised a hand, and a small silver shield flew through the air before transforming into a silver barrier of light that encapsulated the endless sky beast within. Hanli then looked on from down below with a calm smile on his face. The endless sky beast immediately heaved a long sigh of relief upon seeing this. The silver WRM crashed into the silver light barrier amid a burst of thunderous rumbling as piercing silver light radiated in all directions. However, the silver light barrier beneath it merely tremored erratically before settling again, as if nothing had happened. The silver lightning WRM's attack had been thwarted, yet it didn't immediately dissipate. Instead, it began to circle around the light barrier. Rumbling thunderclaps erupted over and over again, yet with each passing strike, the silver WRM's body would shrink a little. Following a dozen or so consecutive attacks, the silver WRM had been reduced to around half of its original size. "That's enough, fellow Taoist Han. You can withdraw your treasure. I can handle this on my own now," the endless sky beast suddenly yelled. Hanli pointed a finger toward the center of the formation upon hearing this, and the silver light barrier disappeared in a flash. Prior to coming here, the endless sky beast had told Hanli that external assistance could be recruited by a demon beast during their metamorphosis stage lightning tribulation, and they could even request for help in partially nullifying the power of the lightning tribulation. However, they still had to withstand close to half of the power of each wave of lightning tribulation on their own. Otherwise, the waves of lightning strikes would continue to repeat themselves. As such, the endless sky beast was only asking Hanli to nullify most of the power from the final 3 waves of lightning tribulation. As such, Hanli wasn't surprised by the demon beast's request, and immediately withdrew his silver shield. Without the protection of the silver light barrier, the lightning WRM immediately pounced toward the endless sky beast, only to be kept at bay again by that grayish-white demon core. The enormous arc of lightning struck the core, causing it to tremor slightly, but it remained firm and resolute, easily withstanding most of the power from the lightning strike. After that, no matter which angle the silver WRM attempted to attack the endless sky beast from, the demon core was always one step ahead. Thus, the silver WRM continued to be whittled down following a string of loud explosions. Hanli stroked up his chin as he looked on from below. It appeared that it would be no issue for him to buffer the remaining 2 waves of lightning tribulation. After all, this was only the tribulation for an 8th-grade demon beast, and no matter how fearsome it was to the demon beast itself, the tribulation ultimately wasn't all that formidable in his eyes. The key would lie in whether the demon beast would be able to withstand the remaining might of the lightning strikes. The final 2 waves of lightning strikes progressed as Hanli had expected. After nullifying most of their power with his silver shield, the endless sky beast's demon core was able to take care of the rest, albeit with a certain degree of difficulty. Following the conclusion of the final wave of lightning tribulation, the dark clouds in the sky disappeared just as quickly as they had first materialized, and the light of the sun came seeping through in the blink of an eye. Before long, there was not a single cloud to be seen in the sky. At this moment, the endless sky beast was situated at the center of the formation, enshrouded within layers of grayish-white demonic chi. It was as if the demon beast had been encapsulated within a massive cocoon, and the surface of the cocoon was squirming and writhing gently. Hanli was not surprised to see this at all. After withstanding the lightning tribulation, the endless sky beast was reconstructing its body and adopting a human form. Generally speaking, this transformation was outside of the demon beast's control. It was just like the birth of a human. No one could determine their looks from birth as that was predetermined by genetics. However, the appearance of a demon beast's human form was somewhat dependent on their true form. For example, demon beasts like demonic foxes would usually undergo metamorphosis to become handsome men and beautiful women, while demon beasts with hideous forms to begin with usually had ugly human forms as well. A thought suddenly occurred to Hanli, and he cast his gaze toward the distance. There, the carcass of the mutated narwhal worm had been completely engulfed into nothingness by the gold-devouring beetles. At this moment, the swarm of beetles was buzzing incessantly as they hovered in mid-air. Hanli let loose a long cry, and the golden swarm of beetles immediately flew toward him before being stored away in his spirit beast pouch. He then sat down with his legs crossed and closed his eyes as he awaited the conclusion of the endless sky beast's metamorphosis. A day and a night passed. When Hanli opened his eyes again, A dull thump suddenly erupted from within the gigantic cocoon. A fair and tender arm punched through the surface of the cocoon, and the familiar voice of a small child sounded from within. "I finally succeeded. Thank you for your efforts, fellow Taoist Han." Han Li smiled upon hearing this before slowly rising to his feet. Several days later, Han Li returned to the interconnected peaks on the Dream Cloud Mountains. At present, he was situated within the secret chamber of his cave abode, holding the shimmering golden horn in his hand with the 3 container treasures placed before him. A large azure cauldron that was around 10 feet in size was hovering in the air before him, and a small child in yellow robes was sitting atop the cauldron. The small child was currently reading an aged hide book in his hands that it was holding in its hands. This child was naturally none other than the endless sky beast in its human form. It wasn't exactly identical to the projection that it had manifested in the past, but it bore a strong resemblance to that projection. That made sense, seeing as the demon beast's true body in the spirit realm had already undergone metamorphosis once, so it would naturally have a rough idea of what its human form would look like. That was why it was able to manifest a projection with roughly the same appearance. Han Li stroked the bumpy patterns on the surface of the golden horn with his finger, and after a while he suddenly said, "After some experimentation, I've discovered that this horn can absorb almost all types of spiritual power and also release it. The only flaws are that it's only able to absorb a limited amount of spiritual power at once, and the rate of absorption is also rather slow." The small child put down the book in his hands and turned to Han Li with a vibrant smile as he said, "As expected of a material from a mutated demon beast, spiritual absorption is a very rare ability. There are countless cultivators even in the spirit realm who are dying for a material with such an extraordinary ability. It's the ideal material for refining defensive-type treasures, and many renowned defensive-type spirit treasures have incorporated this type of material." Defensive-type treasures? Can this be used to refine battle armor? Han Li asked. You really are very smart, fellow Taoist Han. You should be able to use this horn and your fire spirit threads to refine a powerful suit of battle armor. Even if it won't be a spirit treasure, it won't be too far away from that level either. However, my advice is that you should refrain from doing that, the small child said with a serious expression. Why's that? I'm in need of a suit of battle armor at the moment. A hint of confusion flashed through Han Li's eyes. If you want to spend the rest of your life here in this human world and regard safety as your #1 priority, then refining a suit of battle armor is naturally your best option. However, if you want to sneak into the spirit realm through a spatial node, it's best to keep this item to refine another type of treasure, the small child explained. What other types of treasure can be refined using this thing? Han Li asked. The realm transcending bead, of course. That treasure will assist you greatly in your attempt to pass through a spatial node, the small child replied. A realm transcending bead? If I recall correctly, you seem to have used something known as a realm transcending stone when your avatar descended into the human world. What is the relationship between those 2 treasures? Are they the same thing? Han Li asked with a hint of surprise in his voice. The small child thought about this question carefully before replying. Their names are very similar, and they are indeed related. The realm transcending stone is a disposable naturally occurring treasure that is only found in the spirit realm, whereas a realm transcending bead is a refined treasure that can be used more than once. The 2 serve a similar purpose, but the difference in their levels of potency is like that of night and day. I'll put it this way for you. A realm transcending bead only has about 1% of a realm transcending stone's power. 1%? Han Li was slightly speechless upon hearing this. Don't look down on the realm transcending bead just because of that, fellow Taoist Han. You have to realize that realm transcending stones are exceedingly rare, even in the spirit realm, and it ranks alongside the star-defying plate as one of the 3 most sought-after realm transcending treasures. The realm transcending bead obviously can't compare to those 2 treasures, but it's still very renowned for its ability to break through some spatial restrictions. The fact that it requires a spiritual absorption material to refine makes it just as rare. Driven by my curiosity, I entered a spatial node in the spirit realm once, and even though I immediately returned, I'm still struck by a lingering sense of fear whenever I recall the fearsome power of the spatial storm and the boundary between realms within that spatial node. Even if you can cultivate your law destruction eye to its maximal extent, there's still only an infinitesimal chance that you'll be able to pass through a spatial node. Otherwise, there would be countless cultivators in the spirit realm who have snuck over from lower realms. Don't even try to pass through a spatial node without a realm transcending bead, it'll be the last thing you ever do. I was going to wait until you reached the deity transformation stage before I warned you about this, but seeing as you have a spiritual absorption material now, this is something that you should be made aware of. The small child warned, looks like I have no choice but to refine this realm-transcending bead. Then, a wry smile appeared on Han Li's face. If it weren't for the fact that you already have the law destruction eye, I wouldn't even bother mentioning this treasure to you. Only with both on your side would you have the slightest sliver of a chance to pass through a spatial node. I'll give you the refinement method for this bead in return for the glacial quintessence you gave me, the small child chuckled. Han Li suddenly changed the subject and said, you sure don't like to owe people favors. By the way, I wanted to ask you something. I witnessed the tribulation transcendence of an 8th grade demonic tortoise in the past, but its lightning tribulation was very different compared to yours. Your lightning tribulation seemed to have been far more powerful than the one I witnessed. That's not anything to be surprised about. Different demon beasts naturally have to withstand different lightning tribulations. The more powerful a demon beast is, the more formidable their lightning tribulation becomes. It's rumored that heavenly spirit beasts like dragon and phoenixes have to withstand 13 waves of lightning strikes during their metamorphosis stage lightning tribulations. I'm already quite lucky that I only had to withstand 11 waves, the small child revealed. I see. Han Li was enlightened upon hearing this. The small child held up the aged hide book with a hint of a smile on his face and asked, this demon cultivation art, the 9 Gale transformations, is rather interesting, but why are you showing it to me? Could it be that you're interested in cultivation arts from our demon race? It turned out that the book the small child was reading was none other than the aged hide book that Han Li had obtained from Xiao Chuier. Within the book, there was a nameless aura concealment technique, as well as a demonic cultivation art written in demon script. Only after learning the demon script did Han Li discover that this was a cultivation art known as the 9 Gale transformations. It was a very powerful cultivation art, but it had been designed exclusively for demon beasts. Unless one was born with a pair of wings and possessed the powerful body of a demon beast, they wouldn't be able to use this cultivation art. However, he was now giving it to the small child for examination for some reason. This 9 Gale transformations is quite a powerful cultivation art, and I just so happen to be missing a cultivation art that corresponds with my thunderstorm wings. It would be a waste to discard such a powerful technique, so I was hoping to modify this cultivation art so that it can be used by me. You're a demon beast, fellow Taoist Endless Sky, so it shouldn't be too difficult for you to modify this cultivation art for my usage, right? In return, I can lend you that half page of the Golden Jade Tome for examination and research. The page may be a prized treasure, but it's too profound for me to comprehend for now, Han Li proposed. This cultivation art is indeed quite difficult to come by for the demon beasts of your human world, and it does correspond nicely with your thunderstorm wings. However, there's a major problem here, one that I'm sure you're aware of already. In order to unleash this technique, you must possess the powerful body of a demon beast. You've cultivated in a body refinement art before, so your body is far more powerful than that of the average human cultivator, but it's still not enough if your goal is to use this cultivation art, the small child mused with furrowed brows. Han Li contemplated the issue for a while before replying, as long as the gap I have to bridge isn't too large, this shouldn't be an unreachable goal for me. I have a Buddhist cultivation art known as the Bright Jade Arts, and with each layer I reach in that cultivation art, my body becomes a lot powerful than it was before. I've already reached the 2nd layer now, and once I get to the 3rd layer, I should be able to satisfy the conditions required to cultivate the 9 Gale transformations. The small child faltered slightly before a surprised look appeared on his face. The Bright Jade Arts? A Buddhist cultivation art? What is it? Is there something wrong with this cultivation art? Han Li asked with furrowed brows. The small child replied with a question of his own. How many layers is your cultivation art split into? Han Li was rather perplexed by this line of questioning, but he still replied truthfully, 7. A peculiar smile appeared on the small child's face as he exclaimed, what a coincidence! I also have a Buddhist body refinement art that's split up into 7 layers. Han Li faltered upon hearing this. A hint of befuddlement flashed through his eyes, and he couldn't comprehend why the Endless Sky Beast was saying this. This cultivation art originates from Buddhist origins, but it's something that everyone uses in the spirit realm. It's even more popular than the basic cultivation arts of the 5 elements used by Qi condensation cultivators, the small child explained. Everyone uses this cultivation art? Could it be that you're also referring to? Han Li was starting to read between the lines, and a hint of surprise appeared on his face. This Buddhist cultivation art can even be used by mortals in the spirit realm who possess no spiritual roots. If a mortal reaches the third layer or above in this cultivation art, then obtains some special weapons, they'll even be able to combat low-grade cultivators and demon beasts. If they can reach the fifth layer or above, even mid-grade cultivators and demon beasts wouldn't dare to mess with them for no good reason then, the small child chuckled coldly. Han Li was flabbergasted to hear this, and only after a long while did he respond in an incredulous manner. Surely you jest, fellow Taoist endless sky. You're telling me that mortals can combat us cultivators? You haven't ascended to the spirit realm yet, so there's no point for me tell you too much about it, but this is something that I wouldn't mind disclosing to you. In the spirit realm, the mortals are an extremely important force in the human race. Furthermore, there were some exceptionally intellectually endowed figures among the mortals who studied some basic cultivation arts used by cultivators and demon beasts, and managed to discover ways to refine their own bodies using the spiritual chi from their environment without having to rely on spiritual roots. In the end, they managed to devise a unique set of cultivation principles. There are even some particularly outstanding warriors among the mortals who have slain high-grade cultivators and demon beasts. This is not something that's uncommon in the spirit realm. The cultivation art I'm referring to is known as the Vajra arts, and it's one of the cultivation arts used most regularly among the mortals. Even so, surely mortals still can't compare with cultivators. After all, the vast majority of cultivation arts and treasures are still unusable to them, Han Li countered with furrowed brows. Of course. Mortals are still mortals in the end, and no matter how powerful they become without spiritual roots, they're still unable to pursue the great Tao. Their lifespans reach a mere 100 years, and even if they can obtain some treasures or medicines that can extend their lifespans, it'll only give them 100 more years to live at most. That's their maximal limit. However, in the spirit realm, the postnatal acquirement of spiritual roots is possible. Among the three human sovereigns, the heavenly Yuan Holy Sovereign was once an extremely prominent and renowned mortal. Only after encountering a miraculous opportunity was he able to attain a spiritual root and become a cultivator, but in terms of power and abilities, he's not inferior to his other two counterparts at all. The small child's expression became rather solemn as he spoke. Han Li stroked his chin and was at a loss for words. Don't think too much about this matter. The mortals in the spirit realm are only able to achieve all of this due to the fact that the spiritual chi density in the spirit realm is far superior to that of lower realms. Your human world has endured a devilish tribulation long ago, and the spiritual chi density here is far inferior compared to the other lower realms. Even if mortals were to obtain the cultivation arts from the spirit realm that I mentioned, they wouldn't be able to absorb the world's origin chi into their bodies anyway, so there's no way that they'd be able to cultivate, the small child explained. Other lower realms? Does that mean there are more lower realms than just the human world? Han Li was very surprised to hear this. A peculiar look appeared on the small child's face as he said, "Of course. There are hundreds if not over 1,000 lower realms beneath our spirit realm. All of the most exceptional cultivators from these lower realms would ascend to the spirit realm, and barely any have ascended from the human world in the past years. However, there have been many cultivators ascending from other lower realms that haven't been invaded by elder devils. I decided to send my avatar to the human world, firstly because the spiritual chi is very sparse here. That makes it more difficult for my avatar to descend into this realm, but it makes it easier for me to avoid my great tribulation. Secondly, this is a realm dominated by the human race, so no one would suspect that I would send my avatar to this realm. Otherwise, if my enemies were to learn my backup plan and destroy this avatar of mine, all of my efforts would have been in vain." Han Li was speechless once again. He had always thought that the human world was a unique existence, which was why the spirit realm had gone to the effort of deploying cultivators into the human world to combat the invasion of the elder devils. However, after hearing the Endless Sky Beast's words, it was clear that there were other factors behind that decision. Alright, that's enough about the spirit realm. It won't benefit you to learn too much about it for now. Let's talk about the Vajra arts first. This cultivation art can be used even by mortals without spiritual roots, but it's also renowned in the spirit realm for being extremely difficult to cultivate. There are very few people who can reach the third layer, let alone the fifth layer. Most of the mortals in the spirit realm have only reached the first layer, which will somewhat enhance their bodies, but the effects won't be very useful. Reaching the second layer of the cultivation art requires the cleansing of the marrow, which is an excruciating process that not many people can withstand. However, there are many mortals within the spirit realm, and reaching the second layer would allow one to become as powerful a low-grade demon beast, so there are always some who are willing and able to endure the painful process. I've never heard of your bright jade arts, but I'm sure it's very much related to this cultivation art. After all, there are only a handful of Buddhist body refinement cultivation arts, and this is most likely the only one among those cultivation arts that can be used in the human world. The small child was very confident in his judgment. Han Li also felt like that was a very plausible notion, and he nodded as he said, "Perhaps that's true. It's indeed been rather difficult for me to cultivate the bright jade arts. Give me a jade slip. I'll give you a copy of the Vajra arts for you to examine. If it's the same cultivation art as your bright jade arts, then it won't do you much good, but if they're not the same thing, you can choose one between them to cultivate." The small child was suddenly being very generous. I'll have to thank you in advance then, fellow Taoist Endless Sky." Han Li certainly wasn't going to decline such a tempting offer. A faint smile appeared on his face, and he flipped his hand over to produce a jade slip before tossing it to the small child. The Endless Sky beast caught the jade slip before slowly closing his eyes to replicate the cultivation art. The smile on Han Li's face faded, and his brows furrowed as memories of a copper plate and another cultivation art surfaced in his mind. They were none other than the sacred provenance plate, as well as the heaven-bearing devil arts that he had obtained from Manhuzi. There was nothing to be said about the sacred provenance plate. He was already certain that this demonic cultivation art and the bright jade arts had both originated from the elder devil realm. Furthermore, they were, respectively, the cultivation art required to unleash the technique, and the mandatory basic body refinement cultivation art. Unfortunately, there was a missing link in the middle, and that was the cultivation art for the transformation ability. When he had obtained the heaven-bearing devil arts from Manhuzi, he had only inspected it briefly before ascertaining that this cultivation art was that missing link. He didn't know how it had become a top-grade devilish art, but that didn't really matter. What was important was that he had somehow gathered the complete set of cultivation arts. Furthermore, the fact that the 9 Gale transformations that Han Li wanted to cultivate required progression in the bright jade arts made him feel as if there were some kind of profound greater power at work, trying to make him cultivate the sacred provenance plate. A series of thoughts flashed through Han Li's mind, and after about 10 minutes, the small child sitting atop the cauldron suddenly opened his eyes before raising a hand, sending a burst of yellow light flying toward Han Li. Han Li immediately swept a sleeve through the air, catching the yellow light to reveal the jade slip within. "The cultivation art has been recorded in there. You can have a look at it first," the small child said in a calm voice. Han Li nodded and immediately seeped his spiritual sense into the jade slip to examine the cultivation art within. After just a short while, Han Li heaved a faint sigh and withdrew his spiritual sense. The small child's expression remained unchanged as he asked in an indifferent manner, "Is the same as your bright jade arts?" Han Li was silent for a moment before replying, "It is. There are some additional spiritual qi absorption methods detailed in the Vajra arts, but everything else is completely identical." The small child seemed to have expected this result, and he waved the aged hide book in his hand as he said, "That's settled, then. If you want to cultivate the 9 Gale transformations, you'll have to progress to the 3rd layer of the bright jade arts first. During that time, I'll alter the 9 Gale transformations so it becomes suitable for you to use. The thunderstorm wings are only a pair of treasures and not real wings after all, so some adjustments to the cultivation art will be required. Don't forget that you promised to lend me the golden jade tome after this." Han Li smiled and pointed to the 3 container treasures before him as he said, "Rest assured, fellow Taoist Endless Sky, I won't go back on my word. Before we begin, are you not going to consume any more of this imperial elixir?" The small child glanced at the treasures before shaking his head as he replied, "The imperial elixir is indeed a fantastic medicine. It can help demon beasts develop intelligence, and is of the utmost importance for demon beasts going through metamorphosis to attain a human form. For human cultivators, consumption of the imperial elixir can also expand the meridians and greatly enhance the body. However, it's not advisable to consume too much of it at once, and it can't be stored for more than a month, so it's currently useless to me. Seeing as you're planning to cultivate the bright jade arts, this will be quite useful for you. If that's the case, then I'll be taking these for myself." Han Li smiled as he swept a sleeve through the air, upon which the bowl and the jade vial disappeared in unison, leaving only the gourd remaining on the ground. He then made a hand seal and a faint light shimmered in his eyes. All of a sudden, silver light flashed from beside one of the walls of the secret chamber, and another Han Li, appeared out of thin air. As soon as this Han Li appeared in the secret chamber, it immediately feigned a grabbing motion toward the gourd lying on the ground. The treasure was instantly sucked into his grasp, and silver light flashed again as Han Li disappeared into the wall. A hint of surprise appeared on the small child's face upon seeing this, but he didn't say anything. Instead, he merely cupped his fist toward Han Li as a salute before also vanishing into the cauldron. Han Li took a glance at the jade slip in his hand before joining his palms, upon which the jade slip disappeared. He then slowly closed his eyes and began to meditate in a seated position. Almost at the exact same moment, a streak of silver light shot forth from the main peak that Han Li's cave abode was situated on. Following a few flashes, the silver streak of light had already disappeared into a certain restricted area within the drifting cloud sect. Not long after that, the streak of silver light flew out from within the restricted area again and returned to the interconnected peaks. Han Li continued to remain in the secret chamber, yet during this time, a streak of silver light would occasionally fly out from his cave abode before disappearing into the distance. However, the streak of silver light would always return to the interconnected peaks following intervals of several days to around a month, and no one knew what it was up to. Time passed in a flash and 2 years flew by in the blink of an eye. The cultivation world of the Heavenly South region was in an uproar once again. Aside from those who were already aware of Han Li's relationship with Nangong Wan, all of the nascent soul cultivators who received the invitation were extremely surprised. However, with Han Li's current resounding reputation, no one dared to turn down his invitation. The 3 other great cultivators of the Heavenly South region were unable to attend in person to the fact that they were all in seclusion, but they sent their disciples to offer precious congratulatory presents. It was said in the few days leading up to the commencement of the ceremony, the entire sky above the Dream Cloud Mountains had been enshrouded under extremely exuberant 5-colored light. Intricate buildings of light also appeared out of thin air on the mountains, and under the effect of the restriction, all of the plants on the entire mountain ranges were in full bloom, making the Dream Cloud Mountains appear as it were an ethereal immortal realm. The 3 sects on the Dream Cloud Mountains as well as some nearby smaller sects that were trying to suck up to Han Li had worked tirelessly to prepare for this ceremony, making it an even grander and more illustrious occasion than the celebration ceremony held when Han Li became a great cultivator. Aside from the cultivators of the major sects who had received invitations from the Drifting Cloud sect, some cultivators from other smaller sects as well as many renowned vagrant cultivators attended the ceremony, offering presents of their own. During the few days when the ceremony was held, around 5,000 to 6,000 cultivators outside of the Dream Cloud Mountains flocked to the scene, most of whom were high-grade cultivators. It was the most spectacular ceremony held in the Heavenly South region for the past 1,000 years. However, that was no surprise. Back when Han Li had become a great cultivator, many people had attended the celebratory ceremony to congratulate him, but most of them harbored doubts in their hearts about the authenticity of his claim. Furthermore, there were still 3 other great cultivators in the Heavenly South region as well. However, following the sparring match held during that celebratory ceremony, Han Li had well and truly cemented himself as the #1 cultivator of the Heavenly South region. It was said that Han Li could face 2 great cultivators at once and still easily gain the upper hand, and this was quite a harrowing notion to all of the sects in the Heavenly South region. This indicated that if Han Li didn't have to worry about his own sect, he was powerful enough on his own to steamroll any cultivation sect in the entire region. No sect in the Heavenly South region could possess more than 2 great cultivators among their ranks, so there was no power in the entire region that could contend with Han Li. As such, regardless of whether these sects had ties with the Drifting Cloud sect or not in the past, all of them had sent people to the ceremony in an attempt to establish better relations with Han Li's sect. As for the high-grade vagrant cultivators, they wanted to make the acquaintance of this #1 cultivator in the Heavenly South region, hoping that Han Li would be kind enough to offer them some guidance in their cultivation. As such, countless cultivators had arrived to attend the ceremony from the 3 sects, as well as outside of the Dream Cloud Mountains, making it truly a ceremony for the ages. Han Li and Nangong Wan didn't appear at the ceremony for a very long time. The 2 of them merely delivered a grateful address to all of the cultivators gathered at the ceremony, then engaged in a formal exchange of cups of wine between bride and groom before departing from the scene. Everything else thereafter was obviously left to Lu Luo, and he rose to the occasion. Even though the 2 stars of the show weren't present, he was still able to make the rest of the ceremony an extremely lively and bustling occasion. The ceremony lasted a total of 3 to 4 days before finally drawing to the conclusion. Most of the cultivators who had arrived to offer their congratulations began to depart, but there were a few among them who refrained from leaving. Han Li and a white-robed Nangong Wan stood side by side on the summit of the main peak of the interconnected peaks. Neither of them said anything, but their silence was more meaningful than 1,000 words. After a long while, Nangong Wan tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear before turning to Han Li with a gorgeous smile. Looks like every cloud really does have a silver lining. Through cultivating the youthful celestial moon, I was finally able to progress to the mid-nascent soul stage. Of course, I have to thank you for your assistance as well. The imperial elixir that you fed me saved me at least a dozen years of arduous cultivation. Without it, I could still be trapped in that seal. Speaking of progression, I'm very surprised that you were able to reach the late nascent soul stage so quickly. With your current powers, you'll be invincible in the human world as long as you don't encounter those few deity transformation stage old monsters, right? Invincible? I wouldn't dare to say that. Perhaps there exists another nascent soul cultivator in the human world who stands above me. Han Li gave a modest smile in response. I don't believe that. What came as quite a surprise to me was just how insidious this soul seal curse was. I thought that the power within the inner core of the ancient flame toad would be able to lift this curse, but who would have thought that there were a few additional restrictions lying dormant within my body this entire time. Thank heavens the true method to lift the curse was used in advance. Otherwise I would have been in deep trouble. Nangong Wan's eyes were shimmering with a seductive light. Han Li turned to Nangong Wan with a smile and replied, "That was also a massive load taken off my shoulders. It appears that my trip to the Great Gene was worth it. After this, you should take the nascent cultivating pill I gave you last time. With the assistance of that pill, it might be possible for you to progress to the late nascent soul stage as well." Is that nascent cultivating pill really that miraculous? It can even assist in a breakthrough to the late nascent soul stage? Nangong Wan seemed to be a little skeptical. Quite a few mid-nascent soul cultivators in the Great Gene perished for this pill. Do you think they would give their lives for a hoax? Han Li replied with a chuckle. Alright, then after I fortify my mid-nascent soul stage cultivation base, I'll take the pill and attempt another breakthrough. Nangong Wan pursed her lips in a faint smile as a seductive yet exuberant light danced in her eyes. Han Li looked at his Dao companion's exquisite features, then thought back to the intimacy they had shared during the past few days, and a scorching impulse suddenly welled up in the pit of his stomach. Just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed as he turned and cast his gaze toward the distant sky. Nangong Wan faltered slightly before also turning her attention toward the same direction. A few moments later, a streak of white light broke through the restriction in the distance before flying directly toward Han Li's duo. Han Li's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, seemingly having already identified who their visitor was. The streak of white light circled around in the sky before descending onto the ground. The light then receded to reveal a gorgeous woman. It was none other than Mu Peeling. Mu Peeling pays her respects to her lord and big sister Nangong. Mu Peeling extended a respectful salute toward the two of them. "Little sister Peeling, why have you come here from the sect in such a hurry even though the ceremony is already over? Could it be that there's something senior martial brother Lu couldn't take care of, so he's requesting our assistance?" Nangong Wan asked. "Big sister Nangong, there are some guests who still haven't left following the conclusion of the ceremony. All of them proclaimed that they're acquaintances of my lord, and wish to see him. Senior martial brother Lu was unsure of whether my lord would like to entertain these guests, so he sent me here as a messenger. If my lord doesn't wish to see them, then he'll ask them to leave," Mu Peeling explained. "Acquaintances of yours? Could they perhaps be a group of beautiful female cultivators?" Nangong Wan took a glance at Han Li with an amused smile on her face. Mu Peeling cast a surreptitious glance toward Han Li before biting down on her lower lip as she nodded. "Indeed, big sister Nangong, the guests in question are all female. Looks like your former lovers have come to find you." Nangong Wan rolled her eyes at Han Li. "Former lovers? Ahem, please don't make such jokes, Wanner. Peeling, have you asked those guests for their names?" Han Li cleared his throat with a rather awkward look before turning to Mu Peeling with an inquisitive glance. "I have. One of them is a woman ghost spirit sect with the surname of Yen, and she's being accompanied by 2 ghost spirit sect elders. The other 2 are a female cultivator from the controlling spirit sect by the name of Han Yunji, and Dong Xianer from the harmonious bond sect," Mu Peeling replied. "It's them?" Han Li faltered slightly upon hearing this. Nangong Wan raised an eyebrow as she chuckled. "Looks like they really are acquaintances of yours. You should go and meet them. it'd be rude to keep them waiting for too long. Han Li paused for a moment before nodding as he instructed, "These are all acquaintances from well before I reached the nascent soul stage, and I wouldn't mind meeting them. Peeling, go and inform Senior Marshal Brother Lu that I'll be there soon. In the meantime, get them to wait for me in 2 different guest pavilions and I'll meet them separately." "Yes. I'll be taking my leave then." Mu Peeling extended a respectful bow before flying away as a streak of white light. Meanwhile, Han Li looked on at her departing figure, and his brows furrowed slightly. Nangong Wan noticed the minute changes in Han Li's expression, and she smiled as she asked, "Why the long face? Are you displeased with little sister Peeling?" Han Li clasped his hands behind his back as he shook his head, and said, "No, it's just that I don't really understand why you decided to accept her as your sister. I originally intended for her to become your disciple. What's wrong with having Peeling as a sister? I only want to pursue the great Tao with you, so I'm not interested in taking any disciples. Also, her past is kind of similar to mine and I quite like her. Instead of placing her in the awkward position of being my disciple, I thought it was a much better idea to make her my sister instead. That way, regardless of whether you want to make her your concubine or your disciple in the future, no one will be able to say anything about it," Nangong Wan explained in a warm manner. "We'll do as you say then. I'm going to go and see my visitors now," Han Li replied nonchalantly. "Come back soon, I'll be waiting for you in my cave abode," Nangong Wan said with a faint smile. A wry smile appeared on Han Li's face upon hearing this. "Wanner, the youthful celestial moon you're cultivating sure is quite interesting in that the power of the Yin moon is required to cultivate it. In that case, a special formation will need to be set up in order to gather this power. However, the power of the Yin moon is very detrimental to other cultivators, so no one can cultivate around you. It's a real pity that I'm unable to cultivate in the same cave abode as you because of this. At the time I was drawn to the power of this cultivation art, and I didn't anticipate that it would be so troublesome," Nangong Wan replied with an apologetic expression. "I'm just a little disappointed, but thankfully, we only have to be apart when we're cultivating. Besides, our 2 cave abodes are really close anyway, so we can share a cave abode whenever we're not cultivating. It really doesn't make much of a difference. Alright, I'll have to go and entertain my guests now, I'll be back soon." Han Li offered some words of consolation before flying away from the main peak as a streak of azure light. Mu Peeling was standing outside one of the dozen or so guest pavilions within the drifting cloud sect, and she would occasionally glance up into the distant sky. All of a sudden, azure light flashed from afar before flying through the air, descending before this pavilion in the blink of an eye. As soon Han Li arrived in front of the pavilion, Mu Peeling made her way over to him and whispered, "Mu Peeling pays her respects to her lord. The ghost spirit sect cultivators are currently resting within the pavilion, and the other 2 women are in that building over there." Han Li glanced at the pavilion behind Mu Peeling, then at another nearby building, and he nodded with a calm expression as he said, "All right, you can go now." Mu Peeling extended a respectful curtsy before flying away as a streak of white light. Han Li's body swayed, and he appeared at the entrance to the pavilion. He swept his spiritual sense through the interior of the building before walking in an unhurried manner. Within the hall on the first floor of the pavilion, there were 2 men and a woman sitting together while discussing something. One of the men was a stickly thin yellow-robed man, while the other was an elderly man with abnormally pale features. Their female counterpart was a beautiful young woman who appeared to be around 20 years of age. She was none other than Yen Yenner. The 3 of them were currently locked in a heated discussion, and the urgency in their eyes was quite apparent. As Han Li stepped into the hall, all 3 of them immediately turned to him in unison. They then rose to their feet with expressions of surprise and elation to welcome Han Li. Before the 3 of them had a chance to say anything, Han Li abruptly appeared on a wooden chair across from them. He waved a nonchalant hand and said, "There's no need for formalities, fellow Taoists. Let's all take a seat." None of the 3 were able to identify how he had approached them so quickly. The elderly man's heart jolted upon seeing this, but he quickly put on a smile as he nodded in response. Thus the 3 of them sat down again. Han Li examined the young woman, who had become even more beautiful since their last encounter, and a smile appeared on his face as he said, "Long time no see, Fairy Yen, you've finally reached the nascent soul stage. We'll be able to refer to one another as equals now." This woman was none other than the number 1 female cultivator among the younger generation in the state of Yu. She had also successfully reached the nascent soul stage. "Thank you for your kind words, fellow Taoist Han. I've only recently reached the nascent soul stage, yet you're already the #1 cultivator in the Heavenly South region. How can I possibly compare to you? I've come here with a request for your help, Brother Han. Yen Yener examined Han Li carefully as a complex expression appeared on her beautiful features. Han Li smiled yet gave no reply. He cast his gaze toward the other 2 ghost spirit sect elders, and his eyes rested on the face of the elderly man in the end. This fellow Taoist is Elder Zhong, right? I recall seeing you once from afar in the Devil Fall Valley. I didn't think that Brother Han would still remember someone like me. I'm very flattered. The elderly man gave a slightly awkward chuckle upon hearing this. The ghost spirit sect seems to be in a very perilous situation at the moment. All 3 of you are important figures in the sect, so why have you come all this way to meet me rather than remain in the state of you to protect the sect? Han Li cut straight to the time. Upon seeing Han Li's no-nonsense approach, Yen Yener and the others looked at one another with hesitant expressions, as if they were unsure of how to proceed. Han Li's brows furrowed slightly as a hint of displeasure appeared on his face. Han Li's attention naturally didn't escape the notice of the trio, and the hearts of the 2 men jolted as they turned toward Yen Yener in unison. Yen Yener hesitated momentarily before breaking the tense silence. Fellow Taoist Han, we've come here to request assistance from your sect, no, from yourself. We hope that you can assist our ghost spirit sect during this time of crisis. Otherwise, our sect will most likely cease to exist in the near future. You want me to lend you my assistance? Han Li raised his eyebrows as a hint of a deriding sneer appeared on his face. I know that our sect has wronged you in the past, Brother Han, but sect leader Wang was the one who was solely responsible for that incident, and he passed away in the Devil Fall Valley long ago. The ghost spirit sect is not being ruled over by the Wang family anymore, the yellow-robed man hurriedly explained. Is that so? I seem to have heard that Wang Chan is still thriving at your sect, is that correct? Han Li asked expressionlessly. The expressions of both the elderly man and Yen Yener changed slightly upon seeing this. The yellow-robed man was also quite surprised that Han Li was aware of this detail, but he still maintained his smile as he replied, Rest assured, Brother Han, Martial nephew Wang Chan made a huge mistake a while ago, so he's been stripped of his role as an enforcement elder, and he's currently been held in our sect's repentance cave to repent over his mistakes. He won't be released from there for at least another 100 years. Repenting over his mistakes? I don't think I've seen you before, but you seem to bear a resemblance to Fairy Yen. May I ask for your name, fellow Taoist? Han Li was slightly surprised to hear this, but he cast his gaze toward Yen Yener, then back at the yellow-robed man, and a thought seemed to have occurred to him as a faint smile appeared on his face. The yellow-robed man hesitated momentarily before replying truthfully, You really do have a good eye, Brother Han. I'm also from the Yen family, I'm one of Yener's uncles. Yen Yener also nodded to confirm this notion. Han Li stroked his chin and asked in a meaningful voice, Oh, so the Yen family has 2 nascent soul cultivators now. In that case, the Yen family must be ruling over the ghost spirit sect at present, right? The yellow-robed man glanced at Elder Zhong before replying hesitantly, It's not incorrect to say that, but that duty has only fallen to our Yen family upon Senior Martial Brother Zhong's insistence. Senior Martial Brother Wang and the others were clearly unfit to rule over the sect, so it's only natural that the Yen family should rise to the occasion, the elderly man said with a wry smile. Oh, is that so? Han Li said in an absent-minded manner before he fell silent, and his eyes narrowed in contemplation. The 3 cultivators from the ghost spirit sect didn't dare to rush Han Li, so they could only sit in silence. Yen Yener seemed to be contemplating something as well, while the 2 men were feeling extremely uneasy. Han Li was currently the #1 cultivator in the Heavenly South region, and he had once had a vendetta against their ghost spirit sect. The circumstances had changed since then, so it was very unlikely that Han Li would seek revenge against them, but they would definitely be lying if they said they weren't concerned in the slightest about being in Han Li's presence. If it weren't for the fact that the ghost spirit sect had truly reached the end of the road, they wouldn't have mustered up the courage to visit the Drifting Cloud sect. The only person in the entire Heavenly South region capable of saving them was Han Li. Their enemies were wary of the other great cultivators as well, but there was certainly no one more powerful and intimidating than Han Li in the Heavenly South region. Even if those past events had never taken place, what makes you think that I'll help your ghost spirit sect? Han Li asked in a slightly cold voice. Yen Yener immediately turned to Han Li upon hearing this, while the 2 men with her were ecstatic. The 3 of them could all hear a hint of possibility in Han Li's voice. The yellow-robed man took a deep breath before replying, "Brother Han, if you're willing to help our sect, our ghost spirit sect will vacate the state of you and leave it to the other sections. All we want now is to ensure the survival of our sect. In return for your assistance, we've brought along a few presents. We hope that they would be of interest to you, Brother Han." He then patted the storage pouch hanging from his waist, and a burst of white light radiated from within. Spiritual light swept toward the table before him, and 3 items appeared on the tabletop. Han Li examined the 3 items with an indifferent expression to find that they were a crimson bracelet, a porcelain vial, and a green wooden box. Han Li raised his hand and feigned a grabbing motion, upon which the 3 items flew through the air and landed in his grasp. At this moment Yen Yener's pleasant voice suddenly sounded. "The porcelain vial contains the sacred medicine of our sect, the blood limb pill. The pill has no other effect aside from its incredible ability to replace lost limbs. Even if a limb is completely dismembered, an identical one can be regrown after taking these pills. Due to the fact that the medicinal ingredients for these pills are very difficult to find, our sect only has around a dozen of these pills, and 3 of them are in that vial. The red bracelet is a lesser-known devilish treasure and was something that was carried by all the past sect leaders. However, the treasure was withdrawn by Elder Zhong after sect leader Wang perished in the Devil Fall Valley. This devilish treasure is quite unique in that it's unable to directly attack the enemy, but you can nurture things like Yin spirits and blood ghosts within the bracelet. Those beings can become more powerful at a rapid rate through the help of the blood chi absorbed by this bracelet, then be released to assist you in battle. As for the item in this wooden box, it's the most precious among the 3 treasures here." At this point, Yen Yener paused and looked at Han Li with a peculiar gleam in her eyes. However, Han Li's expression remained completely unchanged, seemingly entirely disinterested in the 2 treasures placed before him. Yen Yener heaved a faint internal sigh, but she maintained a calm expression as she continued, "I heard that you're using a wood attribute cultivation art, Brother Han. The item in this box is a legendary wood spirit bead, one of the 5 elemental spirit gathering beads." Han Li's expressionless facade immediately crumbled as he exclaimed, "Spirit gathering bead? You're referring to the treasures that absorb a certain type of 5 elemental spiritual chi while also repelling other types of spiritual chi?" "That's right. The spirit gathering bead has a very similar name to the basic spirit gathering formation, and both of them serve a similar purpose. However, I trust that Brother Han is aware of the differences in their efficacy, so I won't elaborate on that subject. As for how this item compares with spirit well objects, as long as the cultivation art you're using is of the same attribute as this spirit gathering bead, normal spirit well objects won't even be able to hold a candle to this bead," Yen Yener said in a slow voice. Han Li's lingered on the green wooden box for a while longer, but there was a yellow restriction talisman plastered over it, so he wasn't able to glean its contents. All of a sudden, he opened his mouth and gently exhaled toward the wooden box. A burst of azure light immediately swept over the surface of the box, and the restriction talisman was detached. At the same time, his hand shot forth like lightning, pointing a finger directly at the lid of the box. The wooden lid flew off of its own accord. The faint fragrance of grass and wood immediately wafted toward Han Li. The interior of the wooden box was filled with shimmering green light, and there was a thumb-sized green bead that was sitting in the box amid the light. Han Li swept his spiritual sense toward it to find that the bead wasn't made of stone nor wood, and he couldn't identify what kind of material this was. As soon as the bead was revealed, rich wood attribute spiritual chi immediately filled the surrounding area. After taking a deep breath, Han Li felt as if he had been completely reinvigorated. Han Li picked up the bead between his fingers and stared at it for a while before turning to Yen Yener with a calm expression. "This is indeed a spirit-gathering bead. Some of these beads appeared during ancient times and it's unknown whether they were naturally forming treasures or artificially refined. It's been a long time since one of these has appeared in the cultivation world. I didn't think your sect would have one. Fair Yen, is your ghost spirit sect really willing to give me such a valuable treasure? If a cultivator using a wood attribute cultivation art were to carry this bead during their cultivation, they would be able to cultivate more than twice as fast as a normal cultivator. This bead is indeed an extremely rare treasure in the human world, but our sect is still more important to us in comparison. Furthermore, as I'm sure you're aware already, Brother Han, our ghost spirit sect barely has any wood attribute cultivation arts, so this treasure is not very useful to our sect. As such, it's much wiser for us to offer it up in exchange for a chance at survival," Yen Yener replied with a serious expression. This spirit-gathering bead is indeed very useful to me. However, if you want me to step in and protect your sect, the ghost spirit sect has to do something else for me as well. Otherwise. Hanli shook his head as his voice trailed off. The yellow-robed man's eyes lit up as he asked urgently, "What is it?" "As long as it's within the capabilities of our sect, we'll be sure to do our best." Hanli turned to the yellow-robed man and elaborated, "I don't care about anyone else from the Wang family, but I don't want to see Wang Chan ever again. I have no interest in stepping in to save an enemy of mine. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Elder Zhong's expression changed upon hearing this, and Yen Yener's features paled in response. The yellow-robed man had also fallen silent, but he didn't appear to be very surprised by this demand. "I understand what you mean, Brother Han. This is not an issue. What do you think, Senior Marshal Brother Zhong?" The yellow-robed man turned to the elderly man. A conflicted look appeared on the elderly man's face, and he only heaved a faint sigh after a period of contemplation as he replied, "If Brother Han insists, then I'm sure Marshal Nephew Wang Chan will be willing to give his all for the sake of the sect. Seeing as Senior Marshal Brother Zhong doesn't have any objections, then I'll agree to this request on behalf of the sect." The yellow-robed man nodded without any hesitation. Throughout this entire process he didn't ask for Yen Yener's opinion, nor even take so much as a single glance at her. Yen Yener's face was quite pale, but she didn't state any objections. "Alright, I'll accept your presence and I'll write a few letters in person to the controlling spirit sect and the other sections." Hanli nodded in response. The yellow-robed man was ecstatic upon hearing this. The trio from the ghost spirit sect had achieved the objective for their trip, so they didn't wish to remain in the drifting cloud sect any longer, and they rose to their feet before bidding farewell to Hanli. Hanli made no effort to keep them, and merely looked on as the three of them departed. Yen Yener was the last one to exit the hall, and her footsteps suddenly faltered as she reached the entrance of the hall. She turned to look at Hanli with a complex expression and opened her mouth, but didn't say anything in the end. A resigned sigh escaped her lips and she turned away again before exiting the hall. Hanli's expression changed slightly upon seeing this, and he also fell silent as he turned his gaze toward the three treasures on the table. After the three ghost spirit sect cultivators left the drifting cloud sect, they immediately rose into the air as streaks of light. Not only after they had departed from the Dream Cloud Mountains, Elder Zhong heaved a faint sigh and turned to the yellow-robed man beside him as he asked, "Junior Marshal Brother Yen, do we really have to kill Marshal Nephew Wang?" "Senior Marshal Brother Zhong, I don't want to have to do this either, but Hanli is specifically requesting for his death, and we can't afford to hesitate here. Besides, he's not asking for us to eradicate the entire Wang family, and Senior Marshal Brother Wang has more than one son, so the Wang family won't fall here. This is already a very lenient condition. After all, the Wang family has wronged him greatly in the past, and I heard that Wang Chan had almost killed him back when he was yet to reach the nascent soul stage. In that case, it really is no surprise that he's asking for Wang Chan to be killed. In my opinion, we should also banish all of our sect disciples from the Wang family as a gesture to demonstrate our sincerity. Even though Hanli has promised to help us, it would be disastrous if he were to change his mind," the yellow-robed man replied. A hesitant expression appeared on the elderly man's face upon hearing this. The yellow-robed man then turned to Yen Yener, who had remained silent this whole time, and said in an apologetic manner, "Yener, I'm sorry that this has to happen, but I'm sure you had already anticipated this back when you were engaged to Wang Chan. Thankfully, you've reached the nascent soul stage now while Wang Chan has failed to do so, so he doesn't deserve you anyway. Furthermore, the Wang family suddenly attacked our Yen family back then, and all of the high-grade cultivators from our family including you had restrictions placed upon them. I was fortunate to have been exempt from this as I was cultivating in a secret area, but that doesn't change the fact that the Wang family has betrayed our trust. Seeing as that's the case, there's no need for you to pay any heed to whether Wang Chan lives or dies." "I understand all that, uncle, but he's still my Dao companion. How could I bring myself to express approval toward this arrangement? I'm going into seclusion for a century after we return to the sect. There's no need for you to inform me of what becomes of Wang Chan and the Wang family during that time," Yen Yener said in an indifferent voice before she accelerated through the air, leaving the yellow-robed man and the elderly man behind. The yellow-robed man could only heave a resigned sigh upon seeing this, while the elderly man continued to remain silent. After a while, Elder Zhong finally conceded, "If this arrangement is beneficial to our sect, then I'll let you do as you please with the Wang family, Junior Marshal Brother Yen. Rest assured, Senior Marshal Brother Zhong, I'll be sure to handle the situation appropriately." The yellow-robed man was ecstatic. The elderly man merely shook his head without giving a reply, and he seemed to be in a rather dejected mood. The yellow-robed man didn't pay any heed to this. He knew that Elder Zhong had known Wang Chan and his father for far longer than he had, so it was only natural for him to display such a reaction. Following his initial rush of excitement, a wistful look appeared on the yellow-robed man's face as he murmured, "I still think it's quite a pity that we gave him the spirit-gathering bead though." In response, Elder Zhong chuckled coldly and said something that came as quite a surprise to the yellow-robed man. "Do you really that spirit-gathering bead is something that belonged to our sect?" A bewildered look appeared on the yellow-robed man's face as he asked, "What do you mean, Senior Marshal Brother Zhong? Didn't you personally bring out this treasure from our sect's treasure vault?" I'm not sure if this treasure initially belonged to our sect, but what I can tell you is that Old Devil Concord was the one who gave it to me," Elder Zhong chuckled. "Old Devil Concord?" The yellow-robed man was even more bewildered upon hearing this. "That's right. Not long ago, Old Devil Concord suddenly came to me and presented me with this bead, telling me that it was something that our sect had once lent to the Harmonious Bond sect. He also implied to me that Grand Elder Han of the Drifting Cloud sect was the only one who could save our sect, and that this would be the best present we could offer to him. Are you finding this difficult to believe, Junior Marshal Brother Yin?" the elderly man asked with a meaningful look. The yellow-robed man's expression immediately changed as he speculated, "Even if this bead really did belong to our sect, there's no way Old Devil Concord would be generous enough to return it to us. Could it be that there's something wrong with that spirit-gathering bead?" "There's nothing wrong with the bead. I've examined it many times and it's completely identical to the legendary wood spirit bead in any way. There's nothing amiss about the bead itself either. Otherwise, I wouldn't have heeded his advice and offered it to Han Li." The elderly man shook his head with a serious expression. "But there's no way that Old Devil Concord would do something like this without harboring any ulterior motives. Senior Marshal Brother Zhong, you should have discussed this matter with me first. If something goes wrong here, our entire sect would be doomed." The yellow-robed man was getting very flustered. How else were we going to recruit the assistance of the #1 cultivator in the Heavenly South region? As for discussing the matter with you in advance, would that have done us any good? What other course of action could we take to save our sect? If there was another way, we wouldn't have had to visit the Drifting Cloud sect and put on such a pathetic display, Elder Zhong harumphed coldly. The elderly man's remained furrowed upon hearing this, but he was at a loss for a response. After an extended period of silence, the yellow-robed man could only offer words of consolation to himself. "In any case, we've already given him the bead, so it's too late to do anything now. As long as there's nothing wrong with the bead itself, we'll be fine even if something were to happen." "You're certainly correct about that, Junior Marshal Brother Yin. The spirit-gathering bead was a vast renowned treasure even back in ancient times. After so many years, even if something were to happen, we could easily pin the blame on someone else. Besides, even the #1 cultivator of the Heavenly South region identified the bead to be authentic, so any future mishaps won't have anything to do with us," Elder Zhong chuckled coldly. The yellow-robed man contemplated the situation for a while before heaving a resigned sigh as he said, "We can only hope that that's the case. However, in order to be safe, I suggest that we close our sect for 100 years right after our relocation." "That's a good idea, Junior Marshal Brother Yin. We'll do as you say." Elder Zhong nodded in agreement. After that, the two Ghost Spirit sect elders weren't interested in discussing anything else, and they immediately accelerated in pursuit of Yen Yener. Meanwhile, within a restricted area in the Harmonious Bond sect, there was a humanoid figure sitting on a massive rock deep within the Heavenly Yang Pond. The entire area was enshrouded in thick gray mist, and the humanoid figure murmured to himself, "It's about time that the treasure was delivered to that Han brat. With this wood spirit bead, your rate of cultivation will be drastically enhanced, but when you reach the deity transformation stage bottleneck, hee." A burst of eerie chuckling suddenly escaped from the humanoid figure's mouth. Han Li sat within the guest pavilion and fiddled around with the wood spirit bead for a while. Just as he was about to stow it away along with the other two treasures, the voice of a small child suddenly rang out. "Fellow Taoist Han, are you really planning to keep this bead?" Han Li faltered slightly before his brows furrowed and he asked, "Why do you ask? Is there something wrong with this spirit-gathering bead?" There's nothing wrong with the bead itself, but don't you know that spirit-gathering beads are inherently flawed treasures? If you use this bead to cultivate, your cultivation base and magic power will indeed progress at a phenomenal rate, but once you reach a bottleneck you'll know what the inherent flaw in this treasure is. High-grade cultivators who use this bead to cultivate will find it many times harder to break through bottlenecks than other cultivators. This is because while the bead does increase your rate of spiritual chi absorption, it also blunts your sensitivity toward the other types of spiritual chi. For cultivators below the nascent soul stage, the negative effects stemming from that won't be very apparent. However, for a cultivator like you who will need to sense all types of the world's origin chi in order to make a breakthrough, this bead is more trouble than it's worth. As such, the spirit gathering bead is indeed a treasure that's very tempting to use, but in the spirit realm, it's only given to low-grade cultivators with mediocre aptitudes. No high-grade cultivator would ever use something like this, the small child explained in detail. Is that so? So what you're saying is that this treasure is completely useless to me? That's not necessarily the case. If you can find a few rare wood attribute materials, you'll be able to convert this bead into another type of treasure known as the wood birth bead. That bead won't be able to accelerate your cultivation, but after you completely refine it, you'll be able to attain the immortal body ability. Even though you'll only be able to use that ability once, it'll save your life in a perilous situation, the small child replied. Immortal body? Hanli was very surprised to hear this. He had been yearning for such an ability for a long time. However, he had only seen this ability present in extremely powerful demon beasts, elder devils, and devilish corpses that had undergone devilification. He had never heard of any human cultivator who had managed to attain this ability. That's right. Each wood birth bead will allow you to unleash immortal body ability once. Following the ability's activation, even if you get decapitated or your entire body gets cut in half, you'll be able to make a full recovery, the small child replied with a chuckle. Really now? But if I can only use it once, doesn't that make it a disposable treasure? Hanli was quite tempted but also a little skeptical. Being able to unleash the immortal body ability once will be enough to save your life under some circumstances. Why do you still look so dissatisfied? In any case, the other wood attribute ingredients required to craft the wood birth bead will be very difficult to find in the human world, and it's yet to be seen whether you'll even be able to refine the treasure. The small child harumphed with a hint of displeasure on his face. What other materials do I need? I have a pretty big collection of wood attribute materials, Hanli replied with an unfazed smile. I'll give you a copy of the list of required materials, but if you want me to tell you the refinement method, you'll have to give me some things in return, the small child said in a straightforward manner. Sure. Feel free to tell me what you need, fellow Taoist Endless Sky. The fact that the small child was making demands came as quite a relief to Hanli. If the Endless Sky Beast were willing to tell him the refinement method free of charge, he would have been feeling quite uneasy instead. After all, even though the two of them had built up a certain level of camaraderie following the lightning tribulation, it was still quite a stretch for them to refer to one another as friends. Thus, Hanli remained rather cautious of the Endless Sky Beast. He wasn't naive enough to think that they were best friends after just a few mutually beneficial deals and exchanges. The Endless Sky Beast was mostly helping him because he was the owner of the Heaven Void Cauldron, and the Demon Beast was unable to escape from the cauldron, so he had no choice but to appease Hanli to a certain extent. Even though I've successfully reached the metamorphosis stage, I still require some medicines to fortify my cultivation base. I'm sure you'll be able to easily secure those medicines for me, Brother Han, the small child proposed. No problem. Give me a list of what you need along with the refinement method, Hanli replied without any hesitation. All right, when you get back to the cave abode, I'll give you the list of required materials, the refinement method, and a list of the medicines I'm looking for. The small child was very pleased with Hanli's straightforward reply. Hanli smiled upon hearing this before placing the wood spirit bead back into its wooden box, then flipping his hand over to stow all three treasures away into his storage pouch. All of a sudden, a cold light flashed through Hanli's eyes as he asked, "Fellow Taoist Endless Sky, do you think the ghost spirit sect cultivators were aware of the wood spirit bead's inherent flaw?" That's hard to say. From the sounds of it, this bead was abandoned long ago by ancient cultivators, and information about its inherent flaw doesn't appear to have been passed down. If a nascent soul cultivator from the ghost spirit sect specializing in wood attribute cultivation arts had used bead before, then they would definitely have been able to identify its flaws. Otherwise, there's no way to detect anything wrong just from the bead itself. Are you suspecting that those three are trying to prevent you from reaching the deity transformation stage? The small child asked. Hanli stroked his chin and deduced, that was my initial thought process, But then I realized that there's no motive for the ghost spirit sect to do such a thing. After all, even if I can't reach the deity transformation stage, I'm already a late nascent soul cultivator, and I'll still be the #1 cultivator in the Heavenly South region. Aren't they afraid that I'll identify the flaw in the bead and destroy the entire ghost spirit sect in a fit of rage? There must be more to this story than meets the eye. Let me think about this. The mastermind behind all this who's trying to use the ghost spirit sect against me is most likely a cultivator from the Heavenly South region, but why would it benefit them to prevent me from reaching the deity transformation stage? Even if I don't reach that level, there's still no one in the Heavenly South region who's a match for me. The only downside to this is that I won't be able to lengthen my lifespan, and I'll pass away after reaching around 1,000 years of age. As such, the period of time during which our drifting cloud sect will be able to exert dominance over the other sects of the Heavenly South region will be significantly curtailed. However, to normal sects, it doesn't really matter which sect reigns supreme in the Heavenly South region. There are only a handful of sects who can contend for this position, and it's most likely one of the Flowing Mind sect, the Harmonious Bond sect, or the High Zenith sect. Alternatively, it could be all three of those sects joining forces to plot against me. The small child was quite stunned by Han Li's analytical prowess, and only after a long while did a wry smile appear on his face as he said, "Now that you put it that way, things have been made a lot clearer. So you think that the other three late nascent soul great cultivators are behind all this?" Han Li rose to his feet and paced a few steps within the hall. He then looked up at the ceiling and a cold smile appeared on his face as he said, "Perhaps. In any case, this is all just speculation. Who knows what could really be going on behind the scenes? I'm not sure if I'm right either. It's easy if you want to find out the truth. Just capture one of those three, then use a soul search technique on them," the small child suggested with a low chuckle. A sharp light flashed through his eyes, but he shook his head after a moment of contemplation as he said, "It would be indeed simple to capture one of them, but that's beside the point. Even if I've hit the nail on the head here, it would be inappropriate for me to attack any of those three sects without any concrete evidence. Otherwise, I'll be viewed as a public enemy. All other cultivators fear and revere me as the #1 cultivator in the Heavenly South region, but if I were to abuse that title, then more people would become resentful and fearful toward me. Maybe someone will take advantage of this opportunity to turn the entire Heavenly South region against me. No matter how powerful I am, I won't be able to stand against the entire cultivation world of the Heavenly South region, and there have been previous instances of something like this happening before. You're way too much of a coward, Han Brat. If someone tried to plot against me like this in the spirit realm, hee. Whatever, it's up to you in the end. As long as you can keep yourself from getting killed, I won't try to influence your decisions," the small child said in a lazy voice. "Don't worry, now that I know there are people plotting against me, I'll be sure to be careful. As for this incident, I'll pretend to be oblivious to it for now. If whoever's behind this doesn't try any more little trick, then I'll let them be, but if they try something else, I'm sure I'll be able to catch them next time. As soon as I find some concrete evidence, they'll learn what it means to wish they were dead." Han Li's expression remained quite calm, but the menacing threat in his voice was quite apparent. The small child merely chuckled without saying anything this time. Han Li remained within the hall for a while longer before finally exiting the guest pavilion. He then turned his gaze toward another nearby pavilion, and his brows furrowed slightly. He could understand Han Yunji coming to find him, but what business did Dong Xian'er have with him? He was not on good terms with the latter of these two women. Dong Xian'er was extremely beautiful, but she had left him with quite a negative impression. However, there was also something else that Han Li was confused about. He had once heard from a Harmonious Bond sect disciple that after Dong Xian'er had reached the core formation stage, she had deployed people to search for him for a period of time. Why was that? Han Li looked at the pavilion with a hesitant look, but still decided to make his way toward it in the end. After entering the pavilion, he was greeted by the sight of two beautiful female cultivators, one of whom was standing while the other was seated in a chair, and both of them were completely silent. The one in the chair was a yellow-robed woman with a set of gentle features, making her appear very warm and approachable. The one who was standing was an extremely seductive white-robed woman who gave off an air of frailty. However, that sense of fragile vulnerability evoked within the onlooker the urge to protect her, thereby further contributing to her allure. Han Li's arrival immediately drew the attention of the two female cultivators. "I'm quite surprised that you two came to visit me, fellow Taoists. We're all old acquaintances and seeing you two evokes many past memories in me." Han Li approached the two women with a faint smile on his face. A hint of elation appeared in the yellow-robed woman's eyes at the sight of Han Li. She hurriedly rose to her feet, but was seemingly at a loss for what to do as she said, "Brother Han." "No. Senior Han, I hope my visit isn't causing any trouble for you." As for the white-robed Dong Xin'er, her vibrant red lips moved a few times, but she didn't say anything in the end. However, the expression on her face was slightly complex, seemingly a mixture of excitement and joy, as well as hints of distance and resentment. "I'm overjoyed to see you here, fellow Taoist Han. It's certainly not too much trouble for me at all. You don't need to refer to me as senior this or senior that either. Just call me Big Brother Han. You seem to have reached the mid-core formation stage already. Looks like it won't be long before you progress to the late core formation stage," Han Li greeted with a smile. The yellow-robed woman blushed slightly before nodding her head with elation upon hearing this. "We've come here to thank Big Brother Han for sparing my life on 2 separate occasions. If another cultivator had been in your shoes, I would have most likely died twice already," Han Yunji said in a grateful voice. Han Li faltered initially upon hearing before bursting into laughter. "Looks like you've recovered all of your memories surrounding the trial by blood and fire, and you're aware that I was responsible for what happened next." Han Li was unconsciously regarding this woman as something like his little sister, and Han Yunji also harbored similar feelings toward Han Li. As such, they were only a few sentences into their conversation, but she had already forgotten Han Li's current lofty status and was speaking to him in an intimate manner as if he really were her elder brother. As their conversation progressed, the two of them began to talk about the Great South meeting and the trial by blood and fire, and both of them were filled with nostalgia. Back when they had attended this meeting, neither of them could have imagined that they would be standing where they stood today, 200 to 300 years down the track. At the time, they had to look up to even Foundation establishment cultivators. All of a sudden, a thought seemed to have occurred to Han Yunji, and she abruptly turned to Dong Xin'er with a smile as she said, "By the way, I met this big sister Dong during the ceremony. I heard that she was once a member of the same sect as Big Brother Han, and she has something she wants to speak to you about." "Fairy Dong and I did indeed once both cultivate in Yellow Maple Valley. However, it appears that your cultivation base hasn't progressed in the slightest since I last saw you, fellow Taoist Dong." Only after hearing Han Yunji's words did Han Li turn to Dong Xin'er with an indifferent expression. Dong Xin'er's face suddenly became quite flushed, and she gritted her teeth with fury as she retorted, "It's all because of you that I became like this." Han Li was completely bemused. Han Yunji also blinked with befuddlement in her eyes. Han Li soon came to his senses, and was naturally unhappy to hear this. As such, his expression darkened as he asked, "What do you mean by that, Fairy Dong? How could your stalling cultivation base have anything to do with me? If it weren't for the fact that you became an inner demon of mine, how could I have tried and failed to make breakthroughs on so many occasions? It's all because of you that I'm still stuck at the mid-core formation stage even after all these years." Dong Xin'er's rage seemed to have also made her forget Han Li's current identity, and she began to vent all of her fury and frustration. "Inner demon?" Han Li murmured to himself with a hint of bewilderment on his face. "Back when I was at the Yen Clan fortress, I was abducted by Tian Buke, and forcibly taken back to the Harmonious Bond sect. Only then did I discover my true lineage. It turns out that I'm a directly lineal descendant of the Harmonious Bond sect's old devil cloud part. It was only through an accident that I ended up becoming a disciple of the Yellow Maple sect. Before I was even born, old devil cloud part used a secret technique known as the graceful dream art on me, which is a cultivation art related to cultivation and bewitching charming techniques. The cultivation art would significantly enhance my rate of cultivation, yet the easiest, but also the most difficult obstacle for cultivators using this cultivation art would be the trial of the inner demons. If it turned out to be easy, then the obstacle would be virtually non-existent and I'd progress as easily as eating food or drinking water. However, if it proved to be difficult, then I could be impeded by my inner demons for the rest of my life, in which case my cultivation base would never progress. In fact, there have even been precedents in other cultivators using this cultivation art, where their inner demons have been too strong and their cultivation base had even been forced to regress as a result. Dong Xin'er spat through gritted teeth. After a prolonged flabbergasted silence, a peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face as he asked, "Even so, how did I become an inner demon of yours? I've barely even met you before." "How would I know? As soon as I reached the core formation stage, you began to appear in my cultivation as my inner demon. Even though I was able to barely make a breakthrough to the mid-core formation stage by recruiting some external assistance, I haven't been able to progress ever since. I have to overcome the obstacles posed by my inner demons before I can continue to make progress. I also asked old Devil Cloudpart about this, and he told me that the reason you became my inner demon was most likely because you used some kind of special cultivation arts in the past, and was immune to my bewitching charming techniques as a result. After that, when I was abducted and suffered backlash from my own bewitching charming technique, you left too strong of an impression in my heart, thereby becoming my inner demon. Han Li was completely speechless. Han Yunji was also completely bewildered. After a long while, Han Li finally managed to compose himself. A cold light flashed through his eyes as he asked, I heard that you once deployed some people to search for me right after you progressed to the core formation stage. If you had found me, how were you going to take care of your inner demons? How else does anyone overcome their inner demons? They either have to do so by sheer force of will or destroy the subject responsible for the manifestation of their inner demons. Alternatively, at the time, I wanted to employ the latter of those two methods. Dong Xian'er was stuttering slightly as she spoke, and a blush suddenly appeared on her face, further enhancing her seductive charm. Han Li's eyes narrowed initially upon hearing Dong Xian'er's words, but after listening to everything she had to say, a surprised look appeared in his eyes. A thought then seemed to have occurred to him, and a slightly awkward expression surfaced on his face. He was silent for a moment before asking, I know why you're here now. You want me to use my spiritual sense to pass my secret technique onto so you can overcome your inner demons, right? Dong Xian'er had also recomposed herself as she willingly admitted, that's right. I wanted to request for your help during the Mulan invasion, but at the time, you'd already progressed to the nascent soul stage and I hesitated to approach you, thus missing out on that opportunity. What makes you so sure that I would help you, fellow Taoist Dong? Han Li asked with a faint smile on his face. You're already the #1 cultivator in the Heavenly South region, so I don't know if you'd be willing to help a lowly core formation cultivator like me either. However, if I want to have any chance of reaching the nascent soul stage, then this is my only hope, Dong Xian'er replied with an indignant look in her eyes. I know that we aren't exactly on good terms with one another, but we were once both disciples of the same sect, and your inner demon did stem from me. Helping you out here won't be a difficult task for me, so I can lend you my assistance on this occasion, Han Li said in a slow voice. Really? Dong Xian'er was elated to hear this. It would be easy for my current self to help you overcome your inner demon. Why would I lie to you? However, after this, the two of us will no longer have anything to do with one another. Don't expect me to lend you any further assistance in your cultivation, Han Li warned. Dong Xian'er's face paled upon hearing this and she was silent for a moment before replying expressionlessly, I'm already extremely grateful that you're willing to help me just this once. I wouldn't dare to dream of troubling you any further. Alright, take a rest here for 3 days, fellow Taoist Dong. 3 days later, I'll come back here and help you overcome your inner demon, Han Li replied calmly. Dong Xian'er nodded in an aloof manner and refrained from speaking any further. After that, Han Li and Han Yunji chatted for a while longer before he departed from the pavilion. 5 days later, Dong Xian'er and Han Yunji departed from the Drifting Cloud sect one after the other, returning to their respective Controlling Spirit sect and Harmonious Bond sect. After receiving Han Li's help in overcoming her inner demons, Dong Xian'er would encounter no further impediment during her attempt to progress to the late core formation stage. Meanwhile, Han Yunji received many treasures and pills from Han Li, and he also entrusted her with a letter addressed to the Grand Elder of the Controlling Spirit sect. When Han Li descended in front of his cave abode as an azure streak of light, there was a young woman in a white palatial dress waiting for him with a smile on her face. As soon as Han Li arrived, she asked in a gentle voice, Why did little sister Yunji leave so soon? You could have asked her to stay for a few more days. There's no need for that. Spending a few days here with me is enough for her. Han Li shook his head with a smile. By the way, I just received some news about your other soulmate, that violet spirit woman. She reached the nascent soul stage several years ago, and has since embarked on a journey to the Great Gene. You probably won't be able to see her for a while, Nang Gongwan said with a hint of a smile on her face. Han Li smiled and replied, with violet spirit's aptitude, it's no surprise that she was able to progress to the nascent soul stage. As for whether she's here in the Heavenly South region or not, that's completely inconsequential. We'll naturally meet again if we're fated to do so. Also, I'm getting some tool refinement materials sent here in a few days, and I plan to go into seclusion after that. I want to get to the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage as quickly as possible, then completely master the Great Development technique. After that, I'll fuse the 5 types of glacial flames with the unbroken sync devils. Sure. I was just thinking about making a breakthrough to the late nascent soul stage as well. Hopefully, we'll both have achieved our objectives when we come out of seclusion. Nangongwan nodded with a gentle smile. I certainly hope that would prove to be the case. However, in the days before I go into seclusion, you'll have to keep me company in my lonely nights. A sinister look suddenly appeared in Han Li's eyes as his eyes roamed over Nangongwan's sensitive regions. When did you become such a smooth talker? Nangongwan scoffed with a deep blush on her face, but the amusement in her eyes was quite apparent. This is the first time anyone has called me a smooth talker in my life. You're probably the only one who'll get to see my smooth talking side. Han Li threw his head back and chortled heartily as his laughter echoed throughout the interconnected peaks. Within the cave abode on another peak, a young girl was reading a jade slip in her hand, and her concentration was broken by Han Li's raucous laughter. A sweet smile also appeared on her face before she turned her attention back to her jade slip. Within the secret chamber on the main peak of the Dream Cloud Mountains, everything was enshrouded in a vast expanse of white mist. It seemed that a restriction had been set up within the entire secret chamber. At the center of a chamber sat a man with his legs crossed and azure light shimmering all over his body. Around him were 5 pristine white jade-like humanoid skeletons that were also seated with their legs crossed. These skeletons were enveloped in a layer of grayish-white devilish chi, yet all of their mouths were slightly agape, and there were respectively black, white, blue, yellow, and green flames shimmering within. The azure humanoid figure sitting at the very center of the chamber had his palm almost joined together in front of his chest, and there was a ball of indistinct purple flames burning between his hands. This humanoid figure was none other than Han Li, who had been seclusion for an indeterminate number of years. All of a sudden, silver light flashed on the wall, and another azure humanoid figure appeared within the restriction, standing next to the wall in a completely stationary manner. After a long while, Han Li suddenly opened his mouth, and the ball of purple fire was sucked into his mouth as a purple line of flames. In contrast, the 5 skeletons nearby all closed their mouths, and the different colored flames within disappeared in a flash. Immediately thereafter, the grayish-white devilish chi over their bodies quickly receded to reveal the skeletons, which had turned into different colors that matched their respective flames. At this moment, Han Li slowly opened his eyes, but they were still completely glazed over. Only after a long while did his pupils regain their clarity. He turned his gaze toward the azure humanoid figure off to the side, and his brows furrowed slightly. That azure humanoid figure was naturally none other than the humanoid puppet, which Han Li had left outside the cave abode. During these past few years, Han Li would summon the humanoid puppet to him at regular intervals to assimilate it with the second nascent soul again, but aside from that, the puppet was left to look after the cave abode. Now that it had suddenly appeared here, something important that had to be brought to his attention must have happened. Han Li felt this to be rather strange. After all, the second nascent soul paired with the humanoid puppet was not inferior in power to a normal great cultivator, so what could have happened that even it wasn't able to take care of? With that in mind, he immediately swept his spiritual sense toward the humanoid puppet and began to assimilate with the second nascent soul's spiritual sense. After around 15 minutes had passed, a peculiar look appeared on Han Li's face. The stationary humanoid puppet suddenly raised a hand before pulling an item out of the storage pouch hanging from its waist, then calmly handing it over to Han Li. Han Li immediately accepted the item to find that it was a broken jade talisman around half the size of a palm. After injecting his spiritual power into object, many tiny crimson characters began to appear on its surface. Han Li only glanced at these characters for a short while before a contemplative look appeared on his face. "Fellow Taoist Endless Sky, you're also awake now, right? It looks like we've been in seclusion for a long time." Han Li's voice was slightly raspy and stiff from not speaking for so long. "It's only been about 120 to 130 years, not really all that long. Why do you say that? Do you want to come out of seclusion now? You've reached a critical juncture in combining your glacial flames and unbroken sync devils. It'll only take another decade or so before the 5 devils will be able to successfully refine the 5 type of glacial flames. Wouldn't it be a pity if you left now?" Spiritual light flashed, and a small cauldron flew out from within Han Li's sleeve. The cauldron hovered before him, and the figure of a small child appeared above it. In its current state, the demon beast appeared to be 2 or 3 years older than it was when it had first gone into seclusion with Han Li. Han Li shook his head and said, "It's not really a big deal. I can just continue the refinement process when I come back. It's just that this myriad distance talisman is revealing to me some news from the scattered star seas. I once made a deal with the heavenly star sages, and it looks like Ling Yuling is in trouble now, so I can't just ignore the situation." The heavenly star sages? You mean that late nascent soul stage couple from the scattered star seas? Back then, I used a secret technique to examine their bodily conditions. They did have an abundance of magic power within their bodies, but they appeared to be approaching the ends of their lifespans at the time. Even if they haven't been killed, they've most likely passed away already. Otherwise, with that couple looking after the Star Palace, why would this Ling Yuling request assistance from you? The small child speculated. The message that Ling Yuling sent me has indeed neglected to mention the heavenly star sages, so it's most likely the case that they truly have passed away already. This is an opportunity for me as well. I've always been very interested in the Star Palace's divine essence-fused light. I've carefully studied the methods to progress to the deity transformation stage that the heavenly star sages provided me with, and the only viable one is to completely master the divine essence-fused light. During this trip, I can go and obtain that cultivation method, Han Li mused. I've never heard of a cultivation art known as the divine essence-fused light in the spirit realm before, so this is most likely something created by a cultivator of this world. Won't you be dabbling in too many different areas if you use this cultivation art? Take care that you don't let these things distract you from your pursuit of the great Tao, the small child cautioned. I'm aware of this. Prior to cultivating the divine essence-fused light, I'll make sure to progress to the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage first, then try to use my glacial flames to try and break through the deity transformation stage bottleneck. If I can succeed in doing that, then there would be no need to cultivate the divine essence-fused light. Otherwise, I have no choice in this matter, Han Li said with a grave expression. If that's the case, then I don't really have anything else to say. I also know many methods that can help once progress to the deity transformation stage, but it's a shame that they would be ineffective in this world due to the sparse spiritual chi here. By the way, how have you been cultivating for the past century? The magic power within your body seems to have grown a lot more abundant, the small child asked after assessing Han Li's bodily condition. That may be true, but I'm still far away from reaching the pinnacle of the late nascent soul stage. It's going to take me at least another 50 to 60 years of cultivation to get there, and that's only through constantly taking all types of pills as well. If I were to cultivate through meditation alone, I most likely wouldn't be able to reach that point even after an entire century. Han Li heaved a forlorn sigh. At this moment, Han Li suddenly thought of the fuchsia cloud pill that he had refined in that mysterious medicine garden. If he had a sufficient number of such pills, he would be able to accelerate his rate of cultivation by several-fold. It was a pity that certain types of spirit herbs required to refine the fuchsia cloud pill had already gone extinct, and it was impossible to take those spirit herbs out of the medicine garden and plant them in the outside world. At his current cultivation base, the pills that he was taking had a very limited enhancement effect for him, and he was rather dissatisfied with their efficacy. Furthermore, he hadn't been wasting the green liquid in that mysterious vial during these past years either. After setting aside a sufficient amount to satisfy his pill refinement requirements, the rest of that liquid had all been used to cleanse his spirit eyes and mature his spirit insects. However, he stopped cleansing his spirit eyes after just over 20 years over. This was because after cleansing his spirit eyes countless times, the bright side spirit water no longer provided any benefits to him. As such, it would have been simply wasteful to continue cleansing his eyes with the spirit water. Despite that, Han Li's spirit eyes had already undergone a drastic transformation. After injecting spiritual power into his eyes, not only was Han Li able to see through clouds and mist, he could see objects that were 10,000 feet away as clearly as if they were right before his eyes. In that case, unless he found himself confined within a restriction that cut off one's spiritual sense, his spirit eyes would prove to be extremely pragmatic and useful to him. After maturing for over 100 years, the six-winged frost centipede finally grew their second pairs of wings. As such, they had ascended straight from 5th-grade demon beasts to become 7th-grade demon beasts, and at the same time, they had attained the power to control wind and snow. If all 12 centipedes were to unleash their full power in unison, they could instantly transform an area with a radius of over 5 kilometers into a glacial land. In contrast, the gold-devouring beetles showed no signs of imminent evolution yet. He had obtained a method from Saintess Tianlan to mature these beetles through the use of 5 elemental spiritual qi, but it was clearly not the right time to employ such a technique. It appeared that he was going to have to nurture these spirit insects for many more years before that course of action became applicable. As for the armored earth dragon that he had found in the Great Gene, which was only proficient in searching for heavenly materials and earthly treasures, it was also very content to cultivate by itself in the cave abode. However, judging from its cultivation base, it was still very far away from reaching the 8th grade metamorphosis stage. In terms of cultivation arts, Hanli was cultivating the Azure Essence Sword art and the Great Development Technique at the same time. Perhaps it was due to the changes in his spiritual root aptitude, or perhaps it was because he really did have exceptional aptitude in spiritual sense cultivation. In any case, he was able to cultivate up to the final layer of the Great Development Technique in one fell swoop, and the process seemed to have gone even smoother than when he was cultivating the first few layers. As such, his spiritual sense had become several times more powerful than it once was. If he could also cultivate the final layer of the Great Development Technique, then his spiritual sense wouldn't be inferior even to that of the average deity transformation cultivator. Aside from the remarkable improvements in his spiritual sense, Han Li's current body was also powerful beyond belief. In order to facilitate the cultivation of the 9 Gale transformations, he cultivated the 3rd layer of the Bright Jade Arts. Even though it didn't take him much time to do so, the level of difficulty and the excruciating pain involved almost made Han Li give up midway. It was no wonder that very people reached the 3rd layer or above, even in the spirit realm. However, after cultivating the 3rd layer of the Bright Jade Arts, Han Li's had even surprised himself with how powerful his body had become. At present, he was able to remain completely unscathed in the face of attacks from normal treasures without even having to unleash his protective spiritual layer. As for the 9 Gale transformations, that cultivation art had been extremely easy to progress in, and he had completely mastered it within the short span of a few years. During his seclusion, Han Li had also refined a few treasures. He naturally prioritized the refinement of the wood birth bead, which would grant him the immortal body ability on one occasion. Coincidentally, the most important supplementary materials required to refine this bead were the soul nurturing tree and the spirit well tree, 2 of the 3 divine woods. To others, these items were extremely difficult to find in the human world, but this was not an issue for Han Li. As such, he was able to easily refine the wood birth bead before absorbing it into his body. Aside from this bead, he also refined the pair of poisonous hooks he had obtained from the twin-tailed human-faced scorpion, as well as the fire dragon pillars he had sourced from the Kunwu Mountains into 2 sets of powerful treasures. Han Li was tallying the rewards he had reaped during this period of seclusion when he suddenly waved a sleeve through the air, tossing out a black jade vial as he began to chant something. The 5 skeletons nearby immediately shuddered as grayish-white devilish chi abruptly surfaced over their bodies, transforming them into ghostly heads each around the size of a wagon wheel. There were also devilish flames blasting out from the mouths of the ghostly heads, creating an extremely sinister sight to behold. Han Li raised a hand and cast an incantation seal toward the ghostly heads, upon which they quickly shrank down to around the size of human fists. A burst of light then erupted from the black jade vials, sucking in all 5 ghostly heads. Han Li stowed the jade vial away before rising to his feet. He swept his sleeve toward a patch of white light on the wall of the secret chamber, and spiritual light flashed as the restriction within the chamber quickly receded, revealing the stone door at its entrance. Han Li made his way over to the stone door expressionlessly, while the humanoid puppet disappeared on the spot amid a flash of silver light. In the State of Yu, located in the center of the Heavenly South region, there had been wars raging almost constantly among in the cultivation world, and rarely were there any prolonged periods of peace. The 6 sects in the State of Yu were first vanquished by the Devil Dao, and following that was a war among the sects of the Devil Dao for supremacy and control over the State of Yu, a war that was won by the Ghost Spirit sect in the end. However, around a century ago, the Ghost Spirit sect had lost many of its high-grade cultivators during the battle in the Devil Fall Valley, and the controlling Spirit sect took advantage of this opportunity, allying with the other sects to force the Ghost Spirit sect out of the State of Yu. As such, the State of Yu had since been split among the Devil Dao sects with the controlling Spirit sect as their new leader. The current might and influence of the controlling Spirit sect allowed them to take over close to half of the spirit veins and spirit mines in the State of Yu, and one of those spirit mines was situated underground beneath a certain large valley. The spirit stone reserves here were initially quite abundant, but following relentless excavation for the past several centuries by the 6 sects of the State of Yu, then by the Ghost Spirit Sect and the Controlling Spirit Sect. The supply of spirit stones had finally begun to run dry, and the mine itself was in a semi-abandoned state. Aside from 2 chi condensation disciples from the Controlling Spirit Sect, there were no other cultivators present to guard the spirit mine. On that day, the 2 Controlling Spirit Sect disciples were standing at the underground entrance of the mine, chatting about some recent events that had taken place within the sect. Meanwhile, on the surface of the ground above their heads, an azure humanoid figure burrowed soundlessly into the earth using an earth movement technique, then appeared within a certain nondescript cave in the deepest part of the mine. Throughout this entire process, the 2 Controlling Spirit Sect disciples were completely oblivious to his arrival. Yellow light flashed, and the humanoid figure revealed himself to be a young man with a set of mundane features. He took a glance at an empty corner of the cave, and a faint smile appeared on his face. This man was naturally none other than Han Li, who had traveled all the way from the state of Shi. A month ago, after coming out of seclusion in the state of Shi, he hadn't encountered Nangong Wan. Nangong Wan cultivated in a manner that was different from Han Li. During the past century, she had come out of seclusion on several occasions and traveled to all parts of the Heavenly South region for extended periods of time in order to train her mind. When Han Li had finally emerged from seclusion, Nangong Wan had re-entered her secret chamber several years prior to that, and was in the midst of her next spell of seclusion and cultivation. Han Li was rather disappointed, but nor was he going to disrupt Nangong Wan's cultivation just to see her again. Instead, he merely sent her a voice transmission talisman, informing her of the fact that he was going to be embarking on a long journey, then visited LA with Tilda 1/4 Luo and Lu Yu in the Drifting Cloud sect. The 2 of them were naturally ecstatic to see Han Li. During the past century or so, the 2 had worked tirelessly to expand the Drifting Cloud sect, and it had now become one of the handful of most renowned sects in the Heavenly South region. During this time, Song Yu had already reached the nascent soul stage, becoming the 4th nascent soul cultivator of the Drifting Cloud sect. Han Li was naturally quite pleased to hear this. What was surprising to him was that after many years of searching, Song Yu finally found a disciple who possessed an inherently powerful spiritual sense from birth over 10 years ago. However, due to the fact that Han Li was still in seclusion at the time, this disciple was left to cultivate in the sect on their own. Apparently, the disciple also possessed quite an exceptional spiritual root aptitude with a dual attribute spiritual root. Han Li's heart stirred upon hearing this, and he immediately requested to meet this disciple. He discovered that this disciple was a slightly thin and frail-looking 16 to 17-year-old young man with a set of delicate features. Han Li examined the young man in person to find that he did indeed possess an inherently powerful spiritual sense from birth, one that was several times more powerful than cultivators of the same cultivation base. Most importantly, the young man had a very honest and steady personality, which Han Li was very pleased with. Thus, he cut straight to the point and asked the young man if he were willing to become his disciple. The young man's name was Shi Jian, and he was already aware of who Han Li was. As such, he was naturally overjoyed that the #1 cultivator in the Heavenly South region was willing to take him as his disciple. As such, he immediately fell to his knees and kowtowed to Han Li, officially becoming his disciple. Han Li chortled heartily before taking the young man back to the interconnected peaks. He erected a new cave abode for the young man on one of the peaks, and also gave him a copy of the Great Development Treasure Scriptures. He reinforced to the young man the importance of cultivating the Great Development Technique, but allowed him to choose any other cultivation art in the treasured scriptures that he wished to cultivate alongside the Great Development Technique. The monarch of Soul Divergence was an extremely talented cultivator, so there were many cultivation arts enclosed in his treasured scriptures. Shi Jian was still only a chi condensation stage disciple, and Han Li left him a sufficient number of pills to support his cultivation. He also summoned his other disciple, Tian Qiner, to instruct Shi Jian in his cultivation while he was away. Even though Tian Qiner possessed the Dragon Cry physique, she was also able to cultivate her way to the mid-foundation establishment stage during the past century with the assistance of the large number of pills given to her by the humanoid puppet. Just as Han Li had expected, it appeared that it wouldn't be impossible for her to reach the core formation stage. After accepting the young man as his disciple, Han Li felt as if a weight had been lifted from his shoulders. Before the monarch of Soul Divergence had passed away, he had asked Han Li to find a disciple in his stead to pass the Great Development Treasured Scriptures onto. As soon as the young man reached the core formation stage or above, Han Li was planning to bestow upon him several powerful treasures, then send him to the far west so he could take over as the Thousand Bamboo Sect master and receive the inheritance left behind by the monarch of Soul Divergence. As for Mu Peeling, who was also residing in a cave abode on one of the interconnected peaks, Nangong Wan had bestowed upon her a secret technique from the Masked Moon sect, and she had been able to cultivate it to make great strides in her cultivation, reaching the late core formation stage. She was in seclusion day and night, arduously cultivating her magic power so she could attempt to break through to the nascent soul stage. However, Han Li wasn't very optimistic about her future prospects. Mu Peeling's aptitude was far from mediocre, but almost every nascent soul cultivator had to encounter a miraculous opportunity that was unique to them before reaching the nascent soul stage. Mu Peeling was working extremely hard in her cultivation, but if she didn't encounter such an opportunity, her chances of reaching the nascent soul stage were quite abysmal. After taking care of everything that required his attention in the sect as well as within his own cave abode, Han Li immediately departed from the Dream Cloud Mountains and headed straight for the State of Yu. After all, from the message that Ling Yuling had sent him, the Star Palace was in a very perilous situation and was being completely dominated by the Starfall Coalition. Otherwise, she wouldn't have resorted to sending out a request for help using her myriad distance talisman. Han Li didn't want to delay for too long before getting to the scattered star seas, only to find that Lin Yuling had already perished in battle. Now he was back in the underground cave that the ancient teleportation formation had been situated in. Even though he had intentionally destroyed the teleportation formation on the previous occasion he had been here, he simply had to repair it before he could teleport to the scattered star seas. What came as quite a relief to Han Li was that there were only 2 chi condensation cultivators guarding this place. Even the most basic of concealment techniques could ensure that the 2 of them didn't notice that anything was amiss. With that in mind, Han Li grabbed the storage pouch hanging from his waist before tossing it into the air. The storage pouch spun in the air before the opening of the pouch turned upside down, and a burst of white light erupted from within, heading directly toward the ground. The white light receded, and a large pile of materials about half as tall as a grown man was revealed. The majority of the pile consisted of various types of strange rocks and stones. Han Li waved a hand upward expressionlessly, and white light began to flash within the storage pouch again. On this occasion, a dozen or so formation flags and several formation plates shot forth from within. All of them hovered in midair following their emergence, shimmering with spiritual light of all types of colors. Han Li chanted something before gently sweeping his sleeve toward their formation tools. All of a sudden, these treasures transformed into streaks of light of various different colors, flying in all directions before disappearing into the walls of the cave in a flash. Large swathes of white mist then began to billow out from within the walls of the cave, concealing Han Li within in the blink of an eye. If a cultivator were to walk past the cave at this moment, they would simply be greeted by the sight of an empty cave within which nothing was amiss. The restriction created by the formation had completely concealed Han Li as well as that large pile of formation materials. Meanwhile, Han Li was already busy at work. With his current wealth of knowledge and experience, it was an extremely simple matter for Han Li to set up a small teleportation formation, provided that there were enough materials available. As such, a brand new teleportation formation had been erected in the corner of the cave in just 2 days. After examining the formation one last time, Han Li cast an incantation seal toward it. White light flashed from the center of the formation, following which a burst of buzzing rang out. Immediately thereafter, spiritual light flashed over various spots on the teleportation formation before fading of their own accord. It appeared that there were no issues with the teleportation formation, so Han Li could use it immediately. Han Li was elated to see this, and his body swayed before appearing within the teleportation formation in the blink of an eye. However, just as he was about to activate the formation, he cast his gaze around the cave, and a hesitant look appeared on his face. After a brief period of contemplation, he suddenly patted one of the spirit beast pouches hanging from his waist. A hissing sound rang out, following which the pouch's opening widened, and a burst of white wind and snow erupted from within. Immediately thereafter, 12 snowy white centipedes were revealed. Each of them had 2 pairs of wings on their backs, and they were all very menacing in appearance. After releasing these 6-winged frost centipede, Han Li chanted something before casting an incantation seal toward them. All of these centipedes immediately shrank to around the size of a palm each at Han Li's behest. They then opened their mouths to blast out bursts of glacial chi which enshrouded their bodies, sealing themselves in a block of ice. Moments later, a series of remarkably translucent balls of ice appeared before Han Li, Han Li flicked his 10 fingers toward the balls of ice in quick succession, and 12 azure threads shot forth, instantly disappearing into the balls of ice. The 12 ice balls then plummeted downward in unison, disappearing into the ground amid a flash of yellow light. Only then did Han Li nod his head with a satisfied expression. With 12 7th-grade demon beasts guarding this place, even a nascent soul cultivator wouldn't be able to easily destroy the teleportation formation here. As such, he was feeling a lot more reassured. Han Li then immediately activated the teleportation formation beneath his feet, and disappeared amid a flash of white light. Following a rush of dizziness, Han Li appeared on an island tens of millions of kilometers away. He swept his gaze around him to find that everything remained the same as they had been during his last visit. It appeared that this place was quite obscure and hadn't been discovered by any other cultivators. Han Li strode out of the teleportation formation, and slashed his hand through the air behind him without even turning his head. A streak of golden flashed past, and the teleportation formation behind him was sliced in half amid a resounding boom. Han Li then emerged expressionlessly from within the stone chamber. Moments later, a streak of azure light rose up into the air from the island, then shot forth toward a certain direction and disappearing into the distance in the blink of an eye. Han Li traveled directly toward Heavenly Star City, passing by a few islands along the way, but he showed no intention of stopping at any of them. However, he soon discovered that all of the cultivators that he encountered along his journey were also all in a rush. If two groups of unfamiliar cultivators bumped into one another, both sides would immediately adopt wary expressions, and the atmosphere would become extremely tense. This observation made Han Li's brows furrow, and he could sense the turmoil brewing within the scattered star seas. As he approached the massive island upon which the Heavenly Star City was situated, he saw more and more traveling cultivators. Aside from groups of cultivators locked in tense confrontations, there were even some who were engaged in fierce battles, and it was quite apparent that all of the participants in those battles were not holding back at all, clearly intent on killing their enemies. In the beginning, Han Li paid them no heed. However, as the instances of such battles increased in regularity, Han Li knew that this most likely had something to do with the conflict between the Starfall Coalition and the Star Palace. Even though it appeared that the Starfall Coalition was dominating the battle, the Star Palace had been ruling over the scattered star seas for such a long time, so they had to have some trump cards up their sleeves. Furthermore, they also shared close ties with many of the large sects in the scattered star seas. Those ties were not very apparent under normal circumstances, but those powers would definitely step in when the Star Palace was truly on the cusp of destruction. The fact that there were cultivators who clearly belonged to neither the Star Palace nor the Starfall Coalition participating in the battles seemed to indicate that the Star Palace really was at the end of the road. After all, none of the other major powers would step in unless their intervention was absolutely mandatory. Of course, Han Li wasn't just going to plunge headfirst into the conflict between the Star Palace and the Starfall Coalition without doing some research first. However, it was difficult to acquire any useful information from low-grade cultivators as they simply didn't know much themselves. As such, even though he encountered many Foundation establishment cultivators along the way, he didn't stop to interrogate any of them. On that day he was hurtling through the air as a streak of azure light when all of a sudden, his expression changed slightly, and he turned toward a certain direction in the distance. He stalled briefly in his flight before flying toward that direction. With Han Li's current cultivation base, it only took him several flashes while flying at full speed to cover a distance of over 5 kilometers. There, he cast his gaze downward, and a hint of a smile appeared on his face. In the air at a lower altitude down below, there was a black-robed elderly man and an intimidating burly man locked in a fierce battle with one another, while manipulating a shimmering yellow flying sword and an azure ring treasure respectively. Coincidentally, these two were both at the mid-core formation stage, and their treasures seemed to be roughly comparable in power as well. As such, they were completely evenly matched. If neither of them had any other treasures or trump cards up their sleeves to vanquish their opponent in one fell swoop, Han Li estimated that it would take them at least most of a day to reach a decisive result in their battle. Furthermore, it didn't appear as if either man would be capable of killing the other, so the battle would most likely conclude with one side fleeing following a close defeat. Han Li's sudden arrival naturally came as quite a surprise to both the elderly man and the burly middle-aged man. They reflexively stopped what they were doing and turned their attention to Han Li with wary expressions on their faces. Both of them swept their spiritual sense toward Han Li, upon which their expressions changed drastically. In order to draw less attention to himself, Hanli had concealed his cultivation base to only the early nascent soul stage. However, that was already enough to intimidate two core formation cultivators. The two of them waved their hands through the air almost in unison to stow away their respective treasures, immediately following which the elderly man hurriedly extended a respectful bow toward Hanli, and said, "I am Bai Sun of Fallen Spirit Island. May I have the honor of knowing your esteemed name, senior?" The middle-aged man also extended a respectful bow to Hanli with a fawning expression on his face as he asked, "Do you require our assistance, senior?" Hanli crossed his arms with an indifferent expression and said, "You don't need to know who I am. I haven't been here for many years, so I have some things to ask the two of you." The two men were very relieved to hear that Hanli was merely coming to them for information, and the elderly immediately said, "We'll be sure to tell you everything we know, senior." Hanli nodded upon hearing this, and immediately began to inquire about the events that had taken place in the scattered star seas during the past century. The two men naturally regarded Hanli as a nascent soul stage senior who had been in an extended period of seclusion, and they hurriedly launched into a recount of the past events. Over 100 years ago, the demon beast of the outer seas took over many islands inhabited by humans, and delivered an ultimatum for all human cultivators to vacate themselves from the outer seas. A battle between the humans and the demon beast naturally erupted as a result. Strangely enough, neither the Star Palace nor the Starfall Coalition deployed many cultivators to participate in this battle. Instead, many itinerant cultivators and disciples from smaller sects who were benefiting directly from those islands gathered on a large island where teleportation formations had been set up, and engaged in a fierce battle with the demon beasts. To call it a battle would actually be inaccurate, as in reality, it was just a bunch of human cultivators on a few islands, desperately trying to keep the demon beasts at bay by making use of some of the restrictions on the islands. Cultivators who dared to participate in this battle possessed Foundation establishment stage cultivation bases at a minimum. It was said that tens of thousands of cultivators were gathered, and even when split up, there were still around 5,000 to 6,000 human cultivators on each island. However, as soon as the battle began, all of the islands were completely surrounded by countless low-grade demon beasts, thereby severely denting the morale of the human cultivators, who had initially been brimming with confidence. In the end, the human cultivators only lasted about half a month before all of the islands were conquered by the demon beasts. Apparently, not even a single high-grade metamorphosis stage demon beast had participated in the battle. All of the restrictions on the island had been vanquished by low-grade demon beasts, of which there seemed to be an almost infinite number, and just their efforts alone were enough to conquer all of the islands. In the outer seas, the human cultivators were no match for the demon beast, so they had no choice but to retreat back to the inner seas, then destroyed all of the teleportation formations leading to the outer seas, and temporarily relinquishing everything they had established there. At that point, the outer star seas had once again become the domain of the demon beast. Of course, the human cultivators hadn't actually completely given up on the outer star seas. After a few centuries or perhaps even a few millennia of recuperation, the humans were most likely going to return to the outer seas. After all, the countless demon beasts in the outer seas provided a virtually endless supply of demon cores to be harvested, and that was simply far too important of a resource for the cultivators of the scattered star seas to abandon. Another piece of information that Hanli took note of was that the heavenly star sages had passed away several decades ago. However, prior to their deaths, they had invaded the main base of the Starfall Coalition, using the might of their divine essence-fused light to kill several Starfall Coalition nascent soul cultivators. The Arch-Saint of the Six Paths and Wan Sangu were in a secret chamber, discussing some important matters at the time, and they were forced to emerge and face the Heavenly Star Sages in battle. The two of them had thought that the Heavenly Star Sages were bound to Heavenly Star City as they couldn't distance themselves from the divine essence-fused mountains, which was why they had been caught completely off guard by this surprise attack. After that, a series of events that stunned the entire scattered star seas unfolded. The Heavenly Star Sages had no intention of engaging the Arch-Saint of the Six Paths and Wan Sangu in a prolonged battle. Instead, they unleashed some type of secret technique from the get-go, detonating all of the divine essence-fused light that they had arduously cultivated for several centuries at once, creating a doomsday-like explosion that had razed the entire main base of the Starfall Coalition to the ground. The Arch-Saint of the Six Paths and Wan Sangu were situated closest to the epicenter of the explosion, and even their nascent souls didn't get a chance to escape before they were instantly reduced to nothingness. As such, the most powerful beings of the Star Palace and the Starfall Coalition had been wiped off the face of the world in the blink of an eye. In comparison, the Starfall Coalition had been reduced to a far inferior state compared to the Star Palace. After all, the Arch-Saint of the Six Paths and Wan Sangu weren't the only ones who had perished during the attack. At the time, there were several elders and a high number of core formation cultivators present at the main base as well, and they had also been killed. As expected, in the following 2 to 3 decades, Ling Yuling took over the Star Palace and forced the Starfall Coalition into a steady decline, making the latter lose a lot of territory in the process. All of the sects that were a part of the Starfall Coalition had been placed on the Star Palace's hit list, so they had no choice but to grit their teeth and try to weather the storm. Otherwise, it was quite possible that the Starfall Coalition would have been disbanded a long time ago. Just as it appeared as if the Starfall Coalition were about to be vanquished, an astonishing event suddenly took place, heralding the resurgence of the Starfall Coalition. The sect master of the Myriad Gates of Enlightenment, Wan Tianming, progressed to the late nascent soul stage amid the crisis, becoming the newest great cultivator on the scattered star seas. As such, the Starfall Coalition was immediately able to turn the tables. As a late nascent soul cultivator, Wan Tianming was able to unite the entire coalition, becoming the undisputed coalition leader. After that, he slew several Star Palace elders in battle, and forged a resounding reputation for himself. In the following few decades, the Star Palace was no match for Wan Tianming's aggressive assaults as they had no great cultivators to stand against him. Thus, the Starfall Coalition stormed back with a vengeance, recovering all of their lost territories, then claiming some more. Soon, the Star Palace had been plunged into an even more perilous situation than when the Arch-Saint of the Six Paths and Wan Sangu were still alive. Not long ago, the Starfall Coalition had opened up a pathway into the Heavenly Star City, and sent out a batch of their ghost crests again. All sects and powers that received the crests had to confirm to whom they pledged their allegiance. If they didn't join the Starfall Coalition in their assault against the Star Palace, then they would be regarded as enemies of the Starfall Coalition, and would be eradicated as a result. The Starfall Coalition was all set to attack the Star Palace, and were taking no prisoners. Sure enough, Wan Tianming backed up his threat by actually destroying a few sects that were allied with the Star Palace, and the entire scattered star seas was completely riled up as a result. The sects that had pledged their allegiance to the Star Palace and the Starfall Coalition, as well as the sect that simply wanted to take a neutral stance, were all forced to take action. Some of them completely shut off their sects and hid within their restrictions, some of them fled to the Heavenly Star City for refuge, and there were many that took this opportunity to expand by taking over abandoned territories. In any case, the scattered star seas was in complete turmoil. The Starfall Coalition's army of cultivators took this opportunity to gather on a few islands near the Heavenly Star City, and it appeared that they had deployed all of their most powerful cultivators in preparation for the final battle. It appeared that Wan Tianming didn't want to prolong this battle any longer. He simply wanted to destroy the Star Palace and end this conflict once and for all. However, when was the battle going to commence? And how many cultivators had been gathered on the islands near Heavenly Star City? Neither the elderly man nor the middle-aged man could provide answers to those questions. Most of the cultivators in the scattered star seas wanted nothing better than to avoid this battle altogether, but many of them were simply unable to do so and were forced to take a side. As for whether they had joined the Star Palace or the Starfall Coalition, that was only something that they themselves knew. As such, there were spies all over the place trying to ascertain which side everyone was allied to, plunging the area around the Heavenly Star City into complete turmoil. Furthermore, it only became more and more chaotic as one approached the Heavenly Star City. Han Li had heard all of the information he wanted to hear, and he fell into deep thought, sparing the 2 core formation cultivators from further interrogation. After hearing the information provided by the 2 core formation cultivators, Han Li was feeling a lot more assured. It was quite clear that Ling Yuling had requested for his help through the use of the Myriad Distance Talisman so he could oppose the sect master of the Myriad Gates of Enlightenment. Speaking of this Wan Tianming, Han Li had actually seen him in the Heaven Void Hall before. This man had left him with a rather negative impression, and he always appeared as if he were plotting something. However, Han Li was quite surprised to hear that this man was able to reach the late nascent soul stage. The Heavenly Star Sages, who had perished along with the Arch-Saint of the Six Paths and Wan Sangu, would clearly have been unable to anticipate this. In their minds, the Star Palace would have surely already defeated the Starfall Coalition and reigned supreme over the scattered star seas again, so there would be no need to request any external assistance. However, Hanli really didn't see this Wan Tianming as much of a threat. This sect master one had progressed to the late nascent soul stage even later than he had, so there was no way that he was a match for Hanli. Following his period of seclusion, Hanli had further bolstered his cultivation base, and his spiritual sense had also become vastly more powerful. Even if he were to come up against a deity transformation cultivator, he had the resources to ensure self-preservation, albeit just barely. With that in mind, Hanli's thoughts quickly turned to the divine essence-fused light, as well as that legendary divine essence-fused mountain. The divine essence-fused light cultivation art wouldn't be difficult to obtain. Apparently, this cultivation art wasn't exactly a well-guarded secret, so he would most likely be able to find a copy somewhere in the scattered star seas. Even without recruiting the assistance of the Star Palace, he would also be able to find it as long as he was willing to expend some time. However, the divine essence-fused mountain was an extraordinary object, and it was difficult to say whether there would even be another mountain of a similar nature in the human world. He didn't know whether this mountain was a mandatory element for cultivating the divine essence-fused light, but many high-grade cultivators in the scattered star seas were aware that the heavenly star sages had only begun using this cultivation art after discovering the divine essence-fused mountain. As such, this mountain was at least very helpful to those cultivating the divine essence-fused light. Otherwise, as aforementioned, this cultivation art was not that difficult to obtain, and far more people would be using it, but that was clearly not the case. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Hanli nodded absent-mindedly toward the two core formation cultivators and left some parting words of gratitude before flying away as a streak of azure light. Throughout this entire process, he hadn't asked anything about why the two were fighting, nor which of the two sides they had pledged their allegiance toward. The two of them stood on the spot and looked on with respectful expressions at Hanli's departing figure. Only after the azure streak of light truly disappeared into the distance did they turn to each other in unison, upon which hints of animosity reappeared in their eyes. However, after Hanli's interruption, neither of the two were in the mood to fight anymore, and after trading a few verbal insults, both of them departed in a rather sheepish manner. At this point Hanli was already over 50 kilometers away. Over the surface of the ocean several tens of thousands of kilometers away from the Heavenly Star City, there were a dozen or so streaks of light hurtling toward the city. This group consisted of cultivators who varied in age, but all of them wore identical attire, so it was quite apparent that they belonged to the same sect or power. Perhaps it was due to the fact that they had gotten close to Heavenly Star City, but hints of complacency had crept onto their faces, and some of them had even begun conversing through voice transmissions. Right at this moment, a sudden turn of events abruptly unfolded. Brilliant white light erupted from the surface of the ocean beneath the group of cultivators, following which a dozen or so pillars of white light shot forth from down below. Following a string of rumbling explosions, all of the cultivators were struck aside from the three core formation cultivators with the highest cultivation bases, who had barely managed to evade the surprise attack just in the nick of time. Howls of anguish immediately erupted as these people were reduced to nothingness amid the pillars of white light. The three remaining core formation cultivators were naturally shocked and infuriated upon seeing this, and they immediately summoned their respective treasures as they hurriedly cast their eyes downward. Right at this moment, 7 or 8 streaks of light emerged from within the ocean, rising up into the air before surrounding the three core formation cultivators. One of the remaining elderly cultivators seemed to have recognized one of the people that they had been surrounded by, and a resentful expression appeared on his face as he cussed, "Starfall Coalition dogs." A middle-aged man with a set of sinister features chuckled coldly as he asked, "Hee, if it isn't Brother Liu of the White Water Sword sect? Going by your logic, doesn't that make the three of you Star Palace dogs? Also, hasn't your sect declared itself to be completely neutral? Why are you heading to the Heavenly Star Island? Why do you insist on asking a question you already know the answer to? Our White Water Sword sect has always been a branch of the Star Palace, so it's naturally our duty to provide the Star Palace with our assistance during its time of need. That's enough chit-chat, let's go." The elderly man aimed a vicious glare at the opposing middle-aged man before barking an instruction to the two core formation cultivators beside him. The three cultivators then swayed and transformed into 3 streaks of light as they flew toward a certain direction. Furthermore, as they rushed away into the distance, the 3 streaks of light suddenly combined into one massive pillar of intertwining red, yellow, and white light several tens of feet in length, sweeping toward the opposing Starfall Coalition cultivators in that direction with astonishing. It appeared that the elderly man knew that his trio would be no match for such a large number of enemies, and he immediately decided to escape. However, the two Starfall Coalition cultivators situated in that direction weren't flustered in the slightest at the sight of the oncoming three-colored pillar of light. Instead, they merely glanced at one another before raising their hands in unison. A vast expanse of azure light suddenly erupted from their hands without any premonition, catching the three-colored pillar of light completely off guard before ensnaring them within the azure light. The two of them then began to chant something, and azure light flashed as a massive azure net was revealed, trapping the three core formation cultivators. All three of them were attacking the net with all their might, but were still unable to break free. Haha, cease your futile struggles, Brother Lu. This all-encompassing net was given to us by an elder of our sect. With your core formation stage cultivation bases, there's no way that you'd be able to break free from it. Besides, even if you did manage to escape, it wouldn't do you any good anyway. The entire Heavenly Star City has been surrounded by our Starfall Coalition, and it'll only be a matter of time before it's vanquished. Allow me to send you three on your way first. The middle-aged man chortled as he abruptly opened his mouth. A small white sword shot forth from within, flying directly toward the three core formation cultivators trapped within the net. Oh! From the sounds of it, Heavenly Star City seems to have been surrounded for some time already. Can you tell me about the situation here? An unfamiliar male voice suddenly rang out nearby, and was clearly audible to everyone present. Who's there? The middle-aged man's heart jolted with shock as he hurriedly surveyed his surroundings with a wary expression. The other Starfall Coalition cultivators also hurriedly released their spiritual sense, and they also began to look around with bewilderment and caution on their faces. However, their search proved to be completely futile, and all of them could only look at one another with confusion in their eyes. What are you all looking for? I'm right here, aren't I? The unfamiliar chuckled coldly, following which azure light flashed in front of the three ensnared white water sword sect cultivators, and a humanoid figure was revealed. This was an azure rogue young man who appeared to be in his 20s, and he was appraising the Starfall Coalition cultivators around him with an indifferent expression. The two Starfall Coalition cultivators closest to the young man swept their spiritual sense toward him, upon which their expressions changed drastically, and they exclaimed in unison, "A nascent soul cultivator?" Even though they couldn't ascertain Han Li's exact cultivation base, there was definitely no mistaking the fact that he was a nascent soul cultivator. The middle-aged man's expression also changed upon hearing this. He carefully sized up the young man before him, and a look of astonishment and horror suddenly appeared on his face. Immediately thereafter, he made a hand seal without any hesitation and fled into the distance as a streak of white light. Following just a few flashes, he was already several hundred feet away. Not only was Han Li slightly surprised to see this, the other Starfall Coalition cultivators were also quite flabbergasted. Even if this young man were a nascent soul cultivator with so many core formation cultivators present, they should still have been able to at least put up a fight. Furthermore, that middle-aged man was the leader of the group, and his cultivation base was the pinnacle of the late core formation stage, so why was he fleeing the scene before they had even verified whether this young man was friend or foe? You recognize me? This young man was naturally none other than Han Li, who had finally gotten here after over a month of intensive traveling. His expression darkened as he casually flicked a finger toward the distance, upon which a red line immediately shot through the air amid a piercing whistling sound. The red line swayed and completely disappeared. Meanwhile, an anguished cry suddenly rang out from within the streak of white light several hundred feet away. The white light dissipated, and a humanoid ball of fire plummeted into the ocean, where it sank like a lead weight. Han Li merely waved a hand through the air in a nonchalant manner, and that same sharp whistling sound erupted again as that red line flashed through the air, disappearing into the Han Li's hand in the blink of an eye. Han Li turned his gaze toward the other cultivators and asked, "Are you willing to answer my questions now?" Even though Han Li's voice wasn't very loud nor deliberately menacing, all of the Starfall Coalition cultivators felt chills run down their spines. Only then did they realize why the middle-aged man fled without so much as a second thought. The man standing before them was clearly unfathomably powerful, and they didn't appear to have any chance of victory even if they were to attack all at once. Most importantly, he seemed to be harboring a lot of enmity toward their Starfall Coalition. With the precedent of the middle-aged man being insta-killed, all of the other Starfall Coalition cultivators were feeling quite weak in the knees, and none of them dared to act recklessly. After a while, a man with a hooked nose cleared his throat and forced a smile onto his face as he asked, "What questions do you have for us, Senior? Didn't I already state my question?" Do you want me to repeat myself? Han Li turned toward the man with a cold expression. The hook-nosed man's heart jolted, and his smile stiffened even further as he hurriedly replied, "My apologies, Senior, I'll answer your question right away. The Star Palace has indeed been surrounded by our coalition already. Otherwise, we wouldn't dare to appear in and are so close to the Star Palace." I see. Looks like your Starfall coalition decided to attack before the announced date to catch the Starfall Palace off guard. You'll also be able to kill all of the cultivators loyal to the Star Palace in the process. What a great ploy you've devised. A hint of a smile appeared on Han Li's face as he spoke. I'm not aware of the specific details. Our cultivation bases are not very high, and we only did as we were told, the hook-nosed man replied with a sheepish smile. But even if the Starfall coalition has gained the upper hand in this battle, Heavenly Star City is an extremely massive place. Even with tens of thousands of cultivators gathered, there's no way that they'd be able to surround the entire city, right? Han Li asked. You're more likely not aware of this, Senior, but Coalition Leader 1 had set up 108 Windfire Copper Pillars, then gathered a few powerful formation spell masters to set up a Heavenly Windfire formation around the island that Heavenly Star City is situated on, and he's using the boundless powers of fire and wind to attack the Star Palace. As long as the Coalition's cultivators can guard the 108 Windfire Pillars, that'll be enough to trap the entirety of Heavenly Star City. The hook-nosed man knew that he would be punished by the Coalition for revealing this information, but the cold glare that Han Li had directed at him had tipped him over the edge, and in his horror, he blurted out this information without thinking. As soon as those words escaped from his mouth, the hook-nosed man was sorely regretting his decision. However, even a core formation cultivator like him was aware of this information, so it clearly wasn't very confidential. With that in mind, he was feeling slightly more relieved. A Heavenly Windfire formation? Han Li stirred slightly upon hearing this. He hadn't ever studied this formation in detail, but many of the formation spell tomes that he had read had mentioned this formation on quite a number of occasions. It was said that in ancient times, there was a restriction formation that could draw upon the powers of fire and wind within this world, and the staggering enormity of this formation was vastly renowned. If the Starfall Coalition had managed to set up such a formation, then there really was a possibility that they could have used it to surround Heavenly Star City. After all, with Wan Tianming guarding the formation core in person, even if the Star Palace cultivators managed to destroy a few Windfire pillars, those pillars could be easily repaired. As long as the formation core remained intact, there was no way to truly destroy the formation. A contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face. Meanwhile, tension was rolling off the bodies of the Starfall Coalition cultivators in almost palpable waves. It didn't take a genius to be able to tell that Han Li was here to reinforce the Star Palace, so they were in a very perilous situation. In contrast, the three White Water Sword sect cultivators ensnared with the Azure Net were ecstatic. The elderly man hurriedly yelled, "Senior, we've come here to reinforce the Star Palace, and those people are all cultivators from the Starfall Coalition's Enforcement Division. They've killed countless cultivators who have pledged their allegiance to the Star Palace, and they deserve to die countless deaths for their crimes. Don't let these people live, Senior." All of the Starfall Coalition cultivators' faces paled upon hearing this. The two cultivators who were standing the farthest away from Han Li glanced at one another before flipping over their hands in unison, producing a small yellow flag each. They then immediately tossed those flags into the air, upon which they transformed into two yellow clouds that enshrouded the bodies of the two cultivators. Within the blink of an eye, the two yellow clouds had completely vanished. In the next instant, the yellow clouds appeared over 200 feet away before quickly disappearing again. Teleportation? Han Li's pupils contracted minutely as a hint of surprise appeared on his face. However, a cold chuckle then escaped his mouth as he abruptly raised a hand, feigning a grabbing motion toward the Azure Net that had ensnared the three White Water Sword sect cultivators. The two Starfall Coalition cultivators controlling the net felt as if a resounding boom had rung out directly in their heads, and they were struck by an intense spell of dizziness. They lost control of the all-encompassing net as a result, and it reverted back into a ball of azure light, allowing the three ensnared cultivators to escape while the net landed in Han Li's hand. Han Li paid no heed to the words of gratitude extended toward him by the three rescued cultivators as white and azure light flashed behind him, materializing a pair of wings on his back. The wings flapped gently, and Han Li disappeared amid a gust of wind. It was quite clear that he had set off in pursuit of the two cultivators who had just teleported away. The remaining Starfall Coalition cultivators were both shocked and elated to see this, and they all glanced at one another before fleeing in different directions. Han Li was an extremely fearsome enemy, so they were certainly not going to take a gamble with their lives and hope that Han Li would spare them out of the kindness in his heart. However, the three White Water Sword sect cultivators were naturally unwilling to allow their enemies get away. As such, all three of them let loose enraged roars as they also set off in pursuit of the Starfall Coalition cultivators. In the distance, two muffled thumps erupted in mid-air. Immediately thereafter, white light flashed, and two yellow clouds shot back as if they had been struck by some kind of immense force. A gentle breeze blew past, and Han Li appeared out of thin air, appraising the two yellow clouds nearby with a cold deriding sneer on his lips. A third inky black eye had appeared over his glabella, and it disappeared again following a flash of black light. The two Starfall Coalition cultivators within the yellow clouds were revealed again with blood-stained robes and extremely pale faces. They both appeared to have been severely wounded, and were in a state of shock and horror. Ever since they had obtained these two yellow sand Buddhist flags, they had managed to use them to escape from nascent soul cultivators on several occasions. As such, they were extremely confident in the ability of this pair of treasures. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to flee the scene even after witnessing Han Li's fearsome might. However, Han Li had merely thrown two nonchalant punches through the air, and their confidence had been completely shattered. Only then did they realize that this young man was even more fearsome than they had anticipated. Even so, the two of them certainly weren't going to give up and allow themselves to be killed. Thus, they immediately gritted their teeth and let loose loud cries in unison as they blasted mouthfuls of blood essence into the yellow clouds. The clouds immediately tumbled and surged before turning into a crimson color. The two cultivators then began to join their voices in a chant, clearly preparing to unleash their final trump card. A cold light immediately appeared in Han Li's eyes as he abruptly opened his mouth. Two piercing streaks of yellow light shot forth from within, appearing in front of the crimson clouds in the blink of an eye before instantly puncturing them. Two anguished cries rang out from within the crimson clouds before the two cultivators plummeted toward the sea down below. Right at this moment, Han Li pointed a finger at them expressionlessly. The two small golden swords emerged from thin air again before revolving around the two Starfall Coalition cultivators. Balls of golden light erupted, instantly enshrouding the two cultivators within, following a vast expanse of blood began to rain down from above. Han Li didn't even afford the two a chance to unleash their secret technique before putting an end to their lives. Only then did he wave his hand toward the two crimson clouds. The crimson light on those clouds quickly receded, and they reverted back into yellow clouds before flying toward him. Han Li cast two incantation seals, both of which disappeared into the clouds. As the yellow clouds approached him, they transformed into two yellow flags again before being stowed away up his sleeve. These two ancient treasures were quite useful for fleeing from perilous situations. Of course, they served no purpose for him, but they would be extremely valuable for his disciples. After stowing away his two flying swords, Han Li turned his attention toward the rest of the fleeing Starfall Coalition cultivators in a calm and collected manner. During this brief delay, all of them had fled to over 1,000 feet away, and the fast cultivator among them had already become a black dot in the distance. Han Li heaved a faint sigh before grabbing onto a spirit beast pouch hanging from his waist and tossing it into the air. A loud burst of buzzing rang out as a swarm of golden beetles emerged from within. The beetles split up into 5 smaller swarms at Han Li's behest before hurtling toward different directions as fast as lightning. Meanwhile, Han Li flipped his palm over and the two yellow flags appeared again for his inspection. The swarms of golden beetles and the fleeing cultivators disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. Not long after that, golden light flashed in the distance again as the swarms of beetles flew back from different directions one after the other. The 3 White Water Sword sect also flew toward Han Li behind the swarms of beetles, but they were looking at the swarms with horrified and traumatized expressions. It appeared that the 3 of them had just witnessed the gold-devouring beetles devouring living people, and had been greatly shaken by that gruesome visual experience. After Han Li stowed away the beetles into his spirit beast pouch again, the elderly man stepped forward in a respectful manner and said, "Thank you for saving our lives, Senior. If it weren't for your intervention, the 3 of us would most likely be dead by now." "There's no need to thank me. I only saved the 3 of you because I just so happened to be passing by anyway. Now that Heavenly Star City has been surrounded, the 3 of you won't even be able to access the island at your cultivation bases. You should hurry up and go back. I have no interest in carrying useless baggage while I try to break through that heavenly windfire formation, Hanli replied in an aloof voice. The three cultivators knew that Hanli was right, and wry smiles appeared on their faces. As such, after extending some further words of gratitude to Hanli, the three of them returned the way they had come. Hanli looked on with narrowed eyes for a while as the three cultivators departed before flying toward Heavenly Star City. A journey of several tens of thousands of feet was naturally not a very lengthy one for Hanli. Along the way he noticed several groups of Starfall Coalition cultivators hidden beneath large rocks or under the surface of the ocean. Even though none of them as powerful as the first group he had encountered, which had 7 or 8 core formation cultivators among their ranks, there were still 2 or 3 high-grade cultivators in each group. These people were clearly stationed here to take care of anyone who managed to escape from the Heavenly Star City. Hanli couldn't be bothered to pay any heed to these cultivators. He simply transformed into a faint azure shadow and glided soundlessly through the air above them. None of these Starfall Coalition cultivators were alerted to the fact that they had just brushed shoulders with death. When Hanli was only just over 50 kilometers away from Heavenly Star City, he finally saw some flashes of red light in the distance. After drawing even closer, he discovered that the entire island had been completely enshrouded under a veil-like layer of azure and red light. Furthermore, he could hear the sound of indistinct rumbling akin to thunderclaps coming from the direction of the island. Hanli raised his eyebrows upon making these observations, and he quickly made a series of hand seals, following which the barely visible streak of azure light he had transformed into was completely concealed. At the same time, Hanli decelerated significantly, approaching the island at a much more leisurely pace. After flying for several tens of kilometers, the situation around Heavenly Star City was finally completely revealed to Hanli. There were countless black spots visible on the surface of the ocean in the extremely far distance. Upon closer inspection he discovered that these were spirit boats of all types of different styles and models. Some of them were as tall as pavilions with intricate carvings running along their hulls, while some were only around 20 feet in length with very crude and simple designs. There was also great diversity in the materials that these boats were constructed from, including light green spiritual wood, pristine and flawless jade, and even some completely pitch-black iron boats that glistened under the sunlight. You're more likely not aware of this, Senior, but Coalition Leader 1 had set up 108 windfire copper pillars, then gathered a few powerful formation spell masters to set up a heavenly windfire formation around the island that Heavenly Star City is situated on, and he's using the boundless powers of fire and wind to attack the Star Palace. As long as the Coalition's cultivators can guard the 108 windfire pillars, that'll be enough to trap the entirety of Heavenly Star City. The hook-nosed man knew that he would be punished by the Coalition for revealing this information, but the cold glare that Hanli had directed at him had tipped him over the edge, and in his horror, he blurted out this information without thinking. As soon as those words escaped from his mouth, the hook-nosed man was sorely regretting his decision. However, even a core formation cultivator like him was aware of this information, so it clearly wasn't very confidential. With that in mind, he was feeling slightly more relieved. A heavenly windfire formation? Hanli stirred slightly upon hearing this. He hadn't ever studied this formation in detail, but many of the formation spell tomes that he had read had mentioned this formation on quite a number of occasions. It was said that in ancient times, there was a restriction formation that could draw upon the powers of fire and wind within this world, and the staggering enormity of this formation was vastly renowned. If the Starfall Coalition had managed to set up such a formation, then there really was a possibility that they could have used it to surround Heavenly Star City. After all, with Wan Tianming guarding the formation core in person, even if the Star Palace cultivators managed to destroy a few windfire pillars, those pillars could be easily repaired. As long as the formation core remained intact, there was no way to truly destroy the formation. A contemplative look appeared on Hanli's face. Meanwhile, tension was rolling off the bodies of the Starfall Coalition cultivators in almost palpable waves. It didn't take a genius to be able to tell that Hanli was here to reinforce the Star Palace, so they were in a very perilous situation. In contrast, the 3 White Water Sword sect cultivators ensnared with the azure net were ecstatic. The elderly man hurriedly yelled, "Senior, we've come here to reinforce the Star Palace, and those people are all cultivators from the Starfall Coalition's Enforcement Division. They've killed countless cultivators who have pledged their allegiance to the Star Palace, and they deserve to die countless deaths for their crimes. Don't let these people live, Senior." All of the Starfall Coalition cultivators' faces paled upon hearing this. The two cultivators who were standing the farthest away from Han Li glanced at one another before flipping over their hands in unison, producing a small yellow flag each. They then immediately tossed those flags into the air, upon which they transformed into two yellow clouds that enshrouded the bodies of the two cultivators. Within the blink of an eye, the two yellow clouds had completely vanished. In the next instant, the yellow clouds appeared over 200 feet away before quickly disappearing again. Teleportation? Han Li's pupils contracted minutely as a hint of surprise appeared on his face. However, a cold chuckle then escaped his mouth as he abruptly raised a hand, feigning a grabbing motion toward the azure net that had ensnared the three White Watersword sect cultivators. The two Starfall Coalition cultivators controlling the net felt as if a resounding boom had rung out directly in their heads, and they were struck by an intense spell of dizziness. They lost control of the all-encompassing net as a result, and it reverted back into a ball of azure light, allowing the three ensnared cultivators to escape while the net landed in Han Li's hand. Han Li paid no heed to the words of gratitude extended toward him by the three rescued cultivators as white and azure light flashed behind him, materializing a pair of wings on his back. The wings flapped gently, and Han Li disappeared amid a gust of wind. It was quite clear that he had set off in pursuit of the two cultivators who had just teleported away. The remaining Starfall Coalition cultivators were both shocked and elated to see this, and they all glanced at one another before fleeing in different directions. Han Li was an extremely fearsome enemy, so they were certainly not going to take a gamble with their lives and hope that Han Li would spare them out of the kindness in his heart. However, the three White Watersword sect cultivators were naturally unwilling to allow their enemies get away. As such, all three of them let loose enraged roars as they also set off in pursuit of the Starfall Coalition cultivators. In the distance, two muffled thumps erupted in midair. Immediately thereafter, white light flashed, and two yellow clouds shot back as if they had been struck by some kind of immense force. A gentle breeze blew past, and Han Li appeared out of thin air, appraising the two yellow clouds nearby with a cold deriding sneer on his lips. A third inky black eye had appeared over his glabella, and it disappeared again following a flash of black light. The two Starfall Coalition cultivators within the yellow clouds were revealed again with blood-stained robes and extremely pale faces. They both appeared to have been severely wounded, and were in a state of shock and horror. Ever since they had obtained these two yellow sand Buddhist flags, they had managed to use them to escape from nascent soul cultivators on several occasions. As such, they were extremely confident in the ability of this pair of treasures. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared to flee the scene even after witnessing Han Li's fearsome might. However, Han Li had merely thrown two nonchalant punches through the air, and their confidence had been completely shattered. Only then did they realize that this young man was even more fearsome than they had anticipated. Even so, the two of them certainly weren't going to give up and allow themselves to be killed. Thus, they immediately gritted their teeth and let loose loud cries in unison as they blasted mouthfuls of blood essence into the yellow clouds. The clouds immediately tumbled and surged before turning into a crimson color. The two cultivators then began to join their voices in a chant, clearly preparing to unleash their final trump card. A cold light immediately appeared in Han Li's eyes as he abruptly opened his mouth. Two piercing streaks of yellow light shot forth from within, appearing in front of the crimson clouds in the blink of an eye before instantly puncturing them. Two anguished cries rang out from within the crimson clouds before the two cultivators plummeted toward the sea down below. Right at this moment, Han Li pointed a finger at them expressionlessly. The two small golden swords emerged from thin air again before revolving around the two Starfall Coalition cultivators. Balls of golden light erupted, instantly enshrouding the two cultivators within, following a vast expanse of blood began to rain down from above. Han Li didn't even afford the two a chance to unleash their secret technique before putting an end to their lives. Only then did he wave his hand toward the two crimson clouds. The crimson light on those clouds quickly receded, and they reverted back into yellow clouds before flying toward him. Han Li cast two incantation seals, both of which disappeared into the clouds. As the yellow clouds approached him, they transformed into two yellow flags again before being stowed away up his sleeve. These two ancient treasures were quite useful for fleeing from perilous situations. Of course, they served no purpose for him, but they would be extremely valuable for his disciples. After stowing away his two flying swords, Han Li turned his attention toward the rest of the fleeing Starfall Coalition cultivators in a calm and collected manner. During this brief delay, All of them had fled to over 1,000 feet away, and the fast cultivator among them had already become a black dot in the distance. Han Li heaved a faint sigh before grabbing onto a spirit beast pouch hanging from his waist and tossing it into the air. A loud burst of buzzing rang out as a swarm of golden beetles emerged from within. The beetles split up into 5 smaller swarms at Han Li's behest before hurtling toward different directions as fast as lightning. Meanwhile, Han Li flipped his palm over and the 2 yellow flags appeared again for his inspection. The swarms of golden beetles and the fleeing cultivators disappeared into the distance in the blink of an eye. Not long after that, golden light flashed in the distance again as the swarms of beetles flew back from different directions one after the other. The 3 white water sword sect also flew toward Han Li behind the swarms of beetles, but they were looking at the swarms with horrified and traumatized expressions. It appeared that the 3 of them had just witnessed the gold-devouring beetles devouring living people, and had been greatly shaken by that gruesome visual experience. After Han Li stowed away the beetles into his spirit beast pouch again, the elderly man stepped forward in a respectful manner and said, "Thank you for saving our lives, Senior. If it weren't for your intervention, the 3 of us would most likely be dead by now." "There's no need to thank me. I only saved the 3 of you because I just so happened to be passing by anyway. Now that Heavenly Star City has been surrounded, the 3 of you won't even be able to access the island at your cultivation spaces. You should hurry up and go back. I have no interest in carrying useless baggage while I try to break through that heavenly windfire formation," Han Li replied in an aloof voice. The 3 cultivators knew that Han Li was right, and wry smiles appeared on their faces. As such, after extending some further words of gratitude to Han Li, the 3 of them returned the way they had come. Han Li looked on with narrowed eyes for a while as the 3 cultivators departed before flying toward Heavenly Star City. A journey of several tens of thousands of feet was naturally not a very lengthy one for Han Li. Along the way he noticed several groups of Starfall Coalition cultivators hidden beneath large rocks or under the surface of the ocean. Even though none of them as powerful as the first group he had encountered, which had 7 or 8 core formation cultivators among their ranks, there were still 2 or 3 high-grade cultivators in each group. These people were clearly stationed here to take care of anyone who managed to escape from the Heavenly Star City. Han Li couldn't be bothered to pay any heed to these cultivators. He simply transformed into a faint azure shadow and glided soundlessly through the air above them. None of these Starfall Coalition cultivators were alerted to the fact that they had just brushed shoulders with death. When Han Li was only just over 50 kilometers away from Heavenly Star City, he finally saw some flashes of red light in the distance. After drawing even closer, he discovered that the entire island had been completely enshrouded under a veil-like layer of azure and red light. Furthermore, he could hear the sound of indistinct rumbling akin to thunderclaps coming from the direction of the island. Han Li raised his eyebrows upon making these observations, and he quickly made a series of hand seals, following which the barely visible streak of azure light he had transformed into was completely concealed. At the same time, Han Li decelerated significantly, approaching the island at a much more leisurely pace. After flying for several tens of kilometers, the situation around Heavenly Star City was finally completely revealed to Han Li. There were countless black spots visible on the surface of the ocean in the extremely far distance. Upon closer inspection he discovered that these were spirit boats of all types of different styles and models. Some of them were as tall as pavilions with intricate carvings running along their hulls, while some were only around 20 feet in length with very crude and simple designs. There was also great diversity in the materials that these boats were constructed from, including light green spiritual wood, pristine and flawless jade, and even some completely pitch-black iron boats that glistened under the sunlight. These spirit boats were all positioned around 3 gargantuan pillars that extended over 1,000 feet up into the sky. Each pillar was entirely yellow in color with azure and red light rippling like water over their surfaces. These streams of azure and red light were pouring upward relentlessly, and they were clearly responsible for maintaining the veil of light enshrouding the entire island. Han Li knew that these massive pillars were most definitely the legendary Windfire pillars, and the Starfall Coalition cultivators in those spirit boats down below had clearly been deployed here to guard the pillars. From a rough visual estimation, Han Li determined that there were about 2,000 to 3,000 cultivators down below. In order to avoid raising the alarm, he refrained from using his spiritual sense to ascertain their numbers. However, he was certain that there were definitely nascent soul cultivators among their ranks. As for whether the sect master of the myriad gates of enlightenment was also there, that was something that only the heavens knew. However, there were a total of 108 windfire pillars, so surely he couldn't just happen to be situated near one of these three, right? If this sect master one really were in the general vicinity and tried to stop him, Han Li didn't know whether that would count as bad luck for him or for Wan Tianming. The Heavenly Windfire Formation was an extremely renowned and powerful formation, but according to Han Li's knowledge, this massive formation had been invented with the purpose of attacking large sects in mind. As such, it was extremely effective against large numbers of normal mid-grade and low-grade cultivators, but it wasn't particularly effective in the face of individual high-grade cultivators. At his current power level, it would only be slightly troublesome at most for him to bypass this formation, and there was no way that it would actually be able to trap him. Han Li stood in mid-air and hesitated for a long while. He then cast his gaze toward a certain direction in the distance, turning his attention away from the spirit boats and three pillars directly before him, and flying toward the veil of azure and red light instead. At this moment, there was a 3-story ship floating on the surface of the ocean at the foot of one of the pillars. The ship was extremely large and had been entirely crafted from beautiful green jade, thereby creating a spectacle of mesmerizing beauty to behold. In the highest level of the ship, there were several cultivators seated around a square jade table, chatting about something with smiles on their faces. There were a few plates of rare spirit fruits placed on the jade table, and all of the cultivators seated around the table appeared to be quite carefree and relaxed. A white-robed scholar at the table turned to the elderly man sitting across from him, and he smiled as he asked, "Senior Long, I heard that if we can conquer the Star Palace this time, Coalition Leader 1 would agree to hand over one of the 3 spirit islands of the Myriad Gates of Enlightenment, the Heavenly Fortune Island, to your Golden Lotus sect. Is that true?" The elderly man glared at the scholar out of the corners of his eyes and replied, "You sure are quite well informed, nephew Ning. Fellow Taoist one did indeed make that promise to me. The spirit vein on the Heavenly Fortune Island is superior to the one on the island I'm currently residing on, so relocating there will be very beneficial for our sect's future development." A gray-robed middle-aged Taoist priest chuckled. Indeed, the Heavenly Fortune Island is quite renowned throughout the entire scattered star seas for the quality of its spirit vein. On top of that, the island produces many types of rare spirit herbs as well, so it'll only be a matter of time for your Golden Lotus sect to rise to another level following the relocation. Speak for yourself, fellow Taoist Hua. Weren't you also given a dozen or so types of rare materials? Otherwise, why would an old reclusive monster like you decide to come out and offer Brother One your assistance? The elderly man replied with a nonchalant smile. Among the 3 people on the top level of the ship, 2 were early nascent soul cultivators. The white-robed scholar was only a late core formation cultivator, but he was speaking to the other 2 in a manner that was neither haughty nor humble, so it was quite clear that he was not just some ordinary late core formation cultivator either. The middle-aged man smiled upon hearing this, and was just about to say something again, when a low ringing sound rang out from the windfire pillar closest to them. The red and azure light that it was releasing also began to tremor violently, as if it were being struck by an invisible force. "Someone's trying to break through the formation?" the Taoist priest exclaimed as he immediately rose to his feet. The elderly man and the scholar also stirred slightly as they also stood up and turned their attention toward the massive pillar. The Taoist priest summoned a formation plate and made a hand seal before quickly pointing his finger several times in quick succession. "The attack is coming from the southwestern direction. Wait a minute, it's someone trying to come in rather than get out. Those guards are so useless." Azure light flashed around the elderly man's body, following which an azure carriage suddenly appeared. A sinister smile appeared on his face as he said, "Let's go, fellow Taoist Hua." Seeing as the invader was able to bypass the guards and dares to try and break through the Heavenly Windfire Formation, they're definitely no ordinary person. This place isn't very far away from where the attack is taking place, and with the power of the Windfire Formation standing in his way, there's no way that he'll be able to immediately gain access to Heavenly Star City. "I'll be in your care then, Brother Long." The middle-aged Taoist priest immediately strode into the carriage without any hesitation. The elderly man cast an incantation seal onto the carriage, and its entire structure was immediately enshrouded under a ball of azure light. The carriage shuddered before disappearing in the veil of red and azure light nearby, as if it had truly merged as one with the formation. The jade carriage was flashing through the red and azure light at an astonishing speed without any impediment, and the middle-aged Taoist priest standing in the carriage stroked his beard as he praised, "Amazing! I've heard many great things about your heavenly wind carriage, but I didn't think it would attain such an incredible ability here in this windfire formation. Tiske, it seems that Brother Juan must have been aware of your carriage's ability, which is why he organized for you to guard such an important location. Perhaps that's indeed the case. Although ever since fellow Taoist Juan progressed to the late nascent soul stage, his thoughts and intentions have become more and more unpredictable to the likes of you and me, the elderly man replied with a nonchalant smile. The middle-aged Taoist priest smiled upon hearing this, but gave no reply. The heavenly wind carriage beneath their feet was traveling far faster than even a normal mid-nascent soul cultivator was capable of, and under the guidance of the tracking formation plate in the elderly man's hand, they had traveled several tens of kilometers in what seemed like just a few moments. Take care now, that person is just up ahead. They seem to have broken through most of the formation already and are about to completely escape from the powers of fire and wind, so they must be quite powerful. The elderly man stared at the formation plate in his hand, and a grave expression appeared on his face for the very first time. Before the Taoist priest had a chance to respond, he immediately made a hand seal and began to chant something. Brilliant azure spiritual light erupted from the jade carriage, making the entire carriage and its passengers blurry and indistinct. In the blink of an eye, they had completely disappeared into the veil of red and azure light. The elderly man had unleashed a secret technique to conceal himself and the Taoist priest. As such, they would be able to survey the situation from the shadows before deciding whether they should attack or retreat. The middle-aged Taoist priest nodded in approval at this course of action. The two of them refrained from using their spiritual sense as the jade carriage rose into the air, decelerating significantly in the process. After flying for a few more kilometers, the two of them finally caught sight of the person attempting to break through the formation in the distance, upon which expressions of surprise appeared on both of their faces. The cultivator attacking the formation appeared to be absurdly young. He seemed to be a young man in his 20s. Furthermore, he hadn't summoned any treasures and had only manifested a layer of protective azure light around his body. Despite that, he was able to fly through the red and azure light at a consistent pace, and the process seemed as easy to him as if he were taking a stroll in the park. Who is that? Could it be that he's a mid-nascent soul cultivator? The elderly man exclaimed. If any other high-grade cultivators from the Starfall Coalition had been in the same position as these two, they would have immediately been able to identify Han Li. Due to the incident surrounding the Heaven Void Cauldron, Han Li's portrait had been spread all over the scattered star seas. Even though so many years had passed, all cultivators had astonishing memories, so there was no way that they would have failed to recognize him. However, unfortunately for these two, they were nascent soul cultivators whom Wan Tianming had recruited from outside the Starfall Coalition. Even though the respective sects they belonged to were also quite powerful, they were almost constantly in seclusion, so they knew very little about what was happening in the scattered star seas. If it weren't for the fact that Wan Tianming had offered them extremely lucrative remunerations, they most likely would have declined to participate in this battle. As such, the two of them were completely unfamiliar with Han Li, and were quite bewildered as a result. Even so, the elderly man and the Taoist priest weren't actually fearful toward Han Li. If they were to join forces, they would be able to put up a fight even against a mid-nascent soul cultivator. Furthermore, their enemy may not even be a mid-nascent soul cultivator. No matter how little they kept up with current affairs, they were still aware of all of the old monsters on the scattered star seas who were at the mid-nascent soul stage above. As such, rather deciding to retreat, the elderly man continued to approach Han Li, confident in his jade carriage's ability to shield them from Han Li's detection. When the two of them soundlessly reached a spot in the air around 300 feet above Han Li, the two cultivators carefully appraised him again. They discovered that Han Li had a set of mundane facial features and was wearing a nondescript azure robe. Aside from the storage pouches and spirit beast pouches hanging from his waist, there was nothing about him that caught their eyes, and it was impossible to determine his origins. The elderly man's brows furrowed as he turned toward the middle-aged Taoist priest with an inquisitive look. The Taoist priest only hesitated momentarily before slowly nodding his head. Thus, the two of them laid their hands on their respective storage pouches at the same time, taking a deep breath in unison as they prepared to unleash a devastating surprise attack. However, right at this moment, Han Li suddenly raised his head and smiled up at them. A pair of white and azure wings appeared on his back, and he abruptly disappeared following a gentle flap of those wings. The two cultivators were extremely alarmed by this sight. They were able to reach the nascent soul stage, so they naturally weren't ordinary cultivators, and the elderly man immediately decided to abort the attempt to unleash a surprise attack as he hurriedly stomped down upon the jade carriage underfoot, pouring his magic power into the carriage in a panicked frenzy. The carriage's concealment technique was immediately dispelled, while a ball of piercing azure light appeared, enshrouding both cultivators as well as the carriage. Meanwhile, the middle-aged Taoist priest hurriedly pulled out a black and white yin-yang mirror from his storage pouch before tossing it into the air. Almost at the exact same moment, an azure arc of lightning flashed in the air above the jade carriage, upon which Hanli appeared out of thin air before immediately sweeping a sleeve through the air. Several tens of small golden swords shot forth from within, transforming into streaks of golden light that rained down from above. "Break!" the middle-aged Taoist priest yelled as his expression changed drastically. As he did so, he pointed a finger toward the yin-yang mirror overhead. A pillar of black and white immediately shot forth from the surface of the mirror before transforming into clumps of thin threads that attempted to ensnare the golden streaks of light. A string of resounding booms erupted as threads and the golden light clashed, and the black and white threads were severed with ease as if they were delicate strands of silk. The Taoist priest's heart jolted with shock, and before he had a chance to react, the flying sword had already struck the azure ball of light around the carriage. The same thing happened again. The azure light was only able to withstand these streaks of golden light for a brief moment before being completely punctured, and the golden light continued onward, having barely been slowed down at all by the obstacles thrown at them. The elderly man and the Taoist priest were truly petrified now. The two of them rose into the air at the same time, abandoning the jade carriage beneath their feet as they fled through the air in different directions. One was an azure streak of light and the other as a white streak of light. In the blink of an eye, they were already over 100 feet away and had just barely managed to evade the small golden swords. As the middle-aged Taoist priest hurtled into the distance, he patted one of the spirit beast pouches hanging from his waist, and a clear cry erupted from within as a snowy white bird around a foot in size emerged. The bird had a pair of green eyes, a sharp crimson beak and a pair of black talons. The Taoist priest was feeling greatly reassured after summoning this bird, and he reached into his sleeve before producing a crimson badge. There was red light shimmering over the badge, and a dense bunch of runes could also be seen on its surface. Before he had a chance to activate this badge, spatial fluctuations proliferated forth from the air above him, following which Hanli emerged from an arc of azure lightning. He turned his gaze toward the Taoist priest down below and harumphed coldly as brilliant blue eyes radiated from his eyes. The Taoist priest was naturally greatly alarmed and immediately tried to activate the treasure in his hand. However, he suddenly felt as if his spiritual sense had been viciously pricked by a sharp object, and he was suddenly afflicted by a splitting headache. A cry of pain immediately escaped his mouth as blood began to trickle out from his ears and nostrils, and he almost dropped the badge in his hand in his agony. Hanli took advantage of this opportunity to flick his 5 fingers in quick succession, sending 5 red threads flashing through the air. Meanwhile, green light flashed in his other hand and a green wooden ruler emerged, which he gently waved it toward the snowy white bird. Crimson flames hurtled through the air, and threads punctured the middle-aged Taoist priest's body. The threads then wound themselves around him, transforming into 5 thick fiery ropes that rendered him completely immobile. Only then did the Taoist priest return to his senses in the aftermath of his excruciating headache, and his face immediately turned deathly pale as he realized the desperate situation that he was in. He was completely unable to move, and he hurriedly summoned his spirit bird to come and rescue him using his spiritual sense, but it completely ignored his orders. The Taoist priest was feeling extremely alarmed as he turned his attention toward the spirit bird, only to find that a silver lotus flower had appeared above its head. 7-colored Buddhist light was emanating from the lotus flower, enshrouding the spirit bird's entire body and completely immobilizing it as well. A wave of shock and fury surged through the Taoist priest's heart, and before he had a chance to think out of this dire situation, a gentle breeze swept over his head, and a streak of golden light came crashing down like lightning from above. The Taoist priest could only cry out in despair before he was decapitated by the golden light. Han Li's body reappeared amid the gust of wind, and he immediately raised both hands into the air at the same time. Loud thunderclaps rang out as a vast expanse of golden lightning arcs shot forth, interweaving with one another to form a golden net. The entire net was shimmering with golden light and creating a raucous commotion as it ensnared the Taoist priest's headless body. Han Li then began to chant something, and scorching flames suddenly erupted from the ropes binding the Taoist priest's body. Bursts of crimson flames shot forth immediately thereafter, instantly reducing the body to a pile of ashes. However, almost at the exact same moment, the Taoist priest's nascent soul emerged from the flames within a ball of white light. It was holding a white scepter in its hands, and was desperately attempting to flee into the distance. However, it crashed headfirst into the golden lightning net, upon which it was rebounded amid a string of rumbling thunderclaps. Brilliant golden light then radiated forth as the golden net exploded violently, and the nascent soul was instantly reduced to nothingness amid the devastating explosion. Only then did Hanli exhale gently as he turned toward another direction with a cold light in his eyes. At this moment, the elderly man had already fled to over 400 feet away, and he had pulled out a pair of azure bowls from a storage pouch hanging from his waist. He hadn't even made up his mind about whether he wanted to attack Hanli yet, and the Taoist priest was already dead. The elderly man's heart immediately sank upon seeing this, and he felt as if his entire body had been plunged into a glacial pit. As Hanli swept his gaze toward the elderly man, the latter suddenly raised an arm, and a burst of azure light flashed as he used the sharp edge of one of his bowls to dismember one of his own arms. The amputated arm exploded amid a loud thump, and the resulting blood mist enshrouded the elderly man's entire body as a blood-curdling shriek rang out. The blood around the elderly man's body transformed him into a faint crimson shadow, which hurtled rapidly into the distance. Following just a few flashes, the crimson shadow had already covered a distance of over 1,000 feet, and the speed of its movement was rather astonishing, even to Hanli. Hanli's eyes narrowed and a hint of hesitation appeared on his face. During that split-second delay, the crimson shadow completely disappeared into the distance. Hanli stroked his chin and shook his head as a slightly forlorn look appeared on his face. It appeared that this man had mastered a movement technique similar to the blood shadow evasion technique. In that case, Hanli was reluctant to expend the time and effort required to chase him down. His top priority was to get to Heavenly Star City as quickly as possible, after all. With that in mind, he turned his attention to the spirit bird, which was still trapped under the silver lotus flower conjured up by the 8th spirit ruler. He flicked a finger through the air, and a golden sword shot forth, instantly slicing the bird in half and putting an end to its life. This was a spirit beast that had been nurtured by the Taoist priest's blood from birth, so there was no way for it to be tamed by anyone else. As such, Hanli naturally wasn't going to let it live. After that, he transformed into a streak of azure light again as he flew directly toward Heavenly Star City. On this occasion he was flying at full speed, and it only took him around 10 minutes to pass through the Heavenly Windfire Formation's restriction. Hanli's body faltered slightly as he broke through the formation, and he paused in his flight as he looked on at Heavenly Star City from afar. There in the distance, the city's gargantuan walls had been enshrouded under a dense barrier of faint blue light. In the air above the light barrier, there were large swaths of red and azure light striking down upon it relentlessly. As the lights of different colors intertwined with one another, earth-shattering thunderclaps rang out incessantly. Upon seeing this, Hanli no longer hesitated any longer as he resumed his journey toward the Heavenly Star City. After just a few flashes, the azure streak of light had reached one of the city gates, but his progress was stalled by that blue light barrier. The Star Palace cultivator behind the light barrier had naturally also caught sight of Hanli, and a loud whistle rang out as a dozen or so Star Palace cultivators of different heights appeared above the city wall, all of whom were appraising Hanli with grave and bewildered expressions. The Starfall Coalition had set up the Heavenly Windfire Formation to prevent people from being able to escape from Heavenly Star City, yet Hanli had gone to all this trouble to break through the restriction and enter from the outside. That was simply inexplicable to them. Even though Hanli was still extremely far away from the city, he could clearly see the expressions on the faces of the Star Palace cultivators through the use of his bright sight spirit eyes. As such, he wasted no time with words, flipping over his palm instead to produce the Star Palace Guest Elder badge he had received from Wenqing over a century ago. He raised his hand and the badge slowly flew toward the light barrier, where it remained hovering in midair. The sight of this badge created quite a stir among the cultivators above the city gates. Several of the more powerful cultivators were appraising the badge with their brows furrowed tightly in confusion when one of them suddenly seemed to have come to an abrupt realization. An enlightened expression abruptly appeared on his face as he turned to his companions and said something. Expressions of surprise immediately appeared on the faces of the other cultivators, and one of them hurriedly pulled out a flag before waving it several times toward the blue light barrier. The light barrier swayed, and the badge flew into the barrier as a streak of yellow light. Following a few flashes, it emerged on the other side of the barrier as if it had passed through nothing but empty air. Han Li looked on with an aloof expression as he hovered before the light barrier. At this point, all of the cultivators above the city gates had seen the guest elder badge, and expressions of surprise and elation had appeared on all of their faces. One of them pointed at Han Li and said something before pulling a voice transmission talisman out from his storage pouch. He swept a hand through the air, and the talisman transformed into a streak of light as it flew into the city. He then produced a treasure that resembled a formation plate, and pointed his finger at it a few times before asking, "Is that you, Senior Han? Please forgive us for our insolence. As you can see, we're in a time of crisis here, and none of us have ever met you in person before, so we can't allow you into the city. However, I've already sent a voice transmission talisman to our palace master, and she'll arrive here shortly." The man's words completely disregarded the blue light barrier and traveled directly into Han Li's ears. Han Li raised his eyebrows upon hearing this, but he merely nodded in response and waited with his hands clasped behind his back. Not long after that, 3 streaks of light flew out rapidly from within the city before stopping atop the city gates. The trio was comprised of 2 men and a woman, and the woman was standing at the center, indicating that she was the leader of the group. The woman was extremely gorgeous, and her facial features struck Han Li with a sense of familiarity. It was none other than Ling Yuling after reverting back to her female appearance. Accompanying her were a yellow-robed man who appeared to be in his 30s, as well as an elderly man with a head of white hair and a white beard. The 3 of them all had their eyes trained firmly on Han Li. The cultivators guarding the city gates all stood off to the side with respectful expressions, not even daring to breathe too loudly. An elated expression illuminated Ling Yuling's beautiful features as she commanded, "It really is fellow Taoist Han. I thought that he wouldn't be able to get here. Hurry up and let Brother Han into the city." "Palace Master, is that a good idea? Is that man really reliable? We'd be in big trouble if he turned out to be a Starfall Coalition cultivator in disguise," the yellow-robed cultivator dissuaded with a hesitant look on his face. Ling Yuling shook her head firmly and replied, "Don't worry, this guest elder badge is completely unique in this world, so there's no mistaking it. Furthermore, with his extraordinary powers, there's no one in the scattered star seas who would be able to take the badge from him." Upon hearing this, the yellow-robed cultivator could only nod in silence. Thus, the cultivators guarding the city gates immediately sprang into action. All of them summoned either a formation flag or a formation plate before tossing them into the air in unison. Lights of various different colors appeared before the formation tools, disappearing into the light barrier in front of the city gates. The brightness of the blue light barrier immediately increased, following which a circular passageway around 10 feet in diameter appeared. Han Li briefly examined the passageway that had opened up in front of him before flying into it as a streak of azure light appeared on the other side in the blink of an eye. The light barrier shuttered again and the passageway disappeared. Ling Yuling turned to Han Li with an elated smile on her face as she said, "Fellow Taoist Han, you're finally here. I made a promise to your parents, so I certainly couldn't ignore your request for help in your time of need," Han Li replied with a smile. "I'm extremely grateful for your assistance, Brother Han. With you here, there's no need for us to fear those Starfall Coalition clowns. This is not the place to talk. Come with me to the sacred mountain, fellow Taoist Han. Elder Son, inform all of the elders who aren't currently on duty to gather at the sacred palace. I have important matters to discuss with them." Ling Yuling extended an invitation to Han Li before issuing some instructions to the yellow-robed cultivator beside her. "Yes, Palace Master." The yellow-robed cultivator was an early nascent soul cultivator, and as soon as Han Li had passed through the light barrier, he had tried to ascertain Han Li's cultivation base using his spiritual sense. What he discovered was that Han Li's cultivation base was completely unfathomable to him, and a hint of awe and veneration intermingled with shock appeared on his face. After hearing Ling Yuling's orders, he immediately cupped his fist in a salute before pulling out a stack of voice transmission talisman to inform the Star Palace elders of the Palace Master's instructions. At this moment, Han Li turned toward the white-haired elderly man and said, "Long time no see, fellow Taoist Zhao, you're looking quite well. Not only that, but your cultivation base has also improved drastically. I must congratulate you." The elderly man was none other than the very same Elder Zhao who had approached Han Li with that dual cultivation proposal on Silver Shark Island. It had been more than a century since Han Li had last seen him, and he had reached the mid-nascent soul stage as well, just as Ling Yuling had. However, a wry smile appeared on Elder Zhao's face upon hearing this, indicating that there were some hidden circumstances involved behind his breakthrough. I wouldn't have been able to take this step by myself. It's all thanks to the two former palace masters that I was able to take another strike in my cultivation base. Oh, I see. A contemplative look appeared on Han Li's face after hearing this. So you and Elder Zhao are old acquaintances as well. I'm glad to see that. Let's head to the sacred palace first and we'll continue our conversation there, Ling Yuling suggested with a smile. Han Li naturally had no objections to this, and he nodded in response. Thus, the group rose into the air and flew toward the sacred mountain at the center of Heavenly Star City. Under the guidance of Ling Yuling and the others, Han Li flew directly toward the highest level of the sacred mountain before descending in front of what appeared to be a very nondescript blue stone palace. Han Li appraised the stone palace with a hint of surprise on his face. Do you find our sacred palace to be too mundane, Brother Han? Ling Yuling turned to Han Li with a dainty smile. It's indeed not what I was expecting. Han Li made no effort to deny this. It does indeed look quite ordinary, but all of our past palace masters have cultivated here before, so it was preserved and is regarded as one of the most important places in our star palace. We normally wouldn't let outsiders set foot into this palace, but you came from afar to help us in our time of need, so you're naturally exempt from this rule, Brother Han, Ling Yuling explained with a smile. The palace itself does look quite mundane, but there's a remarkable abundance of spiritual qi in the surrounding area, so it's an exceptional place to cultivate in. I doubt there would be many islands on the inner star seas that could provide a cultivation environment comparable to this one. Han Li nodded in response. Ling Yuling's smile widened upon hearing this, and she immediately led Han Li toward the gates of the stone palace. The dozen or so star palace disciples guarding the gate hurriedly extended respectful bows toward their group, and all of them wore rather curious expressions at the sight of Han Li. Ling Yuling naturally wasn't going to waste time providing an explanation to these guards as she led Han Li into the palace. Their group filed into a short corridor before arriving in an antiquated hall, where all of them took a seat. Brother Han, you must have learned about our star palace's situation on your way here, right? Ling Yuling cut straight to the point. Of course. It appears that the star palace is in a rather perilous situation, Han Li replied calmly. Then I suppose you're also aware of the fact that our star palace had initially gained the upper hand, and we've only been plunged into this situation because that Wan Tianming suddenly reached the late nascent soul stage. Only after he became a great cultivator did the Starfall Coalition manage to turn the tables, so he is the key in this battle. Brother Han, as long as you can hold off that man, I'm confident that our star palace would be able to destroy the Starfall Coalition again. A cold look appeared in Ling Yuling's eyes as she spoke. So you want me to fight that sect Master Wan? Han Li asked. Ling Yuling faltered slightly, and a hesitant look appeared on her face as she asked, Are you unhappy with that arrangement, Brother Han? Han Li raised an eyebrow and replied, It's not that, I just think there seems to be a misunderstanding here, Fairy Ling. A misunderstanding? Could it be that you're not here to help me, Brother Han? Ling Yuling's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Of course I'm here to help you, it's just that. Han Li was just about to explain when his words came to a halt, and he suddenly turned toward the entrance of the hall. Ling Yuling naturally also cast her gaze toward the same direction. Moments later, 3 cultivators strode into palace, one of which was a mid-nascent soul cultivator, while the other 2 were at the early nascent soul stage. The mid-nascent soul cultivator was a purple-robed man with a pockmarked face. After entering the hall, he refrained from extending a salute toward Ling Yuling, and instead turned toward Han Li with an unfriendly expression, giving off a rather uncouth and antagonistic demeanor. However, his pupils immediately contracted as he swept his spiritual sense toward Han Li, and his expression became quite strained. At this moment Ling Yuling smiled and said, Elder Ma, I didn't think you'd get here so quickly. Have a seat. When all of the other elders get here as well, I'll introduce to everyone an esteemed guest of our star palace. Indeed, I can sense that this fellow Taoist possesses an unfathomable cultivation base, so a warm welcome is very much necessary. The purple-robed man quickly composed himself before giving Han Li a forced smile and taking a seat. After assessing Han Li's cultivation base, he was clearly a lot more subdued than he was just a second ago. The other 2 Star Palace elders were naturally unable to identify Han Li's cultivation base, but the purple-robed man's reaction told them everything they needed to know. As such, they exchanged an astonished glance with one another before cupping their fists in a salute toward Ling Yuling and also taking a seat. However, in response to this, Ling Yuling merely tucked a few stray strands of hair behind her ear as a cold light flashed through her eyes. Han Li was observing all of these minor details, and a hint of a smile appeared on her face. It was quite clear that this elder Ma wasn't content to serve this new master of the Star Palace, and Ling Yuling was using him to intimidate these elders and keep them in check. Han Li was feeling both rather amused and a little speechless. However, Ling Yuling was an old acquaintance of his, so he didn't take this to heart. After all, what she was doing wasn't causing harm to him in any way. Following the arrival of Elder Ma's trio, the rest of the Star Palace elders also began to arrive at the Sacred Palace one after the other. All of them were immediately given quite a surprise by the sight of the unfamiliar great cultivator present among their ranks. Even though none of these nascent soul stage elders could ascertain Han Li's true cultivation base, all of them turned to Elder Ma as a litmus test for Han Li's power, and all of them were quite stunned by what they saw. Before long, over 20 Star Palace elders had gathered in the hall. Aside from 3 mid-nascent soul cultivators, Elder Zhao, Elder Ma and Ling Yuling, all of the rest were at the early nascent soul stage. Ling Yuling slowly rose to her feet and pointed at Han Li with a smile as she announced, "Seeing as everyone's here, let me introduce to you all an esteemed guest. This is the guest elder appointed by the former palace masters, Han Li." All of the elders present had naturally heard of Han Li before, and Ling Yuling's announcement created quite a stir among them, to the extent that one of them couldn't help but exclaim, "Han Li?" Han Li turned toward the Star Palace elder who had spoken to find that it was a benevolent-looking white-robed elderly man. Han Li's eyes narrowed as a contemplative look appeared in his eyes. All of a sudden, a thought seemed to have occurred to him as his expression darkened. "It appears that we've met in the Heaven Void Hall before. I recall that there were 2 fellow Taoists responsible for opening the Heaven Void Hall back then. May I ask where he is?" Han Li's voice had become rather cold and unforgiving. Meanwhile, the white-robed elder's face had turned deathly pale. This man was none other than the Star Palace Enforcement Elder who had almost stabbed Han Li through the heart in the Heaven Void Hall. Back when he had just entered the hall, he had found Han Li to be rather familiar, but he failed to immediately identify him. However, Ling Yuling's introduction made him recall the memories of the events that had taken place in the Heaven Void Hall, and he naturally managed to identify Han Li. Ling Yuling could naturally glean the cold look in Han Li's eyes, and her heart sank in response, but she could only muster up her courage and ask, "Do you recognize Elder Shimin, Brother Han?" A series of emotions quickly flashed through Han Li's eyes, and he seemed to have arrived at some sort of decision as he reverted back to his normal calm expression and replied, "I'm not very familiar with him. It's just that fellow Taoist Shimin had caused some trouble for me back when I hadn't reached the nascent soul stage." Ling Yuling was quite relieved that Han Li was making light of the matter, and she hurriedly changed the subject as she said, "I see. If Elder Shimin caused you any offense in the past, I hope you may forgive him, Brother Han. Let's get back to our discussion about Wan Tianming, shall we? After all, the top priority for our Star Palace is to eradicate the Starfall Coalition." The white-robed elder was also slightly relieved after hearing Han Li's words, but he was still unable to completely quell the fear in his heart. "I don't know what the late sages told you, fellow Taoist Ling, but the promise I made to them was that I would only step in if and when your life is under direct threat, and I'll do everything in my power to save you. I didn't promise them that I would fight for the Star Palace against a cultivator of the same cultivation base as mine to the death," Han Li said in a slow voice. His words were met with complete silence. "If the Star Palace falls, do you think I can remain safe, fellow Taoist Han? Besides, I'm not asking you to fight Wan Tianming to the death. I'm simply asking you to hold him off while I lead the Star Palace in a retaliation against the Starfall Coalition. Surely that's within your capabilities, Brother Han," Ling Yuling said in a slow voice as her brows furrowed. "That is indeed something I'm capable of doing. However, Wan Tianming is a great cultivator as well, and I won't be able to predict whether he'll try to engage me in a battle to the death. If you agree that I can flee the battle should he unleash some type of powerful trump card, I can consider stepping in on this occasion. Then again, the welfare of the Star Palace and your safety are 2 completely different matters. Even if the Star Palace ceases to exist, I'm confident in my ability to keep you alive, and that'll be enough to fulfill the promise I made to the former palace leaders. Otherwise, it's really not worth it for me to take this risk just for the benefits that the sages offered me in return." Han Li's calm reply highlighted the crux of the matter. Ling Yuling's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Meanwhile, Elder Zhao had read between the lines, and his brows furrowed as he stroked his beard. Fellow Taoist Han, from what you're saying, it sounds like you won't necessarily refuse to help us, but we have to pay a sufficient price in exchange for your assistance, right? Of course. Nothing in this world comes without a price. If your Star Palace offers me sufficiently tempting remuneration, I can consider taking a risk, Han Li admitted with a faint smile. What do you want from our Star Palace, fellow Taoist Han? It was Elder Ma who had spoken on this occasion. It's not a matter of what I want. Instead, it's a matter of what your Star Palace is planning to offer to me, Han Li replied expressionlessly. Different expressions appeared on the faces of the Star Palace elders, and some of them were beginning to converse through voice transmission. In reality, none of them were overly surprised by Han Li's rejection. If someone were to ask them to fight a cultivator of the same cultivation base to the death for no reward, they certainly wouldn't agree to do so either. Furthermore, this was going to be a clash between two great cultivators, beings who stood at the pinnacle of the human world, so the risks involved would undoubtedly be more severe than in a battle between cultivators of a lesser caliber. However, it wouldn't be an easy task to offer a reward that could tempt Han Li. After all, a great cultivator like him would most likely simply scoff at normal treasures, materials and cultivation arts. Ling Yuling sat in the main seat and looked on with a contemplative expression as the elders conversed among themselves. After a while, she broke the silence and said, "Your proposal is quite reasonable, Brother Han. However, ordinary items clearly won't be able to catch your eye, so I'm willing to offer the cultivation art of our Star Palace's Divine Essence-Fused Light and our Divine Essence-Fused Mountain as a reward. Will that be satisfactory to you, fellow Taoist Han? The Divine Essence-Fused Light is an extremely powerful cultivation art, and only a man of Brother Han's extraordinary talent deserves to cultivate it." The reward that Ling Yuling was offering was none other than Han Li's objective for this trip, and this turn of events came as quite a surprise to Han Li. His expression faltered slightly before he appraised Ling Yuling through narrowed eyes and fell into deep thought. All of the other Star Palace elders were startled to hear this, but after exchanging glances with one another, none of them stated any objections. The Divine Essence-Fused Light was indeed an extremely powerful cultivation art that had been used by the late Heavenly Star Sages. However, it was also quite renowned to be very difficult to cultivate, and its disadvantages were also quite apparent. As such, for normal nascent soul cultivators, this was certainly a tempting prospect, but it wasn't actually one that held much practical value. As such, no one had any objections to Ling Yuling's proposal. Instead, they were all worried about whether Han Li would actually agree to this deal. Much to their surprise, Han Li only contemplated the offer for a short while before nodding with a meaningful expression. "It seems that Fairy Ling already knew what I wanted. I'm not a greedy person, so I won't ask for any more than that. I'm happy to accept this offer. When the time comes, I'll help your Star Palace hold off Wan Tianming. I can't guarantee that I'll be able to kill him, but I'll make sure that he won't be able to attack any of you." "Alright, our Star Palace has full trust in you, Brother Han. I'll get someone to give you the cultivation art for the Divine Essence-Fused Light, and once this battle concludes, I'll present the Divine Essence-Fused Mountain to you." A smile had reappeared on Ling Yuling's beautiful features. Seeing as he had achieved his objective, Han Li didn't wish to stay here any longer, and he rose to his feet as he said, "In that case, I'll be awaiting further instructions from you on how to proceed, fellow Taoist Ling. It's been a rather tiring journey for me, so I'm going to take my leave and have some rest." Ling Yuling immediately nodded as she turned to Elder Zhao with an amicable expression, and instructed, "Of course. Elder Zhao, organize a silent cultivation chamber for fellow Taoist Han so he can rest and recuperate. Fellow Taoist Han is an esteemed guest of ours, so I'll have to trouble you to look after him, Elder Zhao." Elder Zhao nodded and extended a bow toward Ling Yuling before leading Han Li out of the hall. Han Li nodded toward Ling Yuling, but didn't immediately follow Elder Zhao out of the room. Instead, he suddenly turned his gaze to Elder Shimant, upon which a faint blue light shimmered through his eyes, and only then did he make his way out of the hall in an unhurried manner. A chill ran down Elder Shimant's spine at the sight of Han Li's cold gaze, and at the same time, he felt a sharp pain in his spiritual sense, which almost made him jump up from his seat. However, after Han Li turned and left, the sharp pain in his spiritual sense completely disappeared, as if it had just been a figment of his imagination. Elder Shimon was naturally very alarmed, and he hurriedly conducted a thorough examination of his own body with his spiritual sense, only to find that nothing was amiss. Elder Shiman was greatly relieved after making that discovery. It appeared that he had been excessively paranoid. After all, they were situated in the Star Palace right now, and even a great cultivator wouldn't dare to attack him. However, at the same time, he had made up his mind. As soon as this conference was over, he was going to find an obscure location to hide in and only emerge when the battle began. During this time, he was going to take extra care not to bump into Han Li in order to ensure his own safety. After all, that attack he had unleashed in the Heaven Void Hall all those years ago had almost taken Han Li's life, and now that Han Li was far more powerful than he was, it was very unlikely that he would simply be willing to let bygones be bygones. If he had known that Han Li would become so powerful, he would have either refrained from attacking him or made absolute sure that he was dead. Elder Shiman's heart was filled with remorse as he heaved an internal sigh. As soon as Han Li and Elder Zhao had left, Elder Ma turned to Ling Yuling with a skeptical expression and asked, "Palace Master, is that Han Li really going to be able to hold off Wan Tianming? And are we sure that he can be trusted? What if this man is actually allied with the Starfall Coalition, and he lends his assistance to them during the battle instead? If that happens, we'll be completely lost. Wouldn't it be safer to continue to guard Heavenly Star City through the use of our restriction?" "Don't worry, Elder Ma. I've known fellow Taoist Han even before he made the deal with my late parents. Even though we're not close friends, I know that he has a lot of bad blood with the Starfall Coalition due to the incidents surrounding the Heaven Void Cauldron many years ago, so there's no way that he would pledge his allegiance to them. As for whether he can actually hold off Wan Tianming, I'm confident in his ability to do so. After all, fellow Taoist Han reached the late nascent soul stage even earlier than Wan Tianming did, and he also has the Heaven Void Cauldron to assist him, so he should be the more powerful of the two great cultivators no matter how we look at it. Besides, do any of you have any better ideas? The restriction around our Heavenly Star City is indeed quite powerful, but it definitely won't be able to last for too long under the constant bombardment from the Heavenly Windfire Formation. We can't just take a passive approach and hope for the best. A decisive result has to be reached, and either the Starfall Coalition has to fall or our Star Palace will cease to exist," Ling Yuling replied in a firm voice. Elder Ma contemplated the situation for a while but was unable to provide any alternative tactics, so he could only reluctantly concede, "If that's the case, then it seems we can only rely on that man." Elder Ma was the most disobedient and uncouth Star Palace elder by far, so Ling Yuling was quite pleased that even he had no objections to her proposed course of action. As such, she continued, "Let's discuss how we're going to attack the Starfall Coalition, and also how we're going to break their Heavenly Windfire Formation." Within a peaceful silent cultivation chamber, Han Li sat with his knees crossed and his eyes closed as he made a strange hand seal. After a long while, he suddenly stirred as he slowly opened his eyes. "Are you going to find that Elder Shiman now?" The endless sky beast's tender voice sounded beside his ears. "You know what I'm up to?" Han Li remained expressionless, but his voice had become more grim. "I don't know exactly what secret technique you used, but you clearly used your spiritual sense to place a spiritual marker on that man before you left the hall. Even though that secret technique was nothing special, the power of your spiritual sense ensures that none of the cultivators in the palace would have been able to detect what you were doing. I'm assuming you didn't place the spiritual marker on that man so you could invite him out for a meal, right?" The demon beast chuckled. "Seeing as you already know everything, then there's nothing for me to deny. That man almost took my life in the Heaven Void Hall. I'm not a petty person, but I can't just forgive a man who tried to kill me. It would have been difficult for me to kill him in that stone palace, but he's left the palace now, so it's time for me to strike," Han Li admitted with a cold smile. He patted the storage pouch hanging from his waist and silver light flashed as the humanoid puppet soundlessly appeared. It then hovered toward a nearby wall before disappearing in a flash. After that, Han Li rose to his feet and pushed open the door of the silent cultivation chamber before making his way outside. After passing through a short corridor, Han Li arrived in a large hall. Elder Zhao was seated and sipping on some tea, and he was rather surprised to Han Li emerge from the chamber. A faint smile appeared on Han Li's face as he said, "Elder Zhao, you're using a wood attribute cultivation art as well, right? If you don't mind, would you be willing to discuss cultivation experiences and insights with me?" Half a day later, a certain soul lamp in a restricted area of the Star Palace was suddenly snuffed out. The Star Palace disciple looking after the lamps was given a massive fright and he hurriedly reported this matter to the higher-ups of the sect. The entire Star Palace plunged into turmoil, and not long after that, several Star Palace elders broke into a secret chamber in Elder Shimon's cave abode. Several hours ago, there were disciples who had personally witnessed Elder Shimon entering that secret chamber. However, the chamber was now completely empty. Even if he had actually passed away, as the dimming of the soul lamp suggested, there was no body to be found. The higher-ups of the Star Palace were almost sure that this had something to do with Han Li. After all, they had all seen the interaction between Elder Shimon and Han Li in the Stone Palace. Anyone could tell that this great cultivator had a vendetta against Elder Shimon. However, despite their suspicions, all of the Star Palace elders simply pretended to not suspect anything, and none of them went to interrogate Han Li. He was a great cultivator whom no one wanted to mess with, and most importantly, they couldn't find any evidence that Han Li was the culprit behind all this. Instead, there was strong evidence suggesting that he hadn't actually been responsible for this incident. During the time period in which Elder Shimon had perished, Han Li had been discussing cultivation insights and experiences with Elder Zhao the entire time. Of course, it wasn't difficult to tell that this was a smokescreen intentionally set up by Han Li to prevent anyone from being able to aim a convincing accusation against him. Despite knowing the truth, it was still an extremely harrowing notion to all of the Star Palace elders that Han Li could wipe a nascent soul cultivator off the face of the world without even having to go after him in person. If he were a normal cultivator, they could naturally disregard all evidence and capture him before using a soul search technique to confirm everything. However, who would dare to do that to a late nascent soul great cultivator? Even the elders who had been quite close with Elder Shimon knew better than to kick up a fuss. Furthermore, the Star Palace had to rely on Han Li's powers to carry them through this crisis, so they absolutely couldn't afford to get on his bad side. Thus, Ling Yuling and all of the Star Palace elders could only pretend that they had no idea who the culprit could be. After discussing cultivation experiences and insights with Elder Zhao for about half a day, Han Li returned to his silent cultivation chamber. Almost immediately thereafter, Elder Zhao received news that Elder Shimon had passed away, and he was rooted to the spot for a long while. In the end, he could only give a wry smile with a resigned expression on his face. After that, he departed from the cave abode and left 2 core formation disciples there in his place. Han Li could kill a nascent soul cultivator even without leaving the cave abode, so it was just a waste of time for him to remain behind and keep an eye on Han Li anyway. It was much wiser for him to get out of there as soon as possible in case Han Li decided to kill him as well. As such, a peculiar sequence of events unfolded. A Star Palace elder had clearly just perished, yet this incident was completely glossed over, and it seemed that none of the higher-ups of the Star Palace wanted to mention anything about it. Even the words Elder Shimon had become a taboo phrase that could only be mentioned in hushed whispers. Instead, everyone was focusing their attention on making preparations for the upcoming battle. 5 days later, Han Li emerged from the silent cultivation chamber and arrived at the sacred palace again. On this occasion, there were more than 30 core formation cultivators also gathered here on top of the Star Palace elders. Most of these cultivators were at the late core formation stage, so their powers were only just below that of the Star Palace elders. When Han Li slowly made his way into the hall, all of the cultivators turned their attention to him in unison. Most of them wore expressions of awe and veneration, while some were quite fearful of his arrival. However, one thing remained constant, and that was no matter which direction Han Li cast his gaze toward, all of the cultivators gathered there would immediately lower their heads and avoid his gaze. Using his humanoid puppet to take care of an early nascent soul cultivator was an extremely simple task for Han Li, but in doing so, he had intimidated the entire Star Palace. In the past, all of these Star Palace cultivators only knew that Han Li was a great cultivator, but no one had seen him in action, so they couldn't help but be skeptical about whether he would actually be able to hold off Wan Tianming. After all, Wan Tianming had slain many Star Palace elders in the past several decades, and his reputation was second to none in the scattered star seas. Ironically, Han Li's assassination of a nascent soul elder instilled everyone with a lot more confidence in his abilities. That was something that neither Han Li nor Ling Yuling had anticipated. Of course, Ling Yuling was naturally very glad that their morale had been boosted, while Han Li simply didn't care. "Please take a seat, fellow Daoist Han. I'll start organizing the preparations for the upcoming battle right away," Ling Yuling said in a respectful voice. Han Li nodded as he took a seat before producing a white jade slip to read, completely ignoring everyone else in the process. Ling Yuling merely smiled upon seeing this, but her expression instantly became quite grave after turning to the rest of the cultivators and delivering a series of instructions. Even though most of Han Li's attention was focused on the jade slip, he wouldn't actually completely ignore what Ling Yuling was saying. The Star Palace's plan was very simple. Even though the Heavenly Windfire Formation was comprised of 108 Windfire Pillars, they were only planning to attack the 36 Windfire Pillars surrounding Heavenly Star City. According to the analysis from several of the Star Palace's formation spell masters, these 36 pillars were the most important ones, and as long as they could destroy most of those pillars, the formation would be vanquished as a result. Of course, the formation core that Wan Tianming was guarding had to be conquered by the Star Palace before that. Thus, one nascent soul stage elder and core formation cultivator after another rose to their feet at Ling Yuling's behest, and all of them wore serious expressions as they listened to the duties being delegated to them. A sense of fierce killing intent had spread through the entire hall. Before long, all of the cultivators present had been assigned to attack a certain windfire pillar. However, the distribution of high-grade cultivators was rather uneven. There were 2 or 3 nascent soul cultivators in some groups while in others, there wasn't even a single nascent soul cultivator. Han Li was rather surprised by this arrangement. However, he quickly understood why such arrangements had been made. There were most likely Star Palace spies in the Starfall Coalition as well, so they must have already ascertained the forces guarding each individual windfire pillar, and were delegating troops accordingly. Even though Han Li continued to focus his attention on his jade slip, a faint smile had appeared on his face. Ling Yuling delegated duties very quickly, and after just a short while, almost all of the cultivators in the hall had been assigned with specific roles. Finally, her voice faltered as she turned to Han Li, and a smile appeared on her face as she said, "Fellow Taoist Han, you Elder Zhao, Elder Ma, and I will be responsible for attacking the formation core that's being guarded by Wan Tianming, is that all right?" Han Li raised his head and replied nonchalantly, "Sure. However, I'm only responsible for taking on Wan Tianming. I won't attack any other cultivators unless they attack me." A hint of surprise appeared in her eyes at the sight of Han Li's carefree expression, but she was naturally quite glad that Han Li had accepted her arrangement. Even though she had heard some things about Han Li from the Heavenly Star Sages, she didn't actually know if Han Li was all that powerful among late nascent soul cultivators. She was really worried that Han Li would underestimate his enemy and fall on his own sword, so she elaborated on some of Wan Tianming's signature abilities and treasures in order to help Han Li prepare for the upcoming battle. Han Li's expression remained quite nonchalant as he listened to her description. Ling Yuling could only heave an internal sigh upon seeing this, and she repressed the urge to ask Han Li what chance he thought he had of victory. In any case, defeat was not an option for the Star Palace. "Let's go." After one final instruction, all of the cultivators in the palace instantly rushed out from within. All of the low-grade Foundation Establishment disciples had already gathered at all 4 of Heavenly Star City's gates, and they were primed to attack as soon as the core formation cultivators arrived to lead them into battle. Han Li glanced at the jade slip in his hand before closing his palms together, upon which the jade slip abruptly disappeared. The jade slip contained the cultivation art for the divine essence-fused light, and it was indeed quite profound and complex. Even after several days of arduous observation, he had only made a little progress. He was very curious about just what kind of extraordinary existence the divine essence-fused mountain was to be able to assist in the mastery of this cultivation art. Han Li was considering these matters in a rather absent-minded manner as he also exited the stone palace along with the other elders. Much to Han Li's surprise, there was a massive carriage over 100 feet in length parked outside the palace. The entire carriage had been constructed from some type of unidentifiable green wood, and all types of runes had been carved onto its surface. It was quite apparent that this was an extremely intricately and painstakingly crafted carriage. However, what was even more noteworthy was that the carriage was being drawn by 4 demon beasts several tens of feet in length, all of which were of the same green color as the carriage itself. This was the first time that Han Li had been flabbergasted following his arrival in Heavenly Star City. The 4 green demon beasts only appeared to be at the 5th or 6th grade, but they were most definitely flood dragons. If he recalled correctly, flood dragons were extremely protective of their brethren. The Star Palace was indeed very powerful, but how could they use actual flood dragons to draw their carriages? Weren't they afraid of drawing the ire of the entire flood dragon race and bringing disaster to the Star Palace? At the sight of rare expression of surprise that had appeared on Han Li's face, Ling Yuling smiled and asked, "Is there really a need to be so surprised by a few low-grade demon beasts, fellow Taoist Han?" A blue light flashed through Han Li's eyes and he suddenly said, "Wait, these demon beasts possess the bodies of true flood dragons, but their souls seem to be rather strange." A hint of admiration appeared in Ling Yuling's eye as she explained, "You really do have a good eye, Brother Han. The souls and the bodies of these demon beasts are indeed not the souls of flood dragons. Many years ago, when my father was traveling through the outer seas, he won a few low-grade green flood dragon carcasses from the Golden WRM King in a bet, then used a secret technique to inject the souls of marine spirit pythons into their bodies, thereby creating these demon beasts." "I see, but why have you placed this carriage here? Will we be using it in our attack?" Han Li's brows were still furrowed with confusion. "Hee, you won't be aware of this, Brother Han, but this carriage was personally crafted by my father. Aside from these demon beasts, the carriage itself is also very special and will be quite effective against our enemies. If it weren't for the importance of this battle, I wouldn't even be using such a precious treasure." Ling Yuling raised her eyebrows as a mysterious look appeared on her face. When Han Li heard Ling Yuling, he swept his spiritual sense past the carriage beasts and nodded, saying little else. Its driver was a bald 2-meter-tall giant drove it. Although he only possessed foundation establishment cultivation, his upper body was bare and revealed steel-like muscles, giving him a menacing aura. When everyone boarded the carriage, the large man raised a white whip and cracked it. The green flood dragons that were lazily resting in front of the stone hall quickly raised themselves and began to slither in the air. The carriage then launched into the air in a white streak, traveling at a speed that rivaled an early nascent soul cultivator. A quarter-hour later, Han Li and company arrived above a gate at Heavenly Star City. At that moment, the power of windfire was bombarding the blue light barrier relentlessly. Even with the protection of the light barrier, the muffled explosions trembled throughout the city, startling mortals and low-grade vagrant cultivators alike. Although the light barrier appeared quite durable, under the sustained attack of the grand formation outside, it was only a matter of time before the barrier broke. As Han Li stood outside a desolate city gate, he examined the situation on the outside of the island. The situation appeared far from good. It was about the same as when he entered. All he could see was azure and red. Even with his vast abilities, he couldn't see far past it. He indifferently glanced down at the city and saw thousands of low-grade cultivators hiding behind the other city gates nearby. They were either meditating while sitting cross-legged or preparing magic tools and talismans, making their final preparations. Old Man Zhao and the large purple-robed man then walked out of the carriage. They were talking with the other elders with a grave expression. Footsteps sounded from behind him, and before he turned his head, he heard a sweet voice speak to him. "Brother Han, I have a request for you. I don't know if you would be willing to accept." "What is it?" Han Li turned around, showing not the slightest surprise on his face. Ling Yuling stood behind him wearing faint green palace robes. Her beautiful face wore an unclear expression and her brow was tensed as if she were discussing something of great importance. Ling Yuling gritted her teeth and produced a faint blue jade slip, handing it towards Han Li with a hopeful gaze. "The next battle will decide the life and death of our Star Palace. To tell the truth, the Starfall Coalition attracted a few cultivators that previously remained hidden in bitter cultivation. Even with Brother Han's assistance, our chances of victory are only half. If we win this battle, we won't further trouble you, but if we were to suffer a grand defeat, I hope you will be able to take the people listed in the Jade Slip away from the scattered star seas. I hope you'll consider it." "What do you mean by that?" Han Li frowned. "It's nothing much. The people I listed are closely related to me. Although I am confident no one knows the relationships between us, there is still a possibility the Starfall Coalition will exterminate them if we are defeated. It would be much better if you were to take them with you. You aren't a cultivator from the scattered star seas. You should be capable of doing this." Ling Yuling spoke with a tone of complete trust. Han Li looked at her in silence. As his silence continued, she misunderstood. She smiled and said, "Of course, if you do this for me, it will fulfill your agreement with my father to act 3 times. You've already fulfilled a part of the agreement by dealing with Wan Tianming. If you agree to this matter, the agreement will be fulfilled even if we win and you don't have to take action." After another moment of silence, an odd gaze appeared in Han Li's eyes and he said, "Fellow Taoist Ling, please consider this carefully. My agreement with your father was to save you 3 times when your life was in danger. Don't you think that using one of these requests like this is against the intentions of the two sages? I am well aware, but I am the Star Palace Lord now. If we are truly defeated in this battle, the Star Palace's ancient legacy will be extinguished as a result. What use are 2 extra chances at life? It would be better for my close relatives to be saved. As for my own protection, my mid-nascent soul cultivation should be enough. Han Li looked at her lovely pitiful expression for a long while before replying with an emotionless tone, "Fine. In that case I will accept your request. If you lose this battle, I will bring them away from the scattered star seas." With beauty blossoming from her face, Ling Yuling charmingly said, "Your words leave me without worry for the future. With your amazing abilities, you will be able to make it out safely no matter how badly this war turns out." Han Li smiled and then turned his gaze to outside the city. With Ling Yuling acquiring Han Li's agreement, she tactfully left him alone and withdrew. Several hours later, voice transmission talismans were sent out notifying that preparations were complete and the gates to Heavenly Star City were opened. Tens of thousands of cultivators rushed out at the same time, quickly leaving the city's blue barrier and disappearing into the azure and red mist formed from windfire. Heavenly Star Palace's massive deployment was instantly discovered by the Starfall Coalition cultivators that were assigned to protect the formation. The Starfall Coalition immediately deployed large numbers of cultivators to fight and had their retainers immediately control the Grand Formation, fully activating the formation's might. Although the spell formation didn't have any effect on cultivators above Foundation Establishment, it could produce grave injuries to anyone at Foundation Establishment and below. After the various windfire pillars were activated, the azure red mist that was slowly floating in the air began to violently turn, condensing into azure red balls of light and promptly exploding. For a time, light flashed within the Grand Formation, followed by sounds of unceasing explosions. If common Foundation Establishment cultivators were to enter the formation without any preparations, they would have been immediately torn apart by the power of windfire. But for this battle, the Star Palace made meticulous preparations. Each and every cultivator had various colored light barriers appearing on their bodies, warding off the attacks of windfire and preventing any significant injuries to the low-grade Star Palace cultivators. At that moment, the Starfall Coalition cultivators guarding the pillars met the Star Palace cultivators head-on. The sounds of battle and death immediately sounded from the formation. At nearly the same time at the edge of the Grand Formation, at the very top of a giant kilometer-tall pillar of wind flame, several cultivators were staring into the distance. Their leader, a middle-aged man with a tense squarish face, wore a purple robe and a jade band. He held his hands behind his back. He was Wan Tianming. His current calm demeanor was far different from when Han Li had seen him last. Standing not far behind him was an old man with dark skin and an old woman with red and green clothing. The two wore similarly grave expressions. It seems the Star Palace is truly launching a full-force attack. They used so many mid-grade talismans in this very attack that it could bankrupt an ordinary clan. The dark old man muttered. This was the cultivator surnamed Long, who escaped in a panic when Han Li rushed the formation. They must be staking it all in one throw. This must be related to the person who rushed into the city. Wan Tianming calmly said. I see it as a desperate move. However, fellow Taoist Long, is the cultivator who killed fellow Taoist Hua so fearsome? Even with you two united, this fellow was still able to kill one of you in an instant? Green light flashed from the old woman's eyes as she looked at the old man. She possessed mid-nascent soul cultivation. When old man Long heard the woman mention Han Li, his face turned pale and stroked the new arm he produced from a secret technique. A long while later he replied with a wry smile, more than just fearsome. Fellow Taoist Hua was by no means weak, but he wasn't able to put up much resistance. Had I been any slower in escaping, I feared I wouldn't be standing here today. He most likely isn't a mid-nascent soul cultivator, but a late-nascent soul grand cultivator. A sneer appeared on the old woman's face and she bluntly said, A grand cultivator? I see that fellow Taoist Long has been frightened to the extent where his mind became muddled. Apart from fellow Taoist Mo, how can there be other late-nascent soul cultivators from the inner seas? The Star Palace would have already recruited them otherwise, and whittle away at our alliance after such a long period of time. Old man Long's face grimaced as a result. Wan Tianming faintly smiled. That isn't certain. The image of the cultivator that fellow Taoist Long produced for me is somewhat familiar. After several days I came to recognize the person. It is someone that fellow Taoist Joe should know as well. Could Brother Mo explain? The old woman asked in astonishment. Do you remember when the Heaven Void Cauldron emerged into the world several hundreds of years ago? When our alliance issued a kill order on a cultivator named Han Li? Wan Tianming leisurely asked. After a short moment of thought, she came to an instant realization. The Heaven Void Cauldron? That Han Li? Was that the person who broke through the formation? They do bear a strong resemblance, but how can this be possible? That person was a core formation cultivator in the past. She shook her head, wearing an expression of disbelief. Wan Tianming looked in the direction of the Grand Formation and indifferently said, "You don't need to be so surprised. Over 100 years ago, before the death of the Heavenly Star Sages, I acquired a secret report that Han Li appeared near the Yellow Sand Sect as a nascent soul cultivator. Then he used a Star Palace teleportation formation to the outer seas. At that time, the Star Palace sages attempted to recruit him, but to little success. I suspect that the disappearance of Swift Crane and other elders of our alliance are largely related to him." Elder Swift Crane and Fire Dragon Island's Huang Kuan? They didn't die from a demon beast ambush at Green Spirit Island? The old woman said with a start. Wan Tianming coldly chuckled and slowly explained, "That is what we say to outsiders. In truth, according to our cultivators on Green Spirit Island, the two elders never made an appearance on the island on the day of the demon beast invasion. Rather, there were people from Lightning Sky Island that reported a sighting of Han Li on the same day that Swift Crane and Huang Kuan mysteriously disappeared. Their life soul tokens in the Alliance's possession were also extinguished. As for the demon beast invasion of Green Spirit Island, that was an unrelated affair that occurred after." The old woman remained stunned for a while and slowly said, "Even if that is the case, those two were partners to the death. Would it have been a difficult task? It is true we have no evidence that he was the one who did it. But if the cultivator who broke through the formation was truly Han Li, and he possesses the ability of a grand cultivator, then that guess should mostly be correct." A cold light glinted from Wan Tianming's eyes and his voice turned gloomy. If this person truly reached late nascent soul stage and has the Heaven Void Cauldron in his possession, and Brother One also only became a late nascent soul cultivator recently. As Old Man Long muttered this, worry was betrayed on his face. Wan Tianming chuckled and spoke unperturbed. "Since I know this person, how could I not have a plan to respond? Be at ease. If he arrives, leave him to me. I won't say that I have complete certainty to kill him, but I am confident I will defeat him." The two elders exchanged a glance and betrayed astonishment from their faces, but relief soon appeared on their faces. Since this was said by the sect leader of a grand sect, his words should hold true. "If you're saying that, then we are assured. We'll deal with the others." The old woman wore a sinister smile. Wan Tianming eventually turned around and wore an odd expression on his face. "I will feel at ease to hand over the ordinary problems and the formation core to you two fellow Taoists. But do you plan on fighting with your backs against the wall? There will be many high-grade cultivators targeting the formation core. As such, I will request for assistance to help you two defend the formation core." Startled, the old man yelped, "Assistance? You mean?" Wan Tianming didn't directly reply, but rather raised his hand, releasing a giant fireball from his sleeve. It ruptured high in the air in a flourish of vermilion flame. This eye-catching scene was noticed by all the cultivators nearby the huge pillar, arousing some discussion amongst them. As these people were bewildered, something happened above them. A charming voice spoke from a 10-meter long that appeared. "Brother, fellow Taoist one has summoned us. It seems the time has come to make use of us. It was truly boring hiding here for such a long amount of time. Time has little meaning to cultivators like ourselves. Since Brother One had us reveal ourselves, it seems the time for battle has come, and no small one by any means. We should be able to kill enough this time around." A deep man's voice spoke from the boat. Soon after, two blinding white streaks shot off from the boat, circling once in the air and landing on top of the huge pillar. The white light vanished in a flash, revealing a male and female cultivator in front of Wan Tianming and company. The man had round eyes, long hair drooped over his face and a tall sturdy body. The woman had pale soft flesh and an exquisite body, the makings of a seductive appearance. After a brief moment of alarm, Old Man Long recognized the two that appeared and couldn't help but cry out in terror, "The Twin Lawn Devils?" Even the overbearing old woman's complexion turned pale. The dainty woman glanced at Old Man Long and gorgeously smiled. "Oh? I didn't think that there were still people that recognized us in the scattered star seas. We've lived in seclusion at Devilson Island for many years. The old woman briefly hesitated and spoke with a fearful expression. Weren't you too exterminated by the heavenly star sages? How can you be here? It is true that in the past we were nearly done in by those two old bastards, but through some luck, we're managed to make it out here today. What? You don't mean to say you have some sort of grudge against us? The large man swept a cold gaze past the two elders. Strangely enough, his lips moved, but his voice came from his abdomen, revealing a set of glinting white teeth from there as if there were a man embedded inside. The old woman's heart trembled at the sight of this and she unconsciously took a step back. Soon after, she realized she was showing weakness and couldn't help but step back forward, letting out a resentful snort. The large man sinisterly grinned in response and released waves of baleful chi from his body, covering his face in a layer of faint blood chi. Wan Tianming snorted and sullenly said, "Enough, our enemy has arrived. Fellow Taoists, I had you remain hidden until today for this very battle. Humph, did you think I didn't notice that the Star Palace had a spy infiltrate the higher ranks of our alliance? Now let's see who has fallen into our trap." The others startled and quickly turned their heads in the direction of the spell formation. They saw a violent storm of windfire and wide the azure-red mist. Inside it was a huge carriage being pulled by 4 green flood dragons. Countless cultivators followed after it and in a blink of an eye, several thousand cultivators could be seen. The star-defying alliance cultivators nearby the pillar had long prepared for this moment. When they saw enemies approach, they flew into the air on their flying tools. Soon, the two sides found themselves in confrontation at the huge pillar of wind flame. The old woman and old man long paid no further heed to the lawn devils, focusing instead on the Star Palace cultivators in front of them, particularly on the 4 cultivators riding the carriage. When the old man saw this, his heart trembled and mouth turned dry. He saw a confidently posed Han Li inside the carriage. At that moment, Han Li hadn't taken notice of the old man. Rather, his eyes immediately fell on Wan Tianming and examined him with a sharp gaze. The twin lawn devils. The large purple-robed man let out a yelp similar to Old Man Long. Han Li didn't react to the name, but Ling Yuling and Old Man Chao were strongly startled. Ling Yuling asked with an urgent tone, "Elder Ma, are you not mistaken? Weren't the lawn devils exterminated long ago by my esteemed mother and father?" "How could I be mistaken? I followed the 2 palace lords when they personally pursued the 2 devils after such a long period of time. After that, the 2 palace lords jointly advanced to late nascent soul stage." Absolutely baffling. If the 2 devils truly managed to survive, they should have already reached the end of their lifespans. How could they have survived until now? However, their cultivation was about the same as in the past, in the realm of mid-nascent soul stage. Obvious confusion appeared on the large man's face. "That isn't anything strange," Han Li explained. "I know of several medicines that can extend one's lifespan well over 200 years. It is possible for them to have consumed one if they were lucky. That is the only possibility. In any case, the 2 devils were just as famous as the Star Palace lords in the past. The sheer mention of their name could turn people pale. The man is fond of killing and once slaughtered 2 small islands overnight, laying waste to 1,000 cultivators and over 100,000 mortals. The woman cultivates the renowned womanly yang pilfering art. She is particularly fond of extracting the life essence of young male cultivators and sadistically killing them. After the 2 reached mid-nascent soul stage, they became inseparable. United, they can survive against even late-nascent soul cultivators. Were it not for the Star Palace lords taking the risk to fight them, I fear they would be running rampant today." With gloomy complexion, Elder Chao gave Han Li a rough explanation. Han Li stroked his chin and said, "So it was like that. It seems they've prepared this for a while. Even if I battle with Wan Tianming, you don't have a high chance of victory with those 2 present." Ling Yuling grimaced. "In truth, I originally thought to suppress them with overwhelming force with the elders that I've brought with me. But now that these 2 fearsome characters appeared, I fear it will take all our power to not be defeated. A stalemate would be a good result." Han Li smiled, but before he could speak, a person from the giant pillar began to slowly fly towards them. As soon as he saw him, he shut his mouth and coldly glared at him. The person flying towards them was Wan Tianming. Wan Tianming flew to the middle before he paused and smiled at Han Li. "Fellow Taoist Han, I didn't think that your cultivation would make such progress in becoming a grand cultivator since we last met in Heaven Void Hall. And if I'm correct, you aren't a person from the scattered star seas. Why are you taking part in the battle between our alliance and the Star Palace? How about this? Regardless of what that girl pledged you, I will double whatever price. And I won't even need you to do anything so long as you agree not to fight in this war." When those from the Star Palace heard this, their expressions massively changed. Hanli was shocked. Double the price? Fellow Taoist Wan is truly generous. Hanli laughed and wore a mysterious smile on his face. "Do you feel it isn't enough?" Wan Tianming asked with a calm tone. "Oh, it's enough, plenty enough. It is a pity that I am fighting this war due to a promise I made many years ago, and I'm not fond of breaking my promises. But if you were to peacefully withdraw, I'll consider your offer for the next time." Hanli lazily replied with a clear mocking tone. These words left the cultivators on both sides flabbergasted. Wan Tianming's smile disappeared to be replaced with a gloomy expression. "Since Brother Han has made his decision, then we will have test our might. However, our battle will bring disaster to our juniors nearby. Wouldn't it be better to fight somewhere farther?" Wan Tianming said icily. "Yes, I had that in mind as well." Han Li promptly agreed without the slightest consideration. This had surprised Wan Tianming, but after he gloomily examined Han Li, he held his hands in an incantation gesture and turned into a purple streak, flying in the direction of Heavenly Star City. Han Li turned around and took a glance at Ling Yuling and the others. He nodded with a smile and closely followed after him in an azure streak. In the blink of an eye, the two late nascent soul cultivators tore through the air and disappeared out of sight. Ling Yuling and Old Man Chow exchanged a glance, both revealing a trace of worry from their faces. Wan Tianming had already known about Han Li's existence and took the initiative to challenge him to a fight. Could it be he had another plan in mind? However, Han Li didn't hesitate in following him. This only added to their apprehension as dissuading him would only damage their morale. The man from the Lawn Devils extended a scarlet tongue and licked his lips before letting out a bewildering cackle. "Hee, since fellow Taoist Wan is gone, it's time to take action. Let's see how your abilities stand up, Junior. It's been several hundred years since I've killed a nascent soul-grade cultivator." Afterward, he held his hands in an incantation gesture and spouted out a white bone band. At that same time, a blood mist was released from his body, filling the nearby 100 meters in an instant. Ghost shrieks loudly wailed from within it as it moved to engulf the Star Palace cultivators. Following that, the dainty woman at the large man's side let out a giggle of ecstasy and waved her sleeve, producing a fragrant pink fog. Those who smelled it would lose their sense of self. Old Man Long and the old woman exchanged a glance before spitting out a golden ball and 13 green blades respectively before sending it off in an attack. When the Star Palace cultivators saw this, they didn't dare to delay and made use of their own abilities, releasing their light in return. Several of the Star Palace's early nascent soul cultivators met the attacks of the mid-nascent soul stage Lawn Devils. Various lights met the devilish chi followed by violent explosions. The attacks found themselves in a deadlock. When the lower-grade cultivators saw this, they all shouted and rallied themselves, releasing their own magic tools and treasures as they charged forward, officially starting the melee. Of course, these cultivators all kept their distance from the battles of the nascent soul-grade cultivators taking place at the center. For a time, sounds of explosions and murder filled the air. The chaos prevented anyone from seeing which side had the advantage, and it was clear the battle wouldn't end anytime soon. Meanwhile, Han Li and Wan Tianming turned to streaks of light and traveled nearly 500 kilometers in a single breath before eventually coming to a stop. Han Li appeared from the azure light and observed him with his hands behind his back, not the slightest expression betrayed from his face. With his vast spiritual senses of current, he could tell if there were any cultivators hiding nearby. He wouldn't have allowed Wan Tianming to lead him otherwise. After sweeping his spiritual sense in a radius of 50 kilometers, he found nobody nor did he find any spell formation or restrictions. When he glanced again at Wan Tianming, he saw a calm expression on his face. As thoughts churned in his mind, he found the situation quite funny. It appeared Wan Tianming was the same as himself, with complete trust in their combat abilities. Wan Tianming looked around him before turning his gaze back to Han Li. With a demeanor similar to an iceberg, he coldly said, "This should be far enough. If we use this as your gravesite, it shouldn't disgrace your status as a grand cultivator." "My gravesite?" Han Li remained unshaken and simply smiled. Wan Tianming snorted and asked, "What? Do you feel that I am talking too highly of myself?" Han Li chuckled unperturbed and leisurely said, "No, I only feel that there is something amiss with your recent cultivation. You might have progressed your magic power so quickly that you damaged your head. We'll see if my words hold true when I scatter your soul. But before that, there are two people I wish to introduce to you. Han Li coldly smiled and replied with a blunt tone, "Do you think I am a child? There is no one here apart from you and me. I'll have your head and give it to you as a gift." Wan Tianming narrowed his eyes. "Is that so? Then it is my mistake. These two aren't considered people after all." With that said, he didn't wait for Han Li to respond. He took a black leather pouch at his waist and tossed it into his air. Then with his hands in an incantation gesture, he began to chant. Suddenly the bag opened itself, spitting out a black mist. A tall and a skinny silhouette appeared there, drifting erratically in the mist as if they were ghosts. Refined corpses? Han Li frowned. As experienced as he was, he immediately recognized the mist before him to be an extremely potent corpse qi. Wan Tianming coldly smiled when he heard it and cast a spell seal. The two silhouettes raised their arms, absorbing the nearby corpse qi in great force, turning the mist into snakes that burrowed into their bodies. In the blink of an eye, the black corpse qi disappeared and the corpses' true faces were revealed. Han Li glanced at the two corpses with indifference. This was to be expected. He was rather unfamiliar with the appearance of these corpses. Of the two corpses, one was tall and had a tense expression. It appeared over 40 years of age, but its arms had an extra extension and reached down to its knees. Its palms were exceptionally large as well, and they sparkled as if they were carved from fine white jade. The smaller refined corpse was a woman of about 30 years. She had a slim face, deep eyes and a rough brow. One of her shoulders had 3 differently styled swords nailed into it, creating a warped appearance. When Wan Tianming saw Han Li disregard the 2 refined corpses, a harsh expression appeared on his face. He took a deep breath and his hand gesture changed. Suddenly, frightful sounds of breaking bones snapped from his body and he promptly grew several inches. He then opened his mouth and violently spouted out mists of purple qi, enveloping himself in a 10-meter-wide cloud in the blink of an eye. Soon after, the cloud fiercely turned and began to shine of ever-changing colors. When Han Li saw this, he stroked his chin and he broke into a smirk. He dropped his hands, summoning a 3-colored fiery streak from one of them and a green light from the other. Han Li remained indifferent. His plan was to use pure force and a full-powered assault to beat down the enemy, no matter what methods they used. First, he would use the 8-spirit ruler to trap him, and then approach closer to him, finishing him off with a full-powered attack of the tri-flame fan. Having thought that, blue light flickered from his eyes and muffled thunder rang from his back, summoning a pair of azure white wings. Just as he thought to use his wings to approach him, he was stunned by what he witnessed. His appearance completely changed within the cloud and the sounds of snapping bones came to a stop. Afterward, astonishing devilish qi pressured the air and the cloud turned sinisterly gray and icy cold. Han Li's pupils narrowed and his heart thumped. Wasn't Wan Tianming the sect master of the myriad gates of enlightenment? How could he cultivate devil Dao arts? Rather, this devilish qi was quite familiar and was somewhat similar to the elder devil's true devil qi. Soon, something came to mind, but he couldn't fully recall as he wasn't in a position to take his time. As Han Li was bewildered, a series of wild laughs echoed from the devilish qi as a silhouette warped in front of him. Behind this person was 6 distinct phantoms that appeared solid, each with a horn on their head or fangs. All of them were frightening to the eye and had scales on their body, appearing like the devils that once appeared in this world. The 6 apex devils art. Han Li cried out. "Oh, you recognize this lord's devil art? You aren't so stupid after all." His laughter came to a stop and he coldly looked at Han Li with an attitude of complete arrogance, derision clear on his face. He still wore Wan Tianming's clothes but his face was completely different. When Han Li saw his face, he couldn't help but betray his shock. Han Li turned his gaze and he looked at the face of the tall refined corpse. Then he looked at the man wearing Wan Tianming's clothes before letting out a long sigh. Apart from their stature, their faces looked entirely the same. "Should I call you Wan Tianming or Archsaint Six Paths?" Han Li blinked and wore a grave expression. "You figured out who I am?" Wan Tianming coldly snorted. The movement of his body caused the 6 devil phantoms behind him to tremble. "To the best of my knowledge, the 6 apex devils art is the greatest devil Dao art in the scattered star seas, and only you could have cultivated it to this degree. It seems you've somehow managed to survive during that time, but there are a few things that I don't understand. How did you seize Wan Tianming's body, and how did you transform into his likeness? Why does this refined corpse resemble you? Could it be an incarnation you cultivated, or did you refine your own body into a corpse devil? As Han Li slowly spoke, he regained his calm demeanor. Archsaint Six Paths sinisterly laughed. Why should I answer a dead man? Soon after, his shoulders trembled and two of the six phantoms from behind him shot towards two of the refined corpses. The two refined corpses suddenly trembled and they stiffly opened their eyes, revealing them completely stained dark green. Archsaint Six Paths continued, chanting a cryptic and profound incantation, causing the somewhat shriveled corpses to be engulfed in grey devilish chi. The two corpses let out a piercing shriek and their bodies massively grew. In the blink of an eye, their bodies expanded to 15 meters in height as they groaned in agony. One of the corpses had a body that was jet black with large copper scales. It had a pair of sharp antelope horns and a long azure tail that slightly waved. The other corpse had its body covered in blood-red bone spokes. Silver light shined from its limbs as if cast from silver. Its triangular head bore a sinister appearance with four slender dark green eyes. After their transformation, the two refined corpses appeared completely similar to the two devil phantoms that entered their bodies. But shockingly, they now possessed a true physical form. When Han Li saw this, his heart trembled. Archsaint Six Paths wildly laughed. When the six apex devil's art is cultivated to its peak, it can summon the true devil sage's soul fragments to possess a body, rendering them abilities that could rival a deity transformation cultivator in battle. It was only there was never a human in the mortal world that ever cultivated to that stage. Even so, the two devils I've summoned each possess the ability of a late nascent soul cultivator. Now that you are outnumbered, do you believe that you can keep your life? With a command of his spiritual sense, the two devils floating in front of him suddenly vanished from sight. The space 3 meters in front of Han Li warped, followed by the bizarre appearance of the two devils. The horned devil shot towards Han Li's abdomen in an azure streak at lightning speed. The spiked devil remained still as its body trembled, the sounds of explosions echoing nearby. Dense foot-long crimson bone spikes filled the air as they shot towards Han Li in an enveloping barrage. At such a close distance, such a momentous attack could not be avoided. It appeared Archsaint Six Paths had the same plan in mind as Han Li, to destroy their opponent in a single blow with overwhelming force. A trace of pride and confidence was written on the Archsaint's face. He believed that even if Han Li managed to somehow survive this flawless joint attack, he wouldn't make it out unscathed. But in that next moment, the old devil's expression froze. Just as the horned devil's charge and the bone spike barrage was about to tear apart Han Li, the azure-white wings on Han Li's back flapped, summoning a huge gust. Following that, his body faded from sight. The azure streak and the bone spikes passed through empty space. Startled, Archsaint Six Paths quickly looked around him. But before he could release his spiritual sense around him, azure lightning flashed from above the horned devil's head, followed by Han Li's reappearance. He wordlessly raised his hand and released an azure ruler below him where it soon blurred. A foot-wide silver lotus suddenly appeared beneath the horned devil. The lotus simply spun once before 7-colored Buddhist light rushed out from the lotus, holding the horned devil rigidly in place and freezing the devilish chi in its body. Han Li expressionlessly raised his other hand, now summoning a fan covered in 3-colored flame. Before he commanded it to take any action, its fearsome spiritual power pervaded the air. At that moment, the other devil finally noticed Han Li's new location. It had no other thought but to attack. With a long shriek, all the bone spikes surrounding it circled in the air before shooting towards Han Li's new location. They traveled with speed that could overtake a dragon. In the blink of an eye, countless bone spikes arrived near Han Li. Han Li glanced at the attack without revealing the slightest fear. Silver light flashed in front of him. A small shield appeared where there was nothing and created a layer of dense silver light around him. The blood spikes then arrived before the silver light. Fist-sized explosions burst as each spike struck, creating the clatter of heavy rain. The barrier soon rippled and began to violently sway as if it were on the verge of collapse. The might of the bone spikes was far beyond imagination. Each one possessed the power of a top-grade magic treasure. The Tailstar Essence shield wasn't able to deflect the attacks. Han Li's expression changed from the sight of this and chanted an incantation. A thumb-sized golden ball appeared on his forehead, glowing with light as it created a layer of golden mist around him. This was the Vajra barrier Han Li nurtured within his body. Having refined the Vajra relic inside his body for countless years, its defensive power had far overtaken that of the Tailstar Essence shield. When the silver barrier eventually collapsed, the rest of the bone spikes fiercely struck, sounding metal clangs as they struck the Vajra barrier. Golden light directly flashed from its surface, blocking the barrage with ease. Meanwhile, a phoenix cry sounded from the three-colored flames in his hand. A flame bird with talisman characters suddenly flew out from it and unfolded its wings as it flew down. It was clear it was making its way to the immobilized horned devil. Although the devil couldn't move, a fierce expression appeared from its face. It opened its mouth and spat out a white wave to meet the flame bird. A rumbling, deafening explosion shook the air as the white wave and the bird collided. Although the sound wave was one of the devil's strange innate abilities, its body was trapped and it was unable to circulate its devilish chi, greatly weakening its power. The attack couldn't hope to compare with the Tri-Flame fan. The confrontation only lasted for a brief moment and the firebird exploded. A three-colored halo suddenly appeared and spread out, engulfing the white wave underneath it. Afterward, the halo quickly grew, sweeping past the horned devil in an instant and turning it into nothing. While the scene may be described slowly, this took place in the mere span of several breaths. As for the Arch-Saint, his expression greatly changed when he saw this. How could he have expected that Hanli wouldn't die from his two devils, but rather he would kill one of the two he released? At that moment, he realized he was dealing with no ordinary grand cultivator. A furious alarm taking over him, he didn't dare to delay and hastily commanded his spiritual sense. He spat out a black streak from his mouth, creating a cloud of black chi that soon vanished. As for the spiked devil, it let out a roar and its four eyes glinted before disappearing. The space behind Hanli stirred and the devil stretched out its silver hands from nothing. Crack. The two arms grew several times in size and claws burst out from its hands. They fiercely swiped at Hanli's head and back. Meanwhile, black light flickered at that moment, where a black octagonal skull-sized hammer appeared 10 meters above Hanli's head. Carrying sinister black chi, it fiercely smashed down. From its dreadful devilish chi, one could tell it was a rarely seen devil artifact. The Arch-Saint didn't stop his attack there. With a tremble of his shoulders, the other four devil phantoms appeared again behind him. They all opened their eyes and blurred, charging at Hanli in black streaks. After killing one of the devils, Hanli faced a united front against the Arch-Saint and the other devils. Hanli let out a sigh. Before he took any further action, azure light flickered from his body and silver light lit up closely behind him. A silhouette suddenly appeared, taking the attack of the silver devil. Two world-shaking explosions shook the air. Within the silver flashing light, the azure silhouette remained completely still. Rather, the devil reaching out from behind was completely shaken from the impact and fell back. Meanwhile, light flickered from above Hanli. A small azure cauldron wrapped into the air and slowly spun in place. Then azure thread shot out from it as its lid opened, catching the black hammer that was smashing towards him and suspending it in midair. The jet-black octagonal hammer simply emitted a thread of sparkling blue flame in response to being caught by the cauldron. The chilliness the flame emitted was downright eerie. Although Hanli couldn't tell just how powerful the devil flames were, they were by no means ordinary. Blue flame wrapped around the heaven-void cauldron and rigidly trapped it in the air without the slightest show of effort. No matter how fiercely the cauldron flames burned, the blue thread was completely unaffected. Hanli ignored what was happening above him and turned his sights on the four black streaks that were shooting towards him. The devil sages? Hanli muttered silently. A trace of a smile appeared on his face and he shook his sleeve. Suddenly, several rolls of thunder sounded out, followed by four dense bolts of lightning arcing out from his sleeve. In a flash, they accurately struck the four black streaks. Several explosions sounded out as four blinding golden flashes ruptured, drowning out the black streaks in an instant. The devil phantoms seemed to have met their weakness and quickly evaporated like morning dew. This had taken Hanli only a token effort. In the mere blink of an eye, the azure silhouette behind Hanli raised its hand and produced a small crimson bow in its hand, drawing it back. A deafening boom shook the air. Blinding red light and countless arrows of flame were released, filling the sky with its barrage. At that moment, the spike-covered devil saw a skyful of arrows shooting towards it and looked on with fear. It let out a large shout and its body glowed with crimson light. When the spiked devil finished taking its defensive actions, the barrage struck its barriers. Countless arrows ruptured on impact and the devil was submerged in flames. Explosions shook the air for a long while, in a display of their terrifying power. However, the devil within the flames remained unscathed inside its crimson barriers. It took a deep breath and it waved their silver arms, intending on cutting away the crimson flames that surrounded it. Then the sounds of thunder struck. In the devil's fright, it discovered that a green arrow was shooting towards them in an arc of lightning. Although the devil didn't know the arrow was precisely, it blurred from sight in an attempt to dodge it. But what the devil failed to sense while they were distracted by the arrow was the black crystal knife that strangely appeared above them. As silently as it appeared, it dropped down and slid itself toward its head. The spiked devil hadn't noticed a thing. Suddenly, the azure silhouette halted their attack and the endless barrage of flame arrows came to a halt. Baffled by this change and still evading the green arrows, a black streak silently circled one of the devil's necks like a bolt of lightning and its triangular head toppled of its neck. The crimson light barrier may as well have been air. This came as no surprise. The knife was refined from a devil essence diamond, an extremely rare material condensed for countless years from pure devilish chi. How could a barrier quickly formed from devil chi hope to block it? With Han Li's second nascent soul residing in the human-like puppet, it didn't require any instruction. In the instant the dagger executed the devil, it rushed forward to the devil's corpse. It opened its mouth and a cloud of black light rushed out from it, enveloping the corpse. Then, it dragged out a phantom from the body that had a striking resemblance to the devil. The phantom was so dim that it looked like it could disperse at any moment. It was then dragged back into the puppet's mouth in the cloud and absorbed by the second nascent soul residing inside of it. The pure devilish chi would prove to be significant to the cultivation of the zenithine arts. With the phantom absorbed, the headless devil corpse dissolved into ash with a gentle wind. Then in a blur, the puppet returned to Han Li's side with its arms behind its back. From a distance, if it weren't for the difference of their clothes, it would appear as if there were two of Han Li standing side by side. At the moment, Han Li was fiddling with his tri-flame fan as he calmly looked across from him. Han Li indifferently said, "Fellow Taoist Six Paths, I've already seen your Six Apex Devils technique. If you don't have any else to impress me with, I will be sending you off." When Archsaint Six Paths heard this, his face grew pale and disbelief was betrayed from his eyes. Two of the late nascent soul stage demons he regarded as his trump cards were exterminated with ease. It was beyond belief. Furthermore, his opponent was able to make use of the flame fan, the small azure cauldron and the green wooden ruler. Each of these treasures possessed an immense power. Let alone the famous Heaven Void Cauldron and Han Li's use of the incarnation techniques, he didn't have the slightest information on the other two grand treasures. But what was particularly bizarre was that his unfathomable incarnation alone was able to slay one of his devils. His heart dropped. How was this possible? Han Li should have only been at late nascent soul stage for about 100 years at most. For him to master these profound techniques and acquire these grand treasures in such a short amount of time. Although he had never seen a deity transformation stage cultivator, he had no doubt that Han Li's current abilities were close to one. When the old devil heard Han Li's words, his back trembled and his eyes narrowed. Then he opened his mouth and a scarf of black mist roiled out. The object quickly blurred and immediately covered him in black wind. The winds let out a shrieking whistle before letting out a tremble and kiting backwards, carrying the old devil with them. The black wind became vague and flew at immense speed. Several blurs later, it left a chain of afterimages. In an instant, the wind strangely appeared an even greater distance away. There even was a remnant of black wind in its original position. As a result, there were several balls of black wind present, all capable of teleporting away. In the blink of an eye, they could travel over 300 meters away. A normal late nascent soul cultivator would feel helpless against such bizarre movements. Of course, Han Li wasn't an ordinary late nascent soul cultivator by any means. When he saw this, he wore an odd expression. "So you're actually running away. Your bonded magic treasure seems quite good at it. If it were before, I fear I may have had some trouble. But now, ha." Han Li took a deep sigh and the thunderstorm wings trembled behind his back, letting out a roll of thunder. Arcs of white and azure lightning appeared on the wing's surface. Soon after, they formed balls of lightning in the surrounding air, spinning in place. As he stretched out his wings, he floated in the air, drifting slightly to the side. At the moment, he was looking in the distance at the black blur that was Archsaint Six Paths. He snorted and fanned his wings once. Gales immediately erupted around him and the suspended balls of lightning raged, striking together. Azure white lightning erupted in deafening booms, only for the gales to gather all of it into the two wings. Covered in a layer of lightning, the thunderstorm wings wildly flapped several times, followed by Hanli disappearing from his original location in a flash of azure white lightning. A breath later, lightning sparked 100 meters away, and it happened again after a pause, each time heading 100 meters further out. Its speed was quite faster than the old devil's black winds. In several blinks, the lightning pursued the black wind until it was only 30 meters away. As Hanli rode the lightning, he could clearly see the old devil's face of terror within the black wind. With another wave of his wings, another clap of thunder roared, and he arrived in front of the black wind in an azure white flash. The lightning faded to reveal Hanli blocking the old devil's path. The black gales came to a brief stop, only to quickly change direction. At that moment, Hanli sneered and held his hands in an incantation gesture, and lightning clapped from within him. His stature burst several inches in size, grew thicker, with 4 arms jutting out from his flesh. Golden light lit up on his skin only for a moment before disappearing. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a large man of immense strength and stature. This was the transformation after making use of the third layer of the bright jade arts. With this transformation done, he raised his hands, summoning purple flames in his hands, and he held them together to form a large purple saber of flame. Afterward, the wings on his back strangely trembled and he shot forward. But his body strangely warped the moment he set off, and his wings trembled with inconceivable frequency, causing the nearby air to warp with its movements. He disappeared in a white line along the way. When the old devil saw this, he knew things were turning out for the worst. Seeing that he could no longer flee, he concentrated the magic power in his body and caused the black wind surrounding him to surge in size. At the same time, he flipped his hand, producing a crimson shield in front of him. Just as he was about to activate it, a white line appeared above him and vanished as soon as it had appeared. Following that was the old devil's loud yell. The crimson shield now fell to the ground along with the part of his arm, the rest of his arm covered in purple ice. The stump of an arm was smooth and sleek, leaving not a drop of blood behind. The old devil then realized that a slender gap had been cut through his black winds. He looked in the direction of the attack in his severed arm. There was no warning. Frightened, he hastily pointed to the crimson shield in front of him with his remaining arm. The shield flew high and enveloped him in a screen of crimson flame. Simultaneously, he released his spiritual sense around him, flusteredly searching anywhere for any sight of Hanli. At that moment, the white line reappeared 30 meters behind the old devil. After circling once in the air, it paused and revealed a silhouette, Hanli. He saw Hanli examining his own body. The 2 wings on his back were gently fluttering, and a purple light blade was still being held in his hand. Although the 9 Gale transformations possess great power, it places a burden too great on the body, Hanli muttered to himself. Even with the 3rd layer of the bright jade arts, I find it difficult to use it even once. That is only natural, Hanli heard a boy's voice with a careless tone. This technique was something that the bird-type demon cultivators founded. As a human, you won't be able to truly make use of this technique even with the aid of the thunderstorm wings. A far greater strain will be placed on your body than an ordinary demon bird cultivator after forcefully making use of this technique. As for the bright jade arts, you're only able to use its 3rd layer a few times at most. Forcing any more would cause your body to quickly fall into a state of collapse. If you plan on making full use of this technique, you'd best cultivate the next layer of the bright jade arts. So it was like that. Hanli sighed. Although I made use of it several times when I was cultivating it, I hadn't felt the strain of distant use since I was in such limited space. He waved his hand and scattered the purple blade he held. The child then chuckled and spoke no further. Following Hanli's appearance, the old devil immediately discovered trace of him. However, the soaring sky beast's child form was undetectable to him, nor could he hear his voice transmissions. All he heard was Hanli softly muttering to himself. Bewilderment flickering from his eyes, he quickly slapped a spirit beast pouch at his waist. Black light suddenly flashed, summoning a jet-black 2-headed python. Although it was only 10 meters long, its tri-horned head and the green chi leaking out from its mouth displayed its incredibly venomous nature. Then, Archsaint Sixpads opened his mouth and spat out an item wrapped in black light. The item spun once in the air and the light faded away to reveal a small white flag. Following an incantation from the old devil, it massively expanded to 3 meters tall. When Hanli saw the banner, he couldn't help but reveal his surprise. The pole of the banner was forged from human bones with black mist across its surface. Gray talisman characters faintly glowed from it, and there were 3 different skulls embedded in it, all of them wearing a sinister smile, showing their crooked, wicked, sharp fangs. Their laughs shook the blood of those who heard it. With a soft shout, the old devil pressed his hand against the bone banner. The 3 skulls trembled as black mist spouted out from their mouths. They fished up his severed hand, fighting each other as they devoured pieces of it. The skulls flashed with crimson light, their stature immediately enlarged. With this, most of the terror on Archsaint Sixpath's face vanished, and he sullenly turned to look at Hanli. It appeared the old devil had regained his senses. With the bizarre speed that Hanli displayed, he knew escape was no longer an option. He would be rushing to his death if he continued to flee. It would be better to struggle to the very end, hoping to find any chance of victory. As a result, he revealed the last treasure he held in reserve, something that had never been seen by others. Hanli frowned as the sight of this. Although he had never seen the treasure before, the banner carried astonishing yin qi. He didn't dare to underestimate it. Hanli then heard an odd sound. The 3 Divine Souls banner? I didn't expect someone in this world capable of refining such a wicked item. It is truly beyond belief. It is quite famous in the spirit realm as one of the 7 great wicked artifacts. Of course, this superficial copy possesses only a mere fraction of a true banner. The creation of it is exceptionally bloody, requiring each human or beast it is refined from to die a horrible death. Although it isn't particularly powerful, it required the deaths of many cultivators. The child chuckled. Although he spoke highly of the banner, there was a hint of fear in his voice. So it was like that. A brief moment of realization was followed with a sneer. It is no wonder he is the greatest devil cultivator in the scattered star seas. There is nothing he shies away from. Since he has a wicked artifact of such repute, I may as well test its power. Hanli then reached at his waist and raised his hand, summoning forth a jet-black bottle. The bottle spun in the air and its lid opened of its own accord. Suddenly, gray yin qi shot out from within, releasing 5 white silhouettes leisurely floating in the air. They were the unbreakable Sink Devils. As soon as the 5 devils appeared, Hanli formed an incantation gesture. Suddenly, 5 skeletons climbed out from the ocean and instantly turned into wheel-sized ghost heads. With twisted horns and vicious fangs, they pounced directly at the banner. Unbreakable Sink Devils. As expected of his reputation as the greatest devil cultivator of the seas, Archsaint Sixpaths immediately recognized the 5 devils and couldn't help but utter their name. As the old devil didn't know how Hanli acquired the Sink Devils rather than personally creating them, he believed Hanli to be a vicious devil cultivator like himself. He immediately felt his heart sink. This person was already difficult to deal with. If Hanli was also skilled in Devil Dao techniques, he might have truly run into calamity. With the Sink Devils whistling towards him, he had no choice but to move the banner in front of him. The bone banner trembled. Its 3 embedded skulls let out chilling cackles before opening their mouths and spouting out pitch-black yin qi. As they continued their charge, the Sink Devils opened their mouths, spouting out green yin flames. For a time, black qi and green devil flames roiled together and ruptured continuously. In the following moment, the old devil's cheeks switched. In the confrontation, the Sink Devil's yin fire pushed back the black qi with overwhelming force. Archsaint Sixpaths let out a string of curses in his mind. To the best of his knowledge, the Sink Devil should only have the abilities expected of the late core formation stage, but the ghost heads before his eyes displayed a power far beyond that. They suppressed the 3 early nascent soul stage devil skulls embedded in his banner. But it also stood to mention that a magic treasure's power heavily depended on the wielder's magic power and control. The old devil gritted his teeth and formed an incantation gesture with a single hand, opening his mouth to spit out a mist of blood essence. The bone banner loudly droned, absorbing all of it in an instant. Its talisman characters roiled with great intensity and countless fist-sized skulls began to appear around it. These phantoms opened their mouths all at once, spitting out countless streams of black qi, massing together to take the form of a black flood dragon. The dragon circled in the air once before pouncing towards the 5 ghost heads. 2 of the Sink Devils faintly trembled, turning back from their ghost head forms to skeletons. They slapped their hands together and summoned a pair of meter-long bone sabers in their hands. Without any fear they charged to meet the flood dragon in battle. With 2 less ghost heads, the Een fire released by the remaining 3 sink devils greatly weakened, stabilizing the confrontation with the bone banner's black chi. Black chi and Een flames were in deadlock. The old devil felt a moment of relief, but when he looked at Hanli again, his heart trembled. Hanli was looking at the battle with his hands behind his back, wearing a mysterious smile on his face. It was at that moment he suddenly sensed something amiss and he returned his gaze to the battle. He betrayed bafflement on his face and his heart dropped. Suddenly, a feeling of extreme danger appeared above his head. Suddenly, the strange 2-headed python spiraling above his head let out a noisy, bewildering cry, catching the old devil's attention. He turned his head and to find an azure silhouette floating 10 meters behind him. A black crystalline knife had cleaved through the black wind surrounding him and was slowly making its way to his crimson light barrier. Had he not turned around, he feared his body would soon lack a head. Archsaint Sixpath's face was drained of all blood. When the second nascent soul inside the puppet saw that his ambush was exposed, he suddenly cast an incantation gesture. With the sound of tearing space, the knife blinked forward. As for the puppet, silver light brightly glowed from its body before disappearing without a trace. Meanwhile, Hanli finally took action after standing from a distance with his hands behind his back. With a cold glint lighting up in his eye, he raised his hand and green light flashed as the 8 spirit ruler strangely warped in front of him. He grabbed the ruler and waved it at Sixpaths. Then with a flutter of his wings and a clap of thunder, he vanished. Incapable of paying attention to what Hanli was doing, the old devil saw the jet-black knife stop for just a moment before easily piercing his defensive barrier. In that instant he let out a deafening shout. His figure blurred and suddenly, a black streak flew out from the bottom of his chest to meet the saber. Following that, his body turned into 2 copies of itself and shot off in different directions. As Archsaint Sixpaths split into 2, the 2-headed serpent spat out a torrent of inky liquid beneath it, creating a toxic mist that enveloped everything 30 meters below it. Explosions relentlessly exploded. Black light and the knife struck and erupted in a ball of blinding black light. It was unknown what treasure Sixpaths released, but it managed to block the Devil Essence diamond knife. Silver light flashed and the puppet strangely appeared at the old devil's original position. The roiling toxic mist enveloped it completely. Following its appearance, the 2-headed snake rocked its head and dived at the puppet. But in the next moment, a silver lotus appeared above the serpent's head without warning. It was a foot large and glowed brightly with 7-colored Buddhist light. The black serpent's movements immediately slowed as the Buddhist light trapped it and stopped it immediately. Only its 2 pairs of green eyes were moving. Immediately after, 2 silver threads swiftly cut through the green mist and wrapped around the serpent's 2 heads, only for them to topple off. Then as the green mist roiled, the human puppet slowly flew out without displaying the slightest damage. In truth, the serpent was actually an interesting animal. The toxic mist was on par with the 10 absolute poisons of the cultivation world. If common cultivators touched it, they would immediately perish. But this wasn't the most vicious part of the poison. Rather, it is able to penetrate most elemental barriers without any warning or sensation. Any nascent soul cultivator that didn't guard against this would meet their end. This was the reason the old devil labored over nurturing the spirit beast. Contrary to expectations, the puppet didn't possess any flesh, thus making the poison ineffective no matter how powerful and allowing the serpent to be killed with ease. One of Sixpath's phantoms had a mental connection with the black serpent. Having immediately felt when the serpent died, he betrayed a trace of fear on his face. Without even turning around, he pointed to the bone banner and then fled with all his might. The banner trembled before black light brightly glowed as if about to take to the sky. It was at that moment, an arc of azure lightning flashed above the phantom as Hanli came into view. With blue light flickering from his eyes, he looked down and waved his hand, creating a net of lightning underneath him. Then he summoned a small azure cauldron with a flip of his other hand, releasing countless azure threads in a simultaneous barrage off. Although the old devil had a miraculous doppelganger technique displaying hardly any difference in their spiritual sense, Hanli's bright-sight spirit eyes were able to see right through them and instantly recognized minute differences, as well as which was true Archsaint. Both of the phantoms loudly yelled with trembling shoulders upon seeing Hanli launched an attack. The attack arrived right before one of the phantoms in an instant. At this moment, the phantom appeared much dimmer and vague than just a moment before. The true Archsaint shook his sleeve and summoned a blue jade umbrella over his head. It quickly expanded several times its original size in an instant, protecting the old devil entirely from above. Several thuds sounded as the cauldron's azure thread struck Six Paths' phantom. The threads paused for only a second before piercing cleanly through. Shortly after, arcs of golden lightning burst struck, immediately wiping away the phantom without any resistance. Soon after, the lightning and threads fused together with dazzling flashes, and in a blur struck the top of the umbrella. Following a bright storm of light, the umbrella remained unscathed. The umbrella hadn't moved the slightest inch from the attic when Hanli saw this. His expression sank and he reached his hand out, summoning a golden meter-long sword in his grasp. Soon after, the wings on his back stirred and dived down, disappearing in a white line. The old devil was quick to react and attempted to dodge. But before he could act, golden light flashed from the surface of the umbrella. Zap! The center of the umbrella was cleaved through the center. Ah! The old devil shouted. He immediately surrounded himself in black light as he fled. But just as he took off, the space in front of him warped where a white thread appeared, coiling around the old devil like lightning. His escape denied, the next thing he felt was a chill on his back. In a flash, a pail of purple flames broke through his barrier of devilish chi and pierced through him from behind. The treasure armor that wore close on his body wasn't able to block the attack in the slightest. Apart from sharp pain, the old man could only hear a faint sigh from behind him. Then he looked down to find a palm of purple flames jutting out from him, soon quickly spreading a layer of purple flames all around him. In the blink of an eye, it covered most of his body and sealed him in ice. Despite having his face sealed in ice, he twisted it into a grimace and gritted his teeth. A muffled boom sounded. The bottom half of his body that had yet to be frozen suddenly exploded. As a cloud of blood and gore sprinkled the air, crimson light flashed. The blood ignited and charged towards Hanli. At that same moment, a ball of green light shot out from the corpse and flickered over 100 meters away. The green light wrapped around a pitch-black nascent soul. Its hands were holding tightly onto a green jade bottle. Hanli shook his sleeve, releasing a torrent of purple flames that promptly extinguished the devilish flames. However, he took no further actions to chase after the old devil. Hanli's calm demeanor only caused the old devil's nascent soul to flee in a panic. After flickering from view several times, the nascent soul appeared hundreds of meters away and turned around, stunned to see that Hanli remained completely still. He couldn't help but stop. At that moment, the air above the nascent soul flashed, followed by the silent appearance of a pitch-black knife. It was only when the knife arrived right above its head did the nascent soul discover it. By that time it was already too late. A black streak flashed and the nascent soul was cleaved into two. Then with a bright flourish of silver, Hanli leisurely made his way over. When the human-like puppet disposed of the two-headed snake, Hanli had it remain in position nearby. Then with his command, it intercepted the nascent soul's escape. Following that, a strange scene followed. The nascent soul hadn't disappeared after it was cleaved into two. Rather, it turned into clouds of roiling black chi, separating into 6 lines that show off in different directions. The puppet was alarmed and immediately flicked its fingers. Suddenly, thunder clapped and a dozen fine arcs of lightning were quickly released, striking the black chi in a flash. Several muffled claps of thunder followed a chain of golden explosions. The black chi was evaporated. The devil cultivator known to shake the scattered star seas for hundreds of years met his end. The human puppet took a glance at the area of the explosions. After making certain there were no more remnants of the nascent soul, it promptly reached out summoned small bottle into its grasp. It didn't immediately open the bottle, but instead slowly floated towards Hanli. The old devil was truly out of luck. The secret technique to turn a nascent soul into a ghost was incredibly rare. Against an ordinary cultivator, one of the ghosts formed from the nascent soul may have been able to escape, allowing him the opportunity to return again. But as it so happened, Hanli experienced such a technique once before during his time in the Mulan Plains and was prepared for such a thing to happen. As such, the human-like puppet made use of the divine devilbane lightning from the bamboo arrow to strike down all the ghost fragments. If there was even a single moment of hesitation, it would have been greatly troublesome. After a ghost fragment hit itself, it will be incredibly difficult to find. When the human-like puppet flew up to Hanli, it tossed the green bottle over to him. Hanli caught it and examined it for a moment before revealing excitement on his face. But before he opened the bottle, ghostly cries shrieked from the distance. Hanli raised his head and looked over to the unbreakable Sink Devils. Without the old devil controlling the bone banner, its power greatly decreased, allowing the Sync Devils to regain the advantage. However, the 3 skulls embedded on the banner belonged to no ordinary cultivators. Although they were no match for the Sync Devils, their desperate flaming rage appeared exceptionally brutal. When Hanli saw this, he frowned and ordered the Sync Devils with an incantation gesture. Suddenly, 3 of unbreakable Sync Devils flew off, returning to their original skeletal form. The 2 devils that were fighting with the Mist Flood Dragons also withdrew. Before the Flood Dragons and the 3 skulls from the banner could resume their attack, the Sync Devils all formed incantation gestures and opened their mouths. 5 differently colored icy flames rushed out and fused together, creating a torrent of rainbow flames. The Flood Dragon of Black Chi was the first to meet the flame, and the result was as expected. Under the rainbow flames, the Black Flood Dragon's movements slowed. In the blink of an eye, its movements gradually grew increasingly sluggish until it became nearly still. The Sync Devils then let out a long whistle. Countless palm-sized blades of rainbow ice leaped out from the flames, shredding the Black Flood Dragon until it was only black chi, only for it to be burned away by the flames. The 3 skulls were faring even worse than the Flood Dragon. When the black chi they spat contacted the rainbow flame, it slowed and was soon wiped away by the flame. When the skulls saw the flames slowly draw closer, a trace of fear appeared from their eyes and their whimpers grew louder. The Sync Devils sinisterly cackled at this display and soon the icy flames from their mouths halted, suddenly turning to 5 gray streaks into the sea of flame. In that next moment, when the rainbow flames nearly arrived at the top of the bone banner where the 3 skulls resided, 5 clouds of gray chi flew out from the flames and took the form of malevolent ghost heads. They bared their fangs with excitement and sped forward without any abilities. Crack! The 5 ghost heads fiercely bit down on the 3 skulls. Of course, the 3 skulls weren't about to accept their fate. They bit back at the Sync Devils. Suddenly, strange howls and violent screams sounded as the ghost heads and skulls tore at each other with their teeth. Due to the vast amount of black chi they earlier released, the 3 skulls were lacking in vitality. Their position was even worse since they were outnumbered. In the blink of an eye, the 2 of the 3 skulls were torn apart by 4 of the ghost heads and devoured in large mouthfuls. It took all the strength of the last ghost head to ward off the 5th ghost head for the time being. When Hanli saw this, he smiled with satisfaction. Meanwhile, the small cauldron he held in his hand let out a faint sigh. What? Does fellow Taoist Endless Sky have any suggestions for my rainbow glacial flames? Nonsense. But your rainbow glacial flames remind me of many 5 elemental type techniques from the spirit realm. After these techniques are fully used, they are divided into 5 colors like your glacial flames. However, your glacial flames are incredibly cold. If an opponent mistook your flames for an elemental technique, they would suffer quite a bit. The 5 elements refer to wood, fire, earth, metal, and water. Azure light flashed and an azure-robed young boy appeared on top of the heaven void cauldron. He had red lips, white teeth, and a pair of plump white feet. He spoke leisurely as he glanced in the direction of the Sync Devils. An elemental technique? Hanli asked with a start. That's right. The boy smiled with a trace of mockery. Since I've arrived in your mortal realm, I've discovered that there are few cultivators that learn multiple elements. Most only learn one. If any of those people ascended to the spirit realm, I fear they will have no hope of ascending to the void refinement stage. What do you mean? Hanli quickly asked with a shaken heart. It's nothing much. It's still too early to speak with you about the void refinement stage. However, I will mention that a crucial point of ascending to the void refinement stage is to fuse the 5 elements into one. If you manage to raise yourself to the deity transformation stage, it would be best for you to primarily cultivate as many of the 5 elements as you can. Peculiar elements such as wind and lightning are too difficult to fuse together. This way you'll have a greater chance of breaking through to void refinement. Of course, cultivation methods with multiple techniques are far more difficult to cultivate than ordinary techniques. The rate at which magic power gathers will be inferior to single-element techniques as well. If you don't have high hopes for reaching void refinement, it would be better to only cultivate a single element. With the increased rate at which you gain magic power, you'll be able to more easily survive the minor heavenly tribulations that occur every 300 years. Hanli was left stunned by these words. After a long while, he eventually brought himself to say, 5 elements into one? That is quite troublesome. My Azure Essence sword art is only a wood-attributed technique. As for the wind and lightning attributed techniques, that is understandable. After all, they are variant elements that are formed by combining others. But shouldn't I cultivate techniques that conform to my body's spiritual roots? Could it be that heavenly spiritual roots are ordinary in the spirit realm? And what is this minor heavenly tribulation that you mentioned? Do humans in the spirit realm experience similar tribulation to metamorphosed demon beasts? The boy flashed a mysterious smile and chuckled. I didn't expect that a few of my words would attract so many questions. In that case, I'll give you a bit of an explanation. Heavenly spiritual roots are also remarkably rare in our spirit realm. Powers and sects of all sizes do their utmost to attract these disciples. After all, those with single elemental spiritual roots would have difficulty entering void refinement stage. Heavenly spirit roots are far more difficult to cultivate, but the void refinement cultivators they produce are hegemons and sect leaders. When those with heavenly spirit roots break through to void refinement, a majority of them will be cultivating techniques with 2 or more attributes. As for the problem with spiritual roots, that is easily solved. The humans in the spirit realm devised a method to use particular demon beast cores to substitute their lack of spiritual roots. This core spiritual root method is somewhat inferior to genuine spiritual roots. There should be no problem in cultivating techniques of other elements. Of course, the core spiritual root method can only be used with pre-existing spiritual roots. Mortals cannot use them. In fact, there was a method in the past that used magic tools and treasures as a substitution for spiritual roots. However, this method is incredibly dangerous and slow, so this method is hardly being used. There are cultivators with anywhere from 3 or 4 elemental spirit roots that do manage to break through to void refinement stage, but they all possess incredible perseverance. They can't be compared to ordinary cultivators, haha. The so-called minor heavenly tribulation is something that all cultivators above core formation stage much experience. The boy briefly paused before continuing. In the lower realm, nascent soul and deity transformation cultivators experience a tribulation every 300 years, thus earning the name minor heavenly tribulation. At the middle realm, void refinement, integration, and grand ascension level cultivators experience a grand tribulation every 3 years. As for cultivators in the very last stage that ascended to the true immortal realm, they experience immortal tribulation. Normally, if your cultivation no longer progresses, the following tribulation will be far more powerful than the last. Also, the increased abundance of spiritual chi in the spirit realm leads to greater speeds in cultivation, but once one condenses a nascent soul, it is a race against time. Many famous cultivators die each year from tribulation. Fellow Taoist Han should think that you will have no problems past void refinement stage. Although these cultivator techniques technically have a limitless lifespan provided enough worldly essence, their lives aren't so peaceful or long. So long as you ascend to the spirit realm, death by heavenly tribulation is only a matter of time. With that said, the boy's face grew sullen and his eyes possessed deep fear. Han Li wore a grave expression. The boy didn't speak much, but his words clearly illustrated that the spirit realm was no paradise. But when Han Li heard that void refinement stage cultivators didn't have a lifespan, Han Li was overjoyed. Although he already read through a few records mentioning the limitless lifespan of a void refinement cultivator, he now possessed the full and certain truth. From his tone, it appeared that a limitless lifespan can only be achieved after he ascended to the spirit realm. Even if he managed to achieve void refinement in the mortal realm, the worldly essence is lacking, this limiting his lifespan. At the deity transformation stage, one is able to join with worldly essence. Their span won't be limited by 2,000 years once they entered the spirit realm. It was no wonder why these deity transformation eccentrics were so desperate to find a method to ascend. As for the tribulations that he mentioned, Han Li was somewhat cautious of them, but he didn't take them too much to heart. The matter was a bit too far away from him for his consideration. After Han Li asked a few more questions related to core spiritual roots and artifact spiritual roots, he eventually grew silent, his eyes twinkling in deep thought. A short moment later, Han Li fiddled with the dark green bottle in his hand and flicked off its cap. Azure light flashed and the bottle rumbled before the cap shot off. In the next moment he found that there was absolutely nothing inside of it. In his surprise as he thought about what action to take next, a green light abruptly streaked out from the bottle and flew off. Although Han Li was caught unprepared, he wasn't about to allow it to escape. With a cold snort, he reached his hand out. A large azure hand appeared above the green light and slipped down to grab it. The escaping green light seemed to have already been weakened. Although it was fleeing with the utmost speed, the large hand easily grabbed it from the air. Within the flickering green light, one could see the vague appearance of a female nascent soul. Hanli couldn't help but stroke his chin at the sight. He stared at the nascent soul and slowly asked, "Who is your esteemed self? Why has six paths trapped you inside the bottle? Who are you? Where is that devil six paths?" Although the nascent soul was trapped, it replied boldly. Facing a mere nascent soul, Hanli simply smiled and lazily replied, "If you're thinking about seeing him, I fear you will be disappointed. I already sent him to the underworld." "What? You killed that old devil? How is that possible?" "You're—" The nascent soul trembled and spoke with a tone of disbelief. "You're tuning in to the Sword Dance in the Vast Sky YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.